These people are not powerful. Satan can't create anything. That includes blessings for his people. That's why, you know what the number one job of somebody that sold their soul in Hollywood is?
What?
Is to act like it didn't happen.
Enemy's territory. I was raised into a Luciferian Brotherhood family that worships Satan. But in that, I went into all of my abuse already having a relationship with the Lord. And he allowed me to walk through that. He allowed me to enter into Pharaoh's house. And so anyway, my training for the system, that's a term that I often use for it because I want people to realize that, how have these individuals gotten away with their crimes for so long? It's because they've classified themselves as all these different religions. And that's one of our constitutional rights, that we have a freedom to religion. And therefore they establish all of their crimes as a form of worship, under their religion. And, the courts can't judge on that. So that needs to shift and change. And that's why, I've worked so hard to show people that really it's not a religion, it's a system. And it runs like a system. They have a governing board, they have workers, they have employees, they have profit, they have assets, right? So that's what we're going to get into. So if you imagine a triangle, this is the easiest way to explain the system of the Brotherhood. At the very top, you have 5 women called the Mothers of Darkness. That was who, my relatives were those 5 women. My proctor, the woman who was in charge of training me to succeed her in her position, was the Queen Mother of Darkness. So that was the position I was chosen for. And they don't just pick and choose people. This is an ancient...
There is understandably a lot of confusion around the word Anunnaki, so let's clarify. In ancient times, this was just a generic term referring to any sky gods or higher beings who came from the sky, whether light or dark. They aren't a race from a planet called Nibiru. In the context of mythology, it describes the fallen angels who turned against the angels, which are Galactic Federation, to deceive humans on Earth. Often, the more revered the mythological god, the eviler they actually were. Most of what is shared about them comes from recycled interpretations of Sumerian records, popularized by the fictional books of Zecharia Sitchin decades ago. The deceivers of humanity were led by the father and brother of Syrian leader Elder Ashtar. One is a reptilian, who is Pitkazax, and the other is a Syrian, Aplashekio. Mixed race families of higher beings don't blend as human races do. Palladians have explained how Pid-Kazoks and Oplashekio became jealous of Elder Ike and Ashtar, and this jealousy grew into hatred. They targeted Earth because of how much humans were loved. In mythology, Pid-Kazoks and Oplashekio are often portrayed as opposing forces. This tactic was used to divide humans and create conflicts. Pid-Kazoks was called Satan because he leads the dark forces, and Oplashekio was called Lucifer because he played God and represents false light. They brought members of their family with them, reptilians and Syrians, and others followed to participate in their deception at various times in history. Lucifer deceived Earth by putting chosen people in positions of power, giving them secret information, and commanding religions in his name. Humans were originally upgraded by Elohim of Galactic Federation, and many races were dispersed around the planet. Much later, Oplashekio genetically altered one lineage in his image, which is where the book of Genesis begins. The Adam and Eve lineage looked more Syrian than human. They were taller, they had elongated heads, blue eyes, and lived much longer. They were the first royalty. Not all of them were evil. The fallen angels in Scripture are described as 1/3 of the angels, but that doesn't represent their actual numbers. To put it in perspective, there are only a handful of dark forces here, and millions of light forces present in crafts and motherships. The dark forces are already captive, and the light forces have always been in control. Humans have been allowed to experience lies and deceptions as a spiritual test to determine which souls ascend to the new earth. Even though most humans will experience it, ascension is primarily for the benefit of Earth native souls. Starseeds always return home anyway. After the shift, Pid-Kazoks, Oplashekio, and their family will be removed and forcefully purified by Galactic Federation technology. We won't have to worry about them ever again.
Do you want to know where the Anunnaki fucked up with us? I'll tell you how they fucked up with us. When there was the initial debate if hominids should be transformed into a worker race for the Anunnaki that were here on Earth to mine their gold, there are certain laws that everybody has to abide by. A little bit like, the Prime Directive. Basically, you can't go playing God on other planets. You can't go and interrupt other civilizations and their evolution process. You just can't touch that. Now, the loophole for the Anunnaki was this, and this is why they thought they could do it and not have karmic consequences for it or not get in trouble for it. The Anunnaki's god is the sun god Shamash. They believe that all planets are sentient beings. In fact, they are all deities for the Nibirian pantheon of gods. Every planet of our solar system is a god or goddess. So the ancient history for them that they know is that Earth, once upon a time, was a planet called Tiamat. And this was in the early stages of our solar system. A rogue planet, which should be technically Nibiru, came into our solar system by chance, got caught in our sun's orbit, now does this weird elliptical orbit around our sun of 3,650 years. So when this first happened, that Nibiru got trapped into our solar system, it ended up colliding with the planet Tiamat. Tiamat broke into two, and their mythology tells us that one part of it became Earth, Gaia, Ki, they called it Ki, and the other part became the moon. When this happened and this fracture occurred, this is when they knew about Tiamat having veins of gold. Okay, so now we're going to go back to why they thought it was okay to create Homo sapiens sapien from the hominids that were on this planet. They believe that the seed of life of Earth was thanks to that collision. Basically, they think that Nibiru seeded Earth with the life organism. So when Enki saw the hominids that were already on Earth, he said, these are our predecessors. When Anu, Enlil, and Enki were all deciding what to do about the strike that the Igigi had, basically the Igigi were the astronauts from Nibiru that came to Earth to make these settlements, but they were astronauts. I mean, it's not like they wanted to mine gold and do all of this forced labor. I mean, it was hard. And remember, they didn't even have any women here yet. To me, it looks like it was this big prison world where everybody was forced to do excessive work except the royals. Okay. Anyway, so basically Enki said, hey, there is a hominid race on this planet. It looks like one of our predecessors. I think that it's us. I think that Nibiru seeded life into Tiamat at the time. And then everybody was like, then we can do it. And that's when they start mixing their DNA with this hominid, because they thought it was the same being. So here's where they fucked up. We were never the same being as them. We were not their predecessors. We had nothing to do with them. We were an entirely different species. Let's be clear. Our origin race started on this planet and has nothing to do with the Anunnaki. Even though we looked like created by a god that we think is the God of the Bible. But no, the religions that are on this planet all came from and were created by the Anunnaki. They did it as a control system. Governments, they created them as a control system. Cities, countries, borders, they created everything. Control, control, control. We are their pets in their minds. In their minds, that's how they consider us. Animals that they made, we're like their little pets, but we're not. And when they realize that we are a species that can evolve to a higher level, even compared to them, that's when everybody went, oh no, what did we do? This is when they divided us by race. They started making everyone different. In the beginning, we all spoke the same language. They changed languages around. They changed writings around. This is why nobody understands ancient Sumerian. That was the language of everyone. Cuneiform writing, that was the writing of everyone. Then they moved us around, divided us, and created different religions, different countries, different races. That way we were all divided and we would never unite again. Why? Because if we are united, we can find our true potential. Our God is not their God. We were not created by Samash, the sun god. The real true creator of all, that is for us, is a totally different being. In fact, when they came here and they jump-started us, they launched our evolution by 1,000,000 years, all at once. From one day, monkeys that stood up straight, to Homo sapiens sapien. That was not natural. That was not organic. They mixed their DNA with us. But since we were destined to be something greater, since we are something more, something spiritual, something more enlightened than they are, something that they could never be, ends up that we were not their predecessors. They jumped in and modified a being that had nothing to do with them. We had our own destiny. They interfered with our destiny. I'm pretty sure that they have huge karmic consequences because of this, and they can't go ahead to the next step without us now, because they interfered. But this isn't even the biggest fuck-up. The biggest fuck-up was, we're more than them. You know Lucy, the one that can use all of her brain power? That's who we're destined to be. It's not true that if you use all of your brain power, you're going to implode. That's a movie. They want you to believe that. They want you to be scared of it. But it's not true. That's like implanting something so that you believe it. Absolutely. If we use all of our brain potential, we are like God. At a certain point, after the Tower of Babel, you had the Anunnaki that freaked out. Why? Because they realized that we are more than them. They realized, wait a second, this monkey pet of ours has become smarter than us? Can do the same things as us in this primitive state? Imagine what they can become in 1,000 years or 2,000 years. In fact, look at us now. So their fuck up was, first of all, we are not their predecessors. They had no right coming in and touching anything or modifying or doing any of what they did. We would have been so happy in our tribes, living out our spirituality, connected to Earth again. You know what we would be like? The world of Avatar on Pandora in the movie. We are the Na'vi. We would be them. After the Tower of Babel, when they realized that we could create spaceports, spaceships, and do everything that they could, this is when they dumbed us down. They tweaked our DNA. They took the caps off of our telomeres, making them disintegrate. That means that we age now. We're supposed to live hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, just like Moses, Adam, All of our predecessors, all of our ancestors, the first men, they lived almost 1,000 years each. We were supposed to live that long. Our lives are way too short, and they shortened our lifespans and made us age so rapidly so that we would never become so elevated, so smart, so illuminated of knowledge. What scientists call junk DNA is not junk DNA. It's all the DNA of what we were supposed to be. If that DNA is activated, as I said, we are gods. Of course they don't want us to be gods. They would not be in control of us anymore. The people that rule the world right now are not supposed to be ruling, and if we were who we were destined to be, they wouldn't. So basically this is how the Anunnaki fucked up with us. They should not have interfered with our natural evolution. Then when they realized we were too smart, they should not have dumbed us down. They literally make us age and not use all of our potential. Why? Because they still need the worker race. We're still working for them. Why do you think it was so important for religions to come in and to kind of erase the Sumerian culture so that you would never know? This is why. We are enlightened spiritual beings. We are gods in our own way. Our soul, our speck of light, is a speck of godness, of the true one creator of all. We are all part of this collective, of this one being, fractioned out into the universe so that we could have multiple experiences at the same time. And we learn and learn and learn. Because it was never supposed to be this way. We are supposed to have our DNA totally unlocked, our mind, our brain capacity totally unlocked. We were supposed to be the gods. Have you never had that feeling that something just doesn't sit right? And I'm not just talking about religions. Even about the Anunnaki themselves. Wasn't there always something that just didn't sit right? There was something more. Why suppress an entire earth so much? Just for workers? So do you believe this to be true? Do you believe that we were destined to be so much more? Do you believe that we are more gods than the Anunnaki are? I say yes.
Now it's time for a Russian Bigfoot sighting. When translated, the description says, "I don't even know who or what it was." The video takes place in the woods where a man is very scared of a creature walking in front of him. It was uploaded in 2011. Let's take a look.
Серега, что это? Серега, да ну, Серега. Серега, ну.
Analysis shows that whoever or whatever it is walks with bent knees at certain points, which would be pretty hard to do if it was a hoax. This is definitely one of the scariest Bigfoot videos that I've found on YouTube. But many people believe this is a hoax, claiming that it is undeniably a suit. Many also say that it looks like a person attempting to walk like a Sasquatch.
So the Pentagon just said they are waiting for the return of the Anunnaki. I don't even think people give a fuck no more. So many people forgot about the orbs we just had. So many people forgot about the UFOs or the UAPs that's coming out of the water. Why all of a sudden Anunnaki is coming back? The Pentagon or the false elites, they already knew about this information. In fact, they are in contact with these life forms. Just remember, the Pentagon have a Hollywood budget, meaning they damn near own Hollywood. So don't be surprised if this is just another movie. Smoke and mirrors, Project Bluebeam, another distraction. But I don't want people to think everything is just false news or just distractions, because these life forms really do exist. It's a reason why the false elites set up this whole damn system. You gotta go to school, you gotta go to work. That's because they are trying to take you away from your spiritual purpose. You ever ask a child what do they want to be when they grow older? They will say a teacher, a scientist. I want to do hair. I want to do this. I want to be a football player, a basketball player. Why the hell we have no children saying they want to be a spiritual teacher? Let me tell you the real reason why these Anunnakis is returning to this planet. Everything is about spirituality, evolving and growing. Knowledge and wisdom is the language in the universe. If you don't have wisdom and knowledge, you really don't exist. This is what they don't want to tell you. We only had a certain amount of time to get information, knowledge, wisdom, technology. And once we got all this technology, we are supposed to merge it with our wisdom. And our wisdom is supposed to lead us back to the cosmos through the sun to meet our creator. But we have so many people that want to be basketball players, podcasters, YouTubers. They want to be fighters. They want to do this. We are actually devolving. So we think these aliens is going to come back and save us. No. They are actually fucking mad at us. We were supposed to be off of this planet in 2012. That's what the Mayan calendar was speaking about. But we missed our deadline. Now we are still here. The only reason why these life forms is coming back, they're trying to teach us a lesson. But the lesson they are trying to teach us will be, y'all gotta go bye-bye. We're going to delete this world. We're going to erase this world. We're going to flush out this world and start all over. But we have so many people that's brainwashed saying that these aliens are demons. They're demons. Yeah, some of them. But if you step back and look at the world, do you see all the fucked up shit that people are doing? I think people are the real demons. Just think about it. I only have 3 minutes to make these videos, so if you want to read about this, check out my ebook.
One time I put into ChatGPT, if you were the devil, if you were Satan, how would you stop someone from being successful? And ChatGPT said, number 1, I would fill their mind with doubt and fear. Yep. Number 2, I would make them focus on instant gratification. Number 3, I would surround them with negative influence. Number 4, I would remove the sense of urgency. Number 5, I would make sure that they remain comfortable. Number 6, I would make them think that they had to plan everything. I would use procrastination as an advantage. Number 7, I would erode their confidence. Number 8, I would make them focus externally, not internally. Number 9, I would give them poor habits. So obviously, if that's what Satan would do to stop you, then all you have to do is reverse that.
A lo largo de la historia se han propuesto teorías sobre la evolución de las diversas especies que existen en nuestro planeta. Por mencionar algunas tenemos la teoría del fijismo y creacionismo, donde se abarca la posibilidad de ser creaciones de Dios inmutables con el tiempo. Esta interpretación literal surgió de libros sagrados como el Génesis. También está la teoría del catastrofismo, propuesta por George Cuvier, naturista quien comentaba que los seres vivos desaparecen con el tiempo por alguna catástrofe natural, repitiendo el ciclo cada cierto tiempo. Y por supuesto, la teoría del darwinismo. Darwin, quien es considerado el padre de la evolución, proponía que la evolución de cualquier raza no dependía de los cambios al entorno, sino a la genética de manera al azar, trayendo consigo una mutación y haciendo posible la adaptación. Pero, ¿qué pasaría si estas teorías anteriormente mencionadas no fueron las únicas explicaciones sobre nuestra creación? Y si realmente, como se dice en los textos antiguos, nuestros creadores vinieron de un planeta lejano a plantar la semilla de la vida en nuestra Tierra? Existen diferentes tipos de razas alienígenas, como anteriormente hemos mencionado en los antiguos videos del canal. Sin embargo, existe una raza en específico que en las épocas antiguas se le conocía como dioses, los llamados Anunnaki. Son seres provenientes del planeta llamado Nibiru, que orbita a su estrella Némesis, que es lo que denominamos una estrella enana roja, estando a solo 2 años luz de nuestro sistema solar. Esta raza, según los textos sumerios, fueron quienes plantaron la vida en nuestro planeta. Los escritos sumerios relatan que aquellos dioses tuvieron que abandonar su hogar, viajando hacia la Tierra para la extracción de metales preciosos, y con ello poder fabricar un escudo con partículas de oro que les permitiera proteger la atmósfera de su planeta. Pero al ver que el trabajo era extenuante, el dios Enik, a quien se le conoce como el más sabio y poderoso, encontró la solución al crear una raza inferior para realizar la misión. Así los Anunnaki combinaron sus genes con la especie más evolucionada del planeta, quien en ese momento eran los australopitecos, dando como resultado a lo que hoy conocemos como Homo erectus, nuestros ancestros. Los Homo erectus, como bien se sabe, evolucionaron hasta llegar al Homo sapiens. Aquellos hombres primitivos fueron salvados por los dioses Anunnaki del gran diluvio, provocado por ellos mismos para exterminar a las creaciones deterioradas. Este evento posteriormente haría que los sumerios los adoraran, aceptándolos como sus dioses y sus protectores. Según las interpretaciones por distintos historiadores sobre aquellos relatos escritos miles de años atrás, este fue el verdadero origen de la humanidad, el cual sería contado en la película llamada Uno Anunnaki. Film que jamás vio la luz del día. Este largometraje, escrito y dirigido por John Gress, se dio a conocer en el año 2004, cuando se anunció por diversos portales de internet. Aquella película iba a ser la primera de una trilogía de films, dirigidos y escritos por Grass, con el plan de ser estrenadas en 2006, 2007 y 2008. La producción de Jaguar Films se basaba en la historia de Zacharia Itchin, quien se dio a la tarea de traducir las tablillas sumerias, recopilando una extensa información sobre la historia de estos antiguos dioses, que se iba a contar en la pantalla grande. Esta es la primera película de larga duración en donde objetivamente se demostrará cómo los sumerios fueron influenciados y convertidos de repente en la civilización más avanzada del mundo. Muchas personas todavía no saben que existen máquinas voladoras sobre la Tierra antes de que los egipcios alcanzaran su auge. La escritura cuneiforme de repente apareció en muchos lugares del mundo. Conocimientos avanzados sobre las estrellas, agricultura, ganadería e incluso las estructuras sociales fueron introducidas a la humanidad por las civilizaciones avanzadas. Esta película muestra la manera en que se hizo, en una forma que va a escribir la historia de la manera en que debería haber sido escrito en primer lugar. Comentaba en 2005 Grass en una entrevista para su promoción en el programa de radio X Squared Radio. Este proyecto también llegó a ser promocionado a través de su sitio web y un tráiler que en su momento fue subido a la plataforma de YouTube, anunciando así ser la primera película de este género, con un eslogan revolucionario, mencionando: Darwin estaba equivocado. La película y su posible producción siempre ha estado rodeada de toda clase de teorías y conspiración, en donde las evidencias de su existencia eran sólidas, teniendo fotografías con el equipo de producción y publicidad de la época. El film jamás llegó a grabaciones, puesto que en 2008 la página web se dio de baja.
Igualmente se borró todo rastro de su existencia, y al mismo tiempo la cuenta de correo del director y creador Grass se encontraba inhabilitada, llegando a teorizar que tal vez fue amenazado. El proyecto se reanudó en el 2010 sin éxito alguno, pero con una nueva oportunidad en puerta para la trilogía. Grass concedió una entrevista para el medio webmysteryplanet.com.ar.
Allí por el 2006 fue anunciado el estreno de foros de nuestro sitio web, pero fue de un momento para otro que el lanzamiento fue cancelado y nadie volvió a saber de la película. Muchos hablaban sobre una prohibición de la película o una conspiración para evitar que llegue al público.
¿Qué es lo que realmente sucedió? Aquella pregunta era lo que todo mundo deseaba hacer, pero la respuesta de Grass solo dejó con más incógnitas.
Lamentablemente no tengo permitido hablar sobre esto. Lo importante es que perseveramos, nunca dejamos de intentarlo y nunca nos rendimos para que nuestra misión y sueño de ver esta película terminada se cumpliera. Mucha gente piensa que el hacer esta película es solo un capricho mío, pero para mí lo más importante es no decepcionar a los cientos de personas que trabajaron conmigo para hacerla realidad.
La entrevista prosiguió alrededor de ese tema, pero Grass hasta la fecha siempre ha evadido la pregunta, creando más rumores sobre la razón de la cual una película destinada al éxito jamás llegó a la pantalla grande. Hoy en día el guión original se puede encontrar en algunas páginas web, pero siempre se quedará con la duda de si esta gran trilogía era parte de algo más que contradijera todo lo que sabemos de la humanidad, haciendo que los círculos y sociedades importantes cayeran en pánico de descubrir la posible verdad sobre nuestra historia y nuestros orígenes.
Because now I'm investigating who's at the very top, who really rules the world, and I discovered it's a very, very interesting history of ancient Iranian tribes, the original Zoroastrians, and the First World Persian Empire that has controlled the world for the last 5,000 years. The interest behind the Jesuits, the entities that created the Jesuits during the Renaissance in Italy, it was none other than Alessandro Farnese, a Persian. From ancient Persia, his family came through Cappadocia in eastern Turkey, eventually to Italy, and they founded the first 10 Etruscan cities in Italy. And when those were razed, they destroyed them and they created the Roman Empire. The Romans, the Etruscans, the Holy Roman Empire, they're all Iranians, they're all Persians, it's all Persian blood. Italians are Iranians. Their practices, their beliefs, their food, their clothing attire. The Pope, for instance, wears a papal tiara dome, the papal dome, which is called the papal tiara. Well, that's what men in charge of tribes in Central Asia wear. They wear those very large domed hats. And some of the women do also if they're a leader of the community. And then the red slippers that the Pope wears, those are Central Asian slippers. You see them in India a lot and in Asia. So there are many cultural ties and legends and religious practices that indicate over and over and over again that the Italians are really Iranians. Mm-hmm. And Romania was named for the Roman soldiers, the Iranian equestrian nomadic fighters, warriors, were brought to Romania, to Eastern Europe, and they were the soldiers, the Roman soldiers for the Roman Empire. So you see this fingerprint of Iranian DNA everywhere. And 14,000 years ago, DNA studies of a particular Iranian tribe indicate there was a mutation in the DNA. The most extreme expression is red hair and blue eyes, light blue eyes. And then more moderate expressions are blonde hair, green eyes, hazel eyes, gray eyes. You see a lot of Afghanis with gray eyes. And so now you can walk around the Davis campus or get on a train or walk by some friends sitting on the steps of a building, and you can start talking to them, and you can tell they have Iranian blood. But it has to be from both parents. It's a recessive gene. So that really got me started. And
now, it's my understanding that Aryan came from Iranian. That's
right.
synonym. So
that's right.
It has migrated down into our most recent history, the history of World War II,
yes.
Global Depression.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing from you is that this extensive history that goes back millennia, right?
Yeah, thousands of years.
Thousands of years.
Yes.
We're witnessing I don't know if it's the end game or not, but we're witnessing the contemporary expression of this bloodline in 2016.
Yes.
And I don't know where you're going with this, but
we're talking about a global network with one template carrying all of this out. And it originates with those ancient Iranian bloodlines. And they have 10 bloodline families that sit on a council, and they're the ones who advise the Jesuits. The Jesuits work for the Iranian bloodlines, and the Jesuits were created by Alessandro Farnese, who became Pope Paul III in the Renaissance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a game. This is not an academic exercise, either for Loren or for myself.
No.
I am in their house. I am working in the belly of the beast. I have suffered, and I'm not going to talk about it too much today, the repercussions of asking certain questions about my own workplace, which is I'm entitled to do as a citizen, as a sovereign human being, as an academic, as an American. I'm entitled to do that, and I will exercise those rights to the best of my ability. But it takes research such as this, cutting-edge research such as this, that will provide us the intellectual, the historical, the analytical framework to understand what we are facing. Because so far, these people have been very good in veiling the truth and hiding it, because the Rockefellers own the University of Chicago. The Russell Trust runs Yale University. All these bloodlines control information, scholarship, and every single aspect, and sciences, of course, almost every single aspect of our lives that shape our world.
It traces back to the Jesuits. It traces back to Mesopotamia, to the Kabbalah and the Talmud, which were magic cult instruction books. And they recommended pedophilia in children, but they had to be under 8 years old. And it's in the Kabbalah and the Talmud. And properly practicing Jews, I'm not including them, they follow the Torah. The Talmud and the Kabbalah are satanic.
The Babylonian cults. Talmud. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are satanic cults.
And are those satanic cults controlled, or were they created by these ancient Iranian bloodlines?
Yes, they were.
Please expand.
For instance, the Aldobrandini is one of the ancient Iranian bloodlines. It's a famous Italian family. And Al-Dob, Al is the, Dob is devil. Dini. Al-Dob.
The people of the devil.
Yeah, the people of the devil.
Wow.
So they're definitely satanic. They're proud of it. They're open about it. We have a website, lorenmurray.info, and we have a Rothschild ball with photographs of the Rothschilds and their guests and members of their family doing satanic practices.
This is the masked ball photos?
The masked ball.
And by the way, they're called Venetian masks, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Right.
Yes, yes, yes.
So we can see the cultural and the historical continuities, ladies and gentlemen.
And the Venetians were Iranians.
Well, yeah, you alluded to that. That's why I interjected that, because I'm interested in masking.
But the Middle East, these Mesopotamians, all of Eurasia, we know now from DNA studies done over the last 5 years, especially by Russia, all of Eurasia was settled by Central Asians.
Please talk a little bit about the DNA studies, and I assume that these studies are coming out of the Human Genome Project, right?
No, they wouldn't be coming out of the Human Genome Project, which is American. They're coming out of Russian scientific research.
All right. Because this DNA, from our conversations, this DNA research provides the scientific backing that helps support this hypothesis or this theory in the making. It's irrefutable, it's ironclad, and I think this is probably the most important development in this type of research. It's hard science, it's not fantasy. It's supported by definitive DNA analysis, and you can trace the distribution of these different peoples, these different tribal groups, and how their culture and their religious practices migrated across the world, and how they have been transmitted to us down here to 2016 are embodied in people like Linda P.B. Katehi.
Right.
Please.
And so these ancient Iranian tribes moved into Europe and the Middle East. So the Basques are ancient Iranian bloodlines.
Is there a DNA?
Yes, from the
report?
DNA.
Okay.
Yes. The Berbers in North Africa, in the Altai Mountains, the Basques, the Berbers, and the Kurds all came from the Hittites.
And there's DNA research on that?
Yes, this is from DNA research, and also language similarities.
All right.
The Pallavicini family, for example, are Muslim Knights of Malta. Just look at Sergio Pallavicini.
The Pallavicini are international bankers, and their family has managed the Knights of Malta. Maria Camilla Pallavicini is said to be the leader of the family. Giancarlo Pallavicini headed the Knights of Malta in the year 1988 as a lieutenant. Prince Carlo Massimo has been the president of the Italian Association of the Order of Malta and oversees the order from Rome. And the Massimo family are part owners of the Holy See Corporation and Order of Malta. They helped create the Knights of Malta almost 1,000 years ago. Prince Carlo Massimo is a ruthless, evil, wicked sinner. Like Anthony Fauci, who's connected to the Sforza family on his mother's side. The Abyss. Hannibal Lecter's mom is also a Sforza. But the Sforza and Visconti families use a serpent eating a child on their coat of arms, which displays their wicked nature and is a symbol for pedophilia and cannibalism. Anthony Fauci is Roman Catholic and said Jesuit priests were his earliest mentors on C-SPAN.
The Jesuits taught you high school, college, Holy Cross, Regis High School in Manhattan. What impact, what does it mean to be taught by Jesuits? We hear about Jesuits all the time.
Well, it's a great experience, I have to say. They combine intense intellectualism with discipline, not in the sense of, smacking you around, but intellectual rigor, discipline in how you handle yourself as a person, as a human being, and probably as part of the Jesuit training, which was very steeped in the classics and the humanities. So when I went to Regis High School, we took 4 years of Greek, 4 years of Latin, a Romance language, and ancient history and things like that. When I went to Holy Cross, which is another Jesuit school, as a college, I took kind of a hybrid pre-med course. It was called, it's almost an oxymoron, it was called AB Greek Classics Pre-Med. So you were majoring in the humanities and the classics with a lot of philosophy, but you took enough science to get into medical school.
Who was an early mentor?
Probably some of the very young Jesuits in Regis High School. In the Jesuit training, it's a long, long training before you become a Jesuit priest. And back then they had what's called scholastics, were people who weren't yet ordained as priests, but they dressed with the garb of a priest and they taught in the high school. And there were a couple of those scholastics who had a major impact on me. Just great people, highly intellectual and highly nurturing of you and what you wanted to do.
Jesuits. Pope Francis's real name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Jorge Mario Bergoglio is a psychotic roses on their coat of arms. The Italian Orsini and German, Austrian Rosenbergs are managers of the secret society called the Rosicrucian Order, or Order of the Rosy Cross, which uses a rose for its symbol. The Rosicrucians are alchemists. Rosekreuz or Rosy Cross is code for the Red Cross of the Knights Templar. The Rosicrucians are the German branch of the Knights Templar. The Templars created speculative Freemasonry, and the Jesuits rewrote all the rites of Freemasonry at the College of Clermont in Paris in 1754, which caused one of the first Masonic schisms in history, and eventually the Jesuit Illuminati lodges began to emerge with different speculative degree systems. The Knights Templar originated in France and is connected to the French Merovingian royal bloodlines. Some of these black nobility families are matriarchal, not patriarchal. Hence the queen bee symbolism with the Merovingian French fleur de lis found on many shields, like Farnese and Medici. The Orsini family are owners of the Orsino and Dronhitta Mafia clan, with Luigi Orsino, a high-ranking mafia boss, and Giuseppe Orsino, who ran a large drug trafficking network in Toronto, Canada, until his recent arrest. Prince Domenico Napoleon Orsini is the official head of this family. The Orsini and Rosenbergs work with the Merck family of Germany, which have 3 roses on their coat of arms, and they created and own Merck Group pharmaceutical company. Merck Group patented the drug ecstasy, also called MDMA, in 1912. Prince Ottaviano Medici is a top authority over the international banking mafia and an owner of the Chaldean Mafia, which is headquartered in Detroit.
Their banking agents own Medici Firma, an international investment firm covertly connected with various international financial groups like HPC and BlackRock. Medici Firma is involved in banking, investments, real estate, and business intelligence. Medici Firma infiltrates banks and investment companies.
Prince Lorenzo de' Medici, who was born in Milan, oversees Medici Firma. The Medici were the most powerful bankers in Europe for centuries and developed many modern banking practices, like the double-entry booking system. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is of similar architecture to their Palazzo Medici Riccardi. The Medici have maintained. That's why Rothschild doesn't live there. The Pope's Knight Templar Freemason Mafia, Knights of Malta, Knights of St. George, and other orders are all under the umbrella of the Jesuit order, and black nobility families controlling the Jesuits. The only way to defeat the Jesuit wicked sinners is by believing the gospel that the Lord Jesus Christ died for our sins and was buried and risen again. The Lord Jesus Christ gave his blood for the remission and forgiveness of our sins. The Lord Jesus Christ was God manifest in the flesh and is now the risen Lord of lords and King of kings. When we truly believe and repent, we are born again from above by the Holy Spirit. Prophecy and theology can be a complex topic, but belief on Christ is not hard. Salvation is by grace through faith, not of works, lest any man should boast. The 70th week of Daniel is future. We live in a dispensation of grace, spoken in the book of Ephesians. Rome is Mystery Babylon. Every pope is Antichrist. Replacement theology is debunked in Romans 11. The early Protestant Christians who read the Bible and believed the gospel. 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4, successfully defeated the Pope's armies on the battlefield by the power of the Holy Spirit, setting back Satan's mystery of iniquity and Roman Empire beast, kingdom New World Order conspiracy. The Lord Jesus Christ will destroy the Jesuits at his second coming. God bless. Thanks for watching.
Construction, smells of corruption. Manipulates to recreate. This air to go outside there. Go under. No camera. Go around on the camera.
Go ahead. Hi, I'm Jeff Contreras, and I'm host of Austin Cable Access show Therefore I Am, the philosophical show with the political edge. And boy, do I have quite a special treat for you today. For the next hour or so, we'll be talking to Fritz Springmeier, author of Bloodlines of the Illuminati. Fritz, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure.
Fritz, your book has been out now for, actually it was republished, isn't that correct?
Yes, it's been reprinted twice. Yes.
Reprinted twice. And the title of the book is The Bloodlines of the Illuminati. What exactly is the Illuminati?
The Illuminati is the continuation of the mystery religions. There was quite a number of mystery religions in antiquity, and these mystery religions had councils that controlled them, and then there was a supreme council that operated clear from India to the British Isles that then coordinated all of these mystery religions, and that would be today what we call the hierarchy of the Illuminati.
So the Illuminati is basically just an extension of the mystery religion system, the whole type of philosophy.
Yes, it was a way of hoarding knowledge and power to a few special people.
And how do they hoard the knowledge?
Well, when I say knowledge, some of the knowledge is pseudo-knowledge, and some of the knowledge is actually scientific knowledge which enabled, for instance, Christopher Columbus to be certain that he could sail across the Atlantic and hit land. He was associated with the Knights Templars, which is one of these secret societies associated with the Illuminati. So you've got different types of knowledge, but some of the knowledge is actually bogus. It's just claimed so that they can get people to join whatever mystery religion they're trying to offer.
Okay, Fritz. Now, why are families so important in this? It's obviously, you titled it Bloodlines, and that must have to do with the families. Why are they so important?
It has to do with how they pass power from one generation to another. It also involves the occult powers. They try to have full-blooded members. They believe that, at least the traditionalists within the Illuminati, which are the full-blooded members, they believe that to really be a powerful witch with all the occult powers that demonology gives you, that you have to be a full-blooded member who's got a genealogy that goes back many years.
So in effect, what you're talking about is basically generational Satanism.
Right, it's generational Satanism. And they have to operate also within bloodlines because of the way that they carry out their mind control. They make program DID, or what was commonly known for a couple hundred years as multiple personality disorder. They program their members with MPD, and in order to do that, you have to have someone who will disassociate when they're traumatized rather than die. There's three things you can do when you're severely traumatized. You can just curl up and die, or you can go crazy, or you can have the creativity and the disassociative abilities to splinter the mind into a multiple. And they want that ability. It's essential because the satanic rituals that they carry out, which are horrendous traditional rituals, blood sacrifices, requires a certain level of insanity and disassociative ability. In other words, what I'm getting at is if you were a normal, sane person and you had to participate in the higher level Illuminati rituals, you'd probably go crazy without the programming and the MPD that they carry out. So it's absolutely essential that they maintain the bloodlines.
Okay, Fritz, now when you talk about blood sacrifice, what do you mean? Are you talking about chickens or goats or something like that?
No. Unfortunately, I'm talking about human sacrifices. This is, you go throughout the world and you examine the different cultures, and you'll find that human sacrifice has been fairly widespread. And these powerful families have always felt that they gained power and through sacrificing other people.
So you're saying that the blood sacrifice that we've read or heard about throughout the history books has never actually stopped. It's just gone into secret.
That's right. Correct.
That's very incredible. Now, Fritz, in the book Bloodlines of the Illuminati, you point out that 13 families are in control of the Illuminati structure. But in your book, you list 14 families. Could you explain this a little bit?
Sure. They themselves decided that they would have 13 families, or really maybe a more descriptive word would be tribes. And it's my understanding that the reason why they chose the number 13, besides its magical implications, is also it's a mockery of what God had done because, as you know, there were 12 tribes, and then Ephraim and Manasseh were added, which were split off of the tribe of Joseph, which gave you 13 tribes of Israel. And so in mockery of that, then they have chosen 13 satanic bloodlines. But in working with people that were in the Illuminati and helping people get out of the Illuminati, I've gotten a fairly good handle on what last surnames they use. And although there's hundreds of, say for instance, Rothschilds in the United States, most of the descendants of the Rothschilds have other surnames. And so when I say bloodlines, that's more descriptive of families. And there are certain families within the entire context of the Illuminati that have become powerful in themselves, but aren't labeled by them as one of the top 13. And as there's a continual power struggle between everybody within the hierarchy, you have some factions that become more powerful, and as those families become more powerful, they deserve recognition of their own. So I listed the Reynolds and the Krupp family. Actually, I listed 2 extra besides the 13, the Reynolds and the Krupp family, because from the inside information I had gotten, they were very powerful.
So what you're saying is that the families that are the top 13 families right now were not the top 13 families, say, of maybe 200 years ago, or even as far back as 1,000 years ago, that as these Illuminati families struggle for power within their own system, they replace some families with others and vice versa.
Yeah, I believe that that process is ongoing. But I also believe that beyond just having the 13 families that they have listed as important or the top, they also, in a sense, recognize the power of other families. For instance, Bill Clinton has become very powerful in his own right. So, or the George Bush family. So, although they are descendants of these 13 tribes, they in themselves now, in this time period, are worthy of special focus or mention.
Okay, Fritz. Well, we've talked a little bit about the Illuminati structure. Could you briefly explain how this structure is set up?
Yes, it's a pyramid structure. There's 2 basic levels in the Illuminati. There's the anarchy level. In one of my books, I listed hundreds of satanic covens and their addresses across the United States. I mean, there were so many that I listed, numerous pages, that I haven't gone through and counted how many hundreds of addresses of different covens. And these are very eclectic. And besides these witchcraft covens, there's other lodge systems and other things also on the anarchy level. On the anarchy level, you can't discern any pattern because everybody believes differently. Then there's 3 levels within the anarchy level. As you know, there's 3 levels to witchcraft. And then the next level are is the hierarchy level, which also has basically 3 levels to it. Although within those 3 levels there's ranks and grades, and above that there are councils that you can belong to that have special powers, and there's also special ranks and grades above those 3 basic grades. But yeah, it's basically anarchy level and hierarchy level with 3 levels to each of those.
Now, how does this structure basically control Or why should we even be worried about the Illuminati? If there's just a structure that's out there with anarchy, and then there's the top structure that controls the anarchy level, isn't that just some type of contained system within itself? Why should we, as just normal, everyday people, be worried about this?
Well, the general public, as you probably know, is not concerned about this, but they should be, because all kinds of things, all aspects of their lives are influenced by these people. They're the movers and shakers of the world. There's some disinformation out there that I need to clarify, and that is the misunderstanding that's common out there is that this man, Adam Weishaupt, which was a pseudonym, a name that he had taken actually, started the Illuminati. He did create a modern structure for it. He was paid by these families to create a modern structure. But he didn't originate the Illuminati. The Illuminati goes back thousands of years before him. And the reason why I mention this is that if we go back into antiquity, we will see that there were certain families that were deified as gods, like Pharaoh, Alexander the Great. Maybe some of the viewers don't know that Alexander the Great believed that he was descended from gods. Genghis Khan, who's still worshipped in Mongolia. These powerful families believed they were gods, and they controlled through their priesthoods in these mystery religions the people that were subservient to them. They never wanted to relinquish power. They networked together, and over history, you can never find any point in history where they gave up their power. What they did is they did a lot of sleight of hands and went underground or behind the scenes and let other people become frontmen, but they've still stayed in power. You can see a lot of I give a lot of evidence of that in my Bloodlines of the Illuminati book. Just some everyday examples that I ran into is, as a boy, you know, I met Henry Cabot Lodge. And someone who would read American history would know about John Cabot exploring the United States, which was of the Italian Caboto family. This is an ancient family, and yet you can see their influence in history all down through the years. Recently there was a book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Well, I say recent, it's not been recent, but it became a bestseller, and then the authors made a trilogy of books, Messianic Legacy and The Temple and the Lodge, and Pageant and Lay and Lincoln were the authors of that trilogy of books. And they go in and discuss how all of the royalty and aristocrats of Europe are descended from one single bloodline. Now, of course, then when you go to look at our presidents, you find that 11 of our presidents, at least 11, are part of that bloodline.
At least 11 presidents are descendants from European royalty.
Right, the Merovingian dynasty, at least 11. And a man recently, you know, David Icke, you may have heard of him,
yes, says
that he has the genealogy charts to show that all of our presidents were related. I have, in the talks that I've given in the last couple days here in Austin, I showed a genealogy chart that I have, which shows 12 of the American presidents very closely related.
Okay, Fritz. Well, you talked about how these Illuminati families, when they have power, and we can see that, then they go into hiding. Most people would say that the Templars, the Knights Templars, were one of these Illuminati structures. Could you explain basically how they supposedly went into hiding? Because you hear about the Templars, they had quite a long reign, and then the French turned against them, and then they were outlawed by the Pope, and then they just disappeared out of history.
Right, and but they didn't. Although the Pope outlawed them, they were able to flee, and initially they went to places in Spain and Portugal, and from there they boarded ships and they sailed to Scotland. And there was a decision made to give Scotland its independence, and the Knights Templars that landed in Scotland then in the Battle of Bannockburn helped the Scottish gain their independence, and then became very prominent in the affairs of Scotland.
Well, you know, Fritz, I saw the movie Braveheart, and I don't remember there being any Templar Knights in that movie.
Yes, that's true, but the movie ended before the Battle of Bannockburn.
Oh, all right, I understand now. Okay. Well, Fritz, now that we know basically a little bit about the Illuminati and about how they structure their system, can you give us a little bit of the mindset of these Illuminati families? I mean, why do these families, these 13 families and other families, feel that they have the right or the authority to control almost every aspect of our lives?
These families, since antiquity, have believed that they were gods, and of course they have been worshipped in many periods as gods. And they continue to pass that prideful belief down from one generation to another. They believe that they're a superior being. Oftentimes, when I've seen quotes by these people or heard people relate what they heard, you see that they refer to us as ants or cattle, and they basically have the idea that they were born to be gods and rule us, and we were born to serve them.
Okay, so they felt that they were gods and they were worshipped as such in ancient times, but with the rise of Christianity and things such as the Inquisition and maybe even the Reformation, shouldn't the people of history have stomped all of this out?
They made a decision that they would use Christianity for their own ends. So they established churches that they themselves controlled, and they went behind the scenes and set up a lot of fronts. So what you see, for instance, as proof of what I'm talking about, is at the end of World War II, there was a commission sent around Europe to examine all of the churches and cathedrals that had been damaged by the bombing, and they found something like 80% of these churches had hidden occult altars underneath the Christian altar that wasn't exposed until they were damaged. In other words, what was happening is these churches were built on ley lines, and satanic rituals had been secretly practiced in these Christian churches all down through the Middle Ages and up to present times. These were sacred sites that the churches were built on. In fact, some of them were built on very sacred druid sites and things like this. And so the Christian churches were simply functioning as a front so that these people could do their human sacrifices and so forth in secret. And of course, then they became pillars of society with their multiple personalities. They could have a front personality that was the ideal Christian, and on the Sabbat, on Friday night, they could be sacrificing somebody, and perhaps on Sunday morning, they could be the reverend that was giving the sermon. There's a number of other proofs that one can, or evidences of what was going on. If you go throughout Europe, you'll see a large number of the churches had winged reptilian gargoyles put on them, including something that's really bizarre. They would have people, statues of people bent over how do you describe it on television? They're bent over taking a dump, you know.
And this is on the side of a cathedral?
This is on sides of churches that were built, the statues built, naked people showing their bare bottoms. And if you ask, why did these Masonic trade guilds build gargoyles and people taking an excrement, you're told they did it for Christ.
And I guess, Fritz, people really don't understand is that most of Christianity evolved from the Catholic religion. And the word Catholic itself means universal. And so they just went out into their areas and just absorbed all of the local religions of whatever land they were at.
That's very well said. There were a number of mystery religions that bestowed their authority into the Catholic Church. For instance, the mystery religion of Dagon had which was the fish god, and you'll notice that one of the symbols that the Christian Jews today is the fish, and the Pope's hat, his mitre hat, was the crown of authority of the head of the mystery religion of Dagon. Mm-hmm. So he at one point in history was given the authority to be head of that mystery religion, and so yeah, the Catholic Church was a good way to also absorb a lot of the paganism, right? Besides being a front for the more serious, hardcore.
So you mean, Fritz, when I'm driving around in my car and I see another car in front of me with the little fish symbol on the back of it, that the symbol, in reality, even though they believe it represents Christ, is really a symbol for the Dagon mystery religion?
I don't think that you'll find Christians putting it on there because they worship Dagon, but all I'm doing is saying a lot of these symbols have histories beyond what the Christian Church thinks about. Mm-hmm. You'll find a lot of, well, for instance, I have personally with my own eyes seen a good number, or I don't know if good is the word for it, but I've seen a number of churches with the Masonic Knights Templar logo on the side of their churches.
Mm-hmm. And what logo is that?
It's a cross and a crown.
Cross and crown.
Right. Okay. It's a particular, it's designed a certain way, mm-hmm. and it's very clear that it's a Masonic symbol. And there's a lot of other symbols. I've seen all-seeing eyes. There's Catholic churches that have the Illuminati all-seeing eye, you know, that's in the pyramid.
Well, speaking of the all-seeing eye, our local cable outlet, basically who helps us put on this show here, Time Warner in Austin, their symbol for their corporation is an eye. Isn't that kind of funny?
Yes, well, it all ties together. It's an enormous thing that's to someone who hasn't been initiated into, who hasn't studied this, the whole the subject is so vast and so incredible that it's really difficult to absorb. That's why I really strongly encourage someone to begin by reading the Bloodlines of the Illuminati book, where I have the time to lay things out systematically, so you can see that this thing started in antiquity. These people controlled everything back then. They never gave up control, although they have worked through trade guilds and the Masonic Lodge and other things. They've always had the power. They never gave up the power. And when this country was created, we thought that we were getting away from the aristocracies and the kings of Europe. But lo and behold, like I said, you know, I can document that 11 of our presidents are related to the royal family in the United Kingdom.
Boy, I tell you, Fritz, This all sounds so incredible, just like you said. When you were doing research for this book, how much documentation did you actually find which supports your outlook and beliefs on the Illuminati?
Well, I've done many years of research, and I was just joking with somebody that I was visiting this morning because when I moved into my new house, I had been telling people I had 100 boxes of papers, you know, documentation, newspapers and stuff that I collected. But after I had filed those away, and I counted, I had 140 boxes left. So, a lot of what I have learned was because I've worked for years with people that are trying to escape the Illuminati, and they helped my learning curve greatly. They point me in the right direction. And a lot of information is right there if we scratch below the surface. But they realize that there are very few people like me that are going to be looking in the right direction and scratching under the surface. So, and they don't have time to hide it all. So there is an enormous amount of information out there that relates to these families. And I just am the type of person to plow through enormous amounts of information. That was just, I guess, the gift that God gave me.
So what you're saying then, basically, Fritz, is that the information is out there, and really all you have to do is begin to search for it. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that a lot of the readers, once they have read my Bloodlines of the Illuminati book, and then once they maybe have read some of the other books that I have and gotten a basic understanding of what's going on, they're going to start seeing these things all around them, and they can teach themselves, and they can further their understanding on their own without my help.
Okay, Fritz. Well, let's jump a little bit inside of the book, okay? I know you mentioned as one of the Illuminati families, the Kennedy family. Now, with all of their recent tragedy in the past few decades, how can you still feel like the Kennedys are major contributors to this whole power structure?
There's definitely been some power struggles, and the Kennedys have been on the short end of the power struggles. That's true. But after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and his brother, Ted Kennedy still was an extremely powerful senator because of his tenure and all of the committees he was on and everything. He was one of the most powerful men in the United States. So that immediate family, you know, continues to be called by the news media as America's royal family. But let's understand that the Kennedy bloodline is far greater than just John F. Kennedy's family.
Well, what do you mean, Fritz? I think most people would, when they think of the Kennedys, they think, oh, well, you had John's father, Jack was it, and he made all his money. Basically, you hear rumors that he made most of his money through Prohibition, and then he made a killing off of the stock market crash. And really, that's when we start to hear about the Kennedys. Are you trying to tell me that they have a history that goes further back?
Yes, they have a history that goes way further back. In fact, the Kennedys are descendants from Brian Boru, who was the first Kennedy, and he was one of the most significant kings in European history. So you see that they're tied back to royalty. In fact, John F. Kennedy's sister married into British royalty. So these are just not commoners that grew up in a log cabin. But there's something that I would point out to our listeners out there in television land, and that is that the movers and shakers do not become rich and powerful and then join the Illuminati. They become rich and powerful because they are part of these Illuminati bloodlines, and their councils decide how they're going to divide up such things as the drug trade monopolies and things like this. And so when you see these families like the Astor family go from being totally poor, and in a few years, John Jacob Astor is the richest man in North America. And maybe I'll use him as an example.
Okay.
Since I got started talking on him. John Jacob Astor came from Germany, from a small town, Waldorf. His background was being a butcher. He couldn't hardly speak any English. His English was broken. And he was the type of person that if you were sitting beside him eating, he might grab your shirt and wipe his dirty face on it while he was eating the meal. He was gross, he was crude, he was not somebody that you would enjoy being around. Yet this man who could barely speak English and who is an exceptionally obnoxious person, within a few years became the most richest man in America. Now, how did that happen? There had been fur trade for hundreds of years, but all of a sudden he comes to America and monopolizes the entire fur trade, basically, on North America. Now, how did he gain control? It's because somebody in the Illuminati councils had decided the Astor bloodline, which is a bloodline that goes back to antiquity, the name is a derivative of Astarte. They had decided that the Astor family, you know, would be given that privilege. Why did Bill Clinton become president? Somebody made the decision many years ago. You can look back at the things Bill popped off and said as he was a kid. He said, "I'm going to be president."
Okay, Fritz. Well, we talked a little bit about the Kennedys, and I noticed that another Illuminati family that you mentioned in your bloodline book is the Onassis family. Now, as far back as I can remember, just out of recent memory, the only Onassis I could ever think of was Aristotle Onassis. And really the only reason I bring him up is because we talked about the Kennedys, and they seem to be linked a little bit. Could you briefly describe how the Onassis fit into this picture?
Onassis was, again, someone like John Jacob Astor. His family lived, Aristotle's father Socrates lived in Turkey, and at the end of World War I, the Turks committed genocide against the Greeks, and the Americans had a warship off of the coast, and very strange thing happened. I mean, you have millions of Greeks being killed, but for some reason this American warship sends a party of Marines ashore, and the one person they rescue is some obscure boy named Onassis. This is and the reason they give is because he had sold a bottle of liquor to the captain of the ship, and the captain of the ship had taken a liking to him. Well, that's a nice story. So then Onassis comes to South America. He lands in South America penniless in Argentina. But supposedly by washing dishes, within a few years, he's a multimillionaire, one of the richest people in the world.
From being a dishwasher?
Yeah. Some jobs like being a dishwasher. You know, you can see this kind of stuff in Back to the Future with Biff, you know. And this is what we're talking about. So what I'm getting at is he became rich because he was in one of these bloodlines. How extensive is that bloodline? Who else is part of that bloodline? I don't know the full extent of that bloodline. I know that in working with people that were in that I brought out of the Illuminati, most of the people of these bloodlines do not have surnames that match the bloodline that they belong to. Their only major connection, so to speak, is when they are put before the Grand Dame, and she is to give her approval as to whether they're accepted into the Illuminati or not when they're like age 3, and they're given a physical inspection, just like the Masons don't want anybody who's got physical defects. And they're given an overall inspection, and in that initiation ceremony, they will announce what bloodline they belong to. But then they will continue going through life with a plethora of other names.
Okay. Well, Fritz, after hearing you speak over the weekend, I think one of the best examples to help people kind of understand how the Illuminati control world events, could you kind of briefly describe some of the major events of the Illuminati-controlled World War II?
Oh, of World War II.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll focus on that. I might just mention to our audience, I could go back and essentially every war that there is, I could go through and show how these families have created them, manipulated them. Well, you can look at Wall Street, and the Illuminati families on Wall Street were the ones that financed Hitler to come to power. Also, you'll see that the Krupp family in Germany, plus a few other leading industrial Illuminati giants.
Now, you're talking about the Krupps that make the coffee machines. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Krupps that make a lot more than coffee machines. I don't know how many thousands of factories they have today, but they were the ones that built the tanks and a lot of other, the locomotives and a lot of the other steel works that the Germans needed for their war machinery. And these people were the ones, well, one of them said, we've hired Hitler. So they viewed Hitler as their hireling. So American and German and British Illuminati financiers brought Hitler to power. So you had that aspect happening. And then the dialectics that was created that created the issues and how the war came about were also Illuminati family manipulations. And then the United States' entry into the war, let me point out something here. We haven't mentioned Freemasonry, but Freemasonry is the continuation of the mystery religions.
Okay.
And Freemasonry and the Illuminati are like a glove in a hand.
Well, hold on just a second, Fritz. I mean, I know some Freemasons. I even work with one, and I mean, he seems to be the most down-to-earth guy I've ever known. And as a matter of fact, if I even get to talking to politics too much about him, I feel kind of sort of that I even know a little bit more what's going on than him. How is he controlling the world?
Oh, he's just a member of a lodge system. We're talking, the lodge system needs a lot of good men at the base to support its structure. And 2/3 of the Freemasons don't go beyond the 3rd degree. They're that financial base supporting this pyramid structure. But at the top, we have these people, for instance, the Sinclair family, which is part of the 13th Illuminati family. They were given, if you look in Masonic encyclopedia, you'll see that they're listed as having been given headship over the Freemasons, and that was something that was to be passed from generation to generation. So you'll see that these bloodlines are in control of Freemasonry, just like so many other things. The royal family of Britain has been at the top of Freemasonry in the United Kingdom. So it's not that every Freemason is in the Illuminati. It's that this is just one more system or lodge or secret society that's controlled by them, and Freemasonry just happens to be, has been in the past. It's no longer so much the powerful tool that it was in the past, but it's been one of their most powerful tools in the world for carrying out what their agenda.
Okay.
So let's see. Let's pick up where I was.
Back to World War II?
Back to World War II. The reason why I had to bring in the Freemasons is Stalin and Churchill and Roosevelt, who were the Allied leaders, they were all three Freemasons. And Churchill was of the Illuminati bloodlines, and so was Roosevelt. Stalin married into one of these prominent, Kaganovich, if I'm pronouncing the Russian name right, he married into a prominent Illuminati bloodline. And in fact, you see in Russian politics that same family that Stalin was married to is still very powerful in Russian politics. But anyway, so you had three people that are controlling these countries, or at least are the visible political leaders of these countries that are all on the same team. And Germany and Japan and several other smaller countries that join them are arrayed against Russia and the United Kingdom. And the British wanted the Americans to enter the war. Roosevelt wanted us to enter the war. So,
but wasn't Roosevelt's one of his campaign promises at that time not to enter the European war?
Right, right. Just the same as Wilson. Before World War I, his campaign was he would keep us out of the war. And then very shortly after he became president, he declared war on Germany. And it was such a trauma to my grandfather, because he had voted for Wilson, that he never voted Democrat again in his life. He had such a strong reaction. He had a knee-jerk reaction. He always voted Republican after that. But yeah, that was a campaign promise. But see, these people, they say whatever it takes to be popular, and then they do whatever they want, because we don't mean anything to them. And so, in going back and researching, I came across a book that was written which described aircraft carrier warfare in the Pacific in a war between Japan and the United States before there was ever an aircraft carrier built. And this book describes basically World War II. So this is rather amazing that someone was already thinking this stuff out. And then you'll see that when one studies it out, that the American military brought the Japanese Navy over to Pearl Harbor and specifically showed them item by item how the Pearl Harbor could be attacked. And then on the basis of that, those tours, the Japanese went back, made up their battle plans. American intelligence and British intelligence knew of the battle plans. They watched the Japanese fleet practice for their attack on Pearl Harbor. And then Roosevelt, to make sure that there was a lot of losses, the day before they attacked, he had all of our planes put on the airfields in circles with their noses pointed towards the center of the circle, so that it'd be very hard for them to take off when the Japanese attacked. There was a lot of things like this that were done to make sure that there was a lot of Americans that died so that they could get United States into the war. You know, I could talk for hours about how they created this war and then how they kept it going. The Illuminati, well, shortly after Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt, and I showed the documentation in my talk here in Austin from the federal codes. He drew up an executive decree which allowed the Secretary of the Treasury, Morgenthau, to exempt whoever he wanted so that they could trade with the enemy. So these Illuminati families, like the Rockefellers, who controlled Standard Oil, and Onassis, were given the freedom to trade with the Germans so that they could keep the Germans supplied with essentials like diamonds there's a lot of industrial uses for diamonds, including they were needed for the gyroscopes and the gyroscopes for the V-2 rockets and everything. They supplied Germany with oil, designs for military equipment, and a lot of other things that had the Illuminati not been given that special privilege of continuing to trade with Germany during the war would have come to an end easily by 1942.
So basically, we had an embargo on Germany if we wanted to, but we just never closed the embargo. Or we just never kept the supplies from coming into the country.
Well, if you were one of these Illuminati bloodlines, one of these powerful men, kingpins is the word I use within these Illuminati bloodlines, you had the privileged status of being above the war.
Above the war.
The rest of us, it was a real war.
And actually, Fritz, I think I can remember from your book, as from the Onassis chapter, his fleet of ships almost went unscathed. Is that correct?
Totally unscathed. They were never attacked.
How many ships did he have?
It was between 200 and 300 ships, merchant ships.
And he's from the Greek fleet, correct?
Yeah,
Greek merchant ships.
His ships flew the Greek flag. Essentially, every other Greek ship that was floating when the war started was sunk. But his ships went in all of the theaters of the war, the Mediterranean, the North Sea, and they were never attacked by either side. It took collaboration at the highest levels for him to travel around in a world war without anybody bothering him while he made millions, perhaps billions of dollars off of the whole thing.
This is incredibly fascinating. I tell you what, Fritz, we're almost running out of time here, but before we do, I would like you to briefly touch on, I know you mentioned it earlier, how the Bush family has been coming into prominence here of late. Could you give us maybe a little bit more of a background behind that family?
Some of our listeners out there may be familiar with the Order of the Skull and Bones, which is a chapter of the Illuminati, and that they have rituals with satanic undertones. One of the things that they do is lay in a pile of manure when they're being initiated and say all of their sexual exploits. Yeah, I know. Satan causes his minions to do degrading things that they think, for some reason, because their minds get warped, that this is something great. The Bush family is related, it's one of those families that's related back to British royalty. And Bush was head of the CIA. And I think it's significant to point out, if our listeners haven't caught it already, they may have already noticed this themselves, but you had the head of the KGB. You know, the KGB has been running Russia and the USSR, and over here we had the head of the CIA, George Bush, who becomes president, and now his son is running. It should make people realize that at least that the intelligence agencies have co-opted these countries, but it's deeper than that, because the intelligence agencies are being used as a front for these powerful families. And there's literature out there that talks about how the intelligence agencies have been prostituted to these powerful families. In fact, KGB intelligence, a large share of their intelligence, is simply being used to spy on Western industry and companies so that they can take all these trade secrets back for Russian capitalists, or Russian gangsters, I should say.
Wow, truly incredible. Also, Fritz, I remember this also from your talks over the weekend. I don't want people to think that you're like the only person out there talking about it, and not just today, but I mean throughout history. I remember you mentioned how Senator McCarthy, most people think out there that McCarthy was just afraid of communists, but it's really, from your research, Fritz, do you really think that was the case?
No, it wasn't the case. I mean, I was like everybody else. I only knew what I'd been told until I started reading speeches and talks and things that he had written, and I was blown away. I realized the man knew exactly that there were these powerful families, that there was a world order, and he was going after these powerful families. That's why he went after the Bundys, and of course the Illuminati kingpins in our government thwarted an investigation into Bundy. Yeah, he really understood, and so because he was after these powerful people, these movers and shakers, they have used him as a verbal punching bag. I mean, I've watched, I don't know how many people denegate his name, even, you know, in the last few years. I mean, you think the guy has been dead for a long time, they'd forget him, but Bill Clinton has used them as a punching bag, and then George Bush. So
it's almost, the Illuminati almost use him as an example. Like, if you come after us, this is what's going to happen to you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, yes.
That's totally horrible. Well, I know we've just got a few minutes left now, for sure. But before we go, I wanted to ask you, Fritz, how can we, as normal, everyday people, recognize perhaps the policies or the agendas which are pushed on us through the Illuminati front organizations?
Oh boy, that's a good question, but it's also a big question. Well, you will see that there are certain things that are politically correct. And you will also notice that the world is going towards central control. Right. It's going towards globalization, where we're having the United Nations. You know, the United Nations was formed out of the League of Nations, and there's a continual push to have one political, one world government.
Now, isn't that just a natural evolution of perhaps human society? I mean, as the world seems to be getting smaller and smaller through technology, most people would say that would just be a natural evolution of our whole government system.
Well, it's definitely being pushed, and whether one wants to believe that's a natural outgrowth of improved communication and transportation, that's up to the individual, but it is definitely being pushed. It's taking a lot of money and a lot of effort to make it happen, and the push behind it are these global elite families that are controlling things from behind the scenes. So not only do we have political globalization, but we have economic globalization, and we have religious globalization. So when you see any kind of an agenda that contributes to this one world order, or as Bush has called it, New World Order, or, you know, Hitler, who was also of these bloodlines, also referred to New World Order. That seems to be a popular term with them.
Right, and I noticed earlier, when you had mentioned it, you just said World Order, that you didn't put the new in there. Why is that?
Because it's not new at all. In fact, they keep using the same formulas. The things that controlled people back in ancient Rome, you know, where they had bread and circus, they're using the same formulas that they used in antiquity on us today. And bread and circus simply means that if you give the common person entertainment and plenty of food, like the junk food we get, they'll be happy. And most people, as long as they have their beer and their football game, are happy.
Unfortunately, that is true. Well, I tell you what, Fritz, I really appreciate you coming down here, taking time out of your busy schedule to come give us an interview, and I look forward to having more talks with you in the future.
thank you. It's great being with you.
And you get them are prepared for the New World Order. They've been preparing people for many years, and it's almost here. It's almost here.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea. A new world order. Order.
Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you flipped me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud. Officer, I have something for you. I just love police officers. Hello, officer. Good to see you today. Here. Well, thank you. I'd like to give you this. Are you sure you don't want one? They're at Infowars.com.
Appreciate it. Hey, y'all need to move back. Seriously, we're doing an investigation over your thing.
We didn't know you were doing an investigation. Thank you, officer. Thank you. See, they saved us. They thought it was threatening that I came over and talked to them and offered them this, but so they could be in authority and have the power. They said, go, we're doing an investigation, but then they just drove off. And I complied because I am a good slave.
I think we ought to go down and stake out a place for the Klan.
This is good. Get a shot of this. Is that the route they're going to go down there?
Are they marching or I thought they were just demonstrating?
Get a shot of the U.S. Army badge. That looks pretty cool, Mike.
Gas mask.
Yeah.
You never know.
Looks like it's going to be an uneventful day.
Good.
Hopefully it will.
Just a gas mask bag. Well, we've seen a lot of courthouses. How did we get on camera? Oh, he's looking at us. Nice bolt-action rifle.
We love the Trailer Park Show!
He's videotaping all of us. Looks like the same kind of camera I got. You see that? See. What do y'all think about what's going on here? Why do you think the Klan is down here?
Publicity. Pretty big publicity stunt.
Are y'all familiar with the church being built out there at the old Mount Carmel place?
Certainly am.
Have you heard about that? Yeah, they're building a little church out there. Any comments on that? Do you think that could be related to...
I think they should be welcome to build a new church out there.
Yes, I do too.
As far as I feel about the Klan, I just think they're here hiding behind the name of Christianity, and they're not being very Christ-like. The whole organization stands for hatred, and that's not the way Christ lived.
Yes, sir.
Stop hiding behind the name of Christianity and come out, take off the mask, and show their faces.
Yes, sir. I agree. I think 1 in 4 of them is federal agent. I think they're just provocateurs, but I don't know what they're doing here in Waco.
We're just here to cause controversy, stir up something.
Stir up controversy. Provocateurs. Well, I wonder if they're ever going to show up. They certainly have plenty of security.
Yeah.
Well, I thank y'all for talking with us here at the Trailer Park Show.
News articles to back it up. See, because they need to smear the project.
He's ready to stop somebody.
Look what I got on film. Close to scrap the recipe.
Yeah, I get that.
I already did.
I tell you, that's quite a payroll to dress up in a Halloween suit.
Halloween was last week.
That's right, federal agents, ladies and gentlemen. You can be guaranteed that one of these individuals is a federal informant, guiding the rest of the hapless sheets. That's what we're talking about here today, ladies and gentlemen, is federal agents here smearing the great war. What happened back in '93 when the Klan showed up and told the feds to kill the Davidians when she wanted to help them?
each and every one of you for being here to hear our message of love and hope. I ask you to bow your heads and lead us into prayer. Oh Lord, our heavenly God, we thank you for bringing us here safely. We ask for your guidance as we help to reach the people. We ask that the children murdered in the Waco massacre are up with you in heaven. Please forever for watch over. Jennifer Andrade, age 21. Chanel Andrade, age 1. Cherie Doyle, age 18. Vanessa Henry, age 19. Bobby Krish, age 2. Star Howell, age 6.
I'll come back later and talk about how you work with the feds.
Cyrus Howell, age 8. Little One Jones, age 1.5. Chica Jones, age 1.5. Michelle Thibodeau, age 18. Serenity C. Jones, age 4. Dalian Gent, age 3. Pages Gent, age 1. Unborn Baby Gent. Crystal Barrios, age 3. Isaiah Barrios, age 3. Joseph Martinez, age 8. Audrey Martinez, age 13.
Yeah, the toothless white trash and their federal Gestapo controllers are not welcome here in Central Texas, where the real patriots reside.
No federal agents!
Mayonnaise Schneider, age 2. Startle Summers, age 1. Unborn Baby Summers. Ashley Summers, age 17. Rachel Sylvia, age 13. Hollywood Sylvia, age 2.
Yeah, you hear me?
Disgracing our flag.
Federal agents.
Please watch over their remaining family and friends. Guide them to be your servants as angels in heaven. May you forgive our government for murdering these innocent children. Please help us to understand what transpired that fateful day. Help us in our path to righteousness and guide us in your humble ways. Save us from all our sins and help us keep to our oaths of secrecy and pledged righteousness. Let us remember to help those who cannot help themselves and to take action upon it. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, and thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us.
1 and 4, the federal
Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
A couple years ago. Yeah, but the local police found out about what the FBI
Now I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker, which is Miss Laura.
You're pathetic. We don't want terrorists here. We want our country back. That's why we're standing up. Come on, tell them, people.
Give it to another federal agent!
Central Texas. Go back to where you came from. You're pathetic. We don't want your federal scum here. Hey, we're so proud of yourself. Take your hoods off.
How many federal agents?
Out here to smear this great work we're doing. Take your hoods off. You're so proud of yourself. Yeah. You remind me of a SWAT team for black skin. Yeah. We don't want this kind of terrorism here in America. Perfect. Get out of Central Texas. Which one of you is a federal agent?
Good afternoon, men, women, and children of Waco and all visitors.
Another one of these federal agents.
Thank you for your attendance at this rally to prepare for the killing of innocent men, women, and children at the Bridge Pavilion complex near Waco, Texas. The American Knights of the Ku Klux Klan are here to say that we believe attention needs to be brought to the government of the United States for the alleged attack on the compound.
You are the government.
Our Constitution plainly states that the American military shall not attack its own citizens.
Pathetic behavior. You absolutely know what's going on. That's right. Little federal agents. Little federal agents down here smearing the great work we're doing. That's pathetic. You know it's pathetic. Unbelievable. You can't read. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, inbreds? I'm here to tell you right now, we don't need your time right here in Central Texas. Just be fully conscious of that right here today. We don't want federal provocateurs in Central Texas anymore. We want our country back. We don't want your racist filth here.
Get rid of your federal agents.
Your racist filth here. Go back where you came from, racist. Go back up there like you did way back in 93 when you were out there at the checkpoint begging the DPS in there so you could kill them. Y'all help there. We don't need you down here. You're pathetic. Get out of here. I'll be here all day long.
There's Abba, who claims to be a Branch Davidian. Of course, we know she's not. Not a bad crowd. Mostly press.
Well, we really don't want the feds here, but they've shown up in their white outfits. Yes, guaranteed several of them are government informants. That's stirring up trouble. I wonder how people in Tarrant County and Fort Worth would have liked it if local police wouldn't have stopped the feds 2 years ago. You know, the FBI won a bum steer award in Texas Monthly for trying to get a new Klan group. Spence was the informer. He was also the Grand Dragon, trying to get him to blow up a chemical plant. But local police found out, and the FBI was forced to move in. We weren't so rough in Oklahoma City and the World Trade Center.
They got the Texas flag up there.
You shouldn't be desecrating the flag of Texas.
You're smearing
Get out of Central Texas, you racist Bill. Get out of here. I'm not afraid of you. You're a bunch of scum. I'll walk all over you. You are pathetic.
You're all federal agents.
Federal agents.
Federal government controls you. You're just doing what the federal government wants you to do. Take off your mask.
Thank you for your attention. Most especially.
There's the racist. There's the federal agent.
Yeah, that's probably the federal agent. That one right there. That's probably the federal agent.
Well, they can't get past the gate. These people couldn't tie their shoelaces of a federal agent and direct them. These people couldn't tie their shoelaces if a federal agent didn't direct them.
I know that some of you are thinking that you want the Klan to get out of your town.
Yeah,
yes, we do. Want the federal agents out of our town.
Along with other members of the Klan and have been for some time.
We want you out.
You may have met us without knowledge. We could be your best friend, your neighbor, your cousin, or a fellow student. We are not here today for racial problems, homosexual disturbances, immigration policies, or to discriminate. But we are here to try to stand up for people being denied their constitutional rights to freedom of religion. We are not here saying that we have the same beliefs as the Branch Davidians. It is just hard to swallow the fact that some of them were murdered for their beliefs. There were 28 teenagers and children killed in this horrific display, 12 of which were under the age of 5. And two of those 12 had not even been wounded. Not all of those lives had been claimed by that fire. For a thought, just think what would happen if someone came in and said, your religious beliefs were demented and that you could not practice them anymore or you will pay a penalty. How would you feel about that? It is not right, plain and simple. But I'm sure some of you did not think of that when the media told you the things they did. We are here standing up for our American Constitution and those who are being deprived of those rights.
You mean the ones y'all murdered?
I will leave you with one thought.
The black people you
Will
murdered?
you stand up for your rights? For your government? What will happen when you become the outcast religion? All we ask is that you hear as we speak. Take heed as to what your government is doing and do something about it.
Federal provocateurs.
They're pathetic, racist, federal garbage. The feds have sent them.
Go ahead, put that federal agent on. Let him talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, the feds have sent them.
Let that federal agent down here talk.
The feds have sent them, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead, let that federal agent talk.
We're trying to make the Davidians look bad by trying to... We're rebuilding the church. It's too late now.
What started the Davidians are black? How do you feel about that?
It's too late to do the right thing now, federal agents. It's all too late.
Greetings, Waco! My name is Charles Miller, and I'm here to represent the realm of Illinois. It is a privilege to be white and an honor, a great honor to be an American out of the Ku Klux Klan. We did not come here today to talk to or even look at you uneducated people. We come here today for our white brothers and sisters out there. It takes a lot of courage to come here today and stand up for your rights as white people because of the government TV and the government papers. They say we are a hate group and we preach hate. Well, I'm going to be honest with you today. We are a hate group. In fact, we hate the fact that great white history and culture is being changed and destroyed right before our eyes every day. We hate the idea that homosexuality is being promoted, encouraged in our schools, TV, and our children's books. We hate the fact that God in the Bible has been banned from schools. You ban bad things, not good things, and the Bible is a good thing. We hate the fact that millions of unborn babies are being murdered in America and paid with by our tax dollars. We hate the fact that so many beautiful young girls are destroying their own heritage and culture by having black babies instead of white babies. We hate the fact that our misguided leaders have taken America down the road of socialist one. Yes, we are hate you. You feel the same way we do.
You're a federal government group.
And fight for your rights. Enjoy the American Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Like I said, we're here for you.
Hey, federal agent, salute.
We're not going to stop fighting for equal rights. Don't be a government puppet any longer. Cut your strings today. Come back with us today after the rally to our family gathering. And see for yourself, we are law-abiding white Christians just like you. Learn more of what we stand for. And wake up. The government don't want you to go away. Wake up before it's too late. For you and your children, be proud of who you are. Be a part of the white heritage. Be an Americanized the Ku Klux Klan. We don't just need you, you need us.
Always divide and conquer. Always
FBI write that up for you. That's right. You guys in the FBI trying to blow stuff up. The FBI trying to get you.
You know, this guy with the dictaphone over here is running his mouth because we rejected him from the Ku Klux Klan because he's a child molester. That's why he's out there running his mouth. So you people take a look at him, okay? You take a look at this child molester out there. That's
Typical federal agent tactic.
His face.
Typical federal agent tactic.
We came to Waco, Texas. It has nothing to do with races. We came for the holy cause of the citizens out there in Mount Carmel. If the federal government can do that to them and get away with it, you people are going to be next for what you believe in. Whether you're black or white, whether you're a homosexual or a Christian, they're going to come and do everything you want.
Are you going to kill them like you did the black people?
They need to do something with child molesters like that one standing over there, because that's about the sickest thing you can be in this world.
A federal agent, that's what you are.
They call them booty bandits.
How much did you get paid?
Why don't you get a wife and raise a family?
Go back to India. I've been married 25 years and I don't get any federal money. How much do you get?
You don't know what my kind is. Because
I don't know how much federal money you get.
I'm proud of being white. Does that make me a racist?
Are you proud of being a federal agent?
I'm proud to be one. Because I'd rather stand up.
Are you proud of being a federal agent?
That child molester like you out there hiding behind that fence.
I take you to the other side of it. They'll throw me in jail. They have to protect you federal agents. Take a good look at a federal agent, ladies and gentlemen. What's new?
You know, you have newsmen out there talking about the past of the Klan. The past of the Klan, they killed people.
I believe that's the federal agent.
Everybody out there's ancestors has
Federal
killed
agent talking
people.
now. You're so proud. Why you got hoods on?
I don't wear a mask, bud. Why don't you get intelligent? I'm not wearing a mask.
We are. You're a federal agent. Your brothers are.
Because we don't want to embarrass you. Your sister's under one of these hoods.
We stand against your kind. You're a federal agent.
That's why you're not doing a camera. You're trying to find out.
You're a federal agent.
Federal agents. Take a look around. You got people like that idiot out here.
Yes, you're a federal agent.
Saturday has come out here. He figured he'd pick up some young child out here while he's here running his mouth. So
you're a federal agent.
Watch it.
How much money do you get from the Fed?
Under the church people, you the people out there of Waco that did not do nothing, that did not stand up.
We're doing it now without you and not no Fed.
Why aren't you out there helping to build it if you're behind
You
it?
were out there saying, burn it down, buddy. We got it on film.
You never seen me burn it down. That's a house of God. That's how ignorant you are.
No, we have it on federal agents. Burn it down.
You know, I'm American. I'm a proud.
You're a federal agent.
You have proud.
You're a federal agent.
Out there. Why do we have to call them Afro-Americans? American. Be proud of being American.
You're a federal agent.
Illegal aliens here. Take a look around. The government lets them in here so they can vote for it.
You're a federal agent.
You can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time.
We can
So
prove
please
you're
yourself.
a federal agent.
I have never killed a black man. I have never killed a homosexual. I have no intentions unless they put
You can kill innocent people.
myself. They have a right to be black. They have a right to be gay.
You're a federal agent.
Beating them because of their rights.
You're a federal agent.
Need to do.
You're a federal agent.
You think because the Klan, the news media says we kill people. Nobody up here has killed anybody.
You're a federal agent.
Killed anybody.
You're a federal agent.
Killing somebody.
You're a federal agent.
That child molester right there.
You're which one? You? You're the federal agent.
I don't care the hype that you hear on television or that you in the news media that we kill. We hate Catholics. We hate this. We don't. We don't.
Federal agent. Federal agent. Federal agent. Federal agent.
If you read your Bible, the Bible says
federal agent.
If you read
federal
your Bible,
agent.
it says that any man
federal agent
to lie with another man,
federal agent.
woman, shall be put to
federal
death.
agent.
Blood spread upon this earth.
Federal agent.
Federal provocateur. You know,
federal provocateur.
Why
You're
can't we
federal
all get along?
provocateur.
The reason we can't get along is because the news media wants the blacks fighting against the whites and the blacks fighting against the
federal agent.
So we can't see what the federal government is doing to us.
You are a federal agent.
Constitutional rights away. They are issuing them back to you one at a time and calling them privileges.
You are a federal agent.
My forefathers fought for that Constitution, and so did you people.
You're a federal agent.
We have a right to come up here and talk. That's why child molesters have the right to roam the streets like him.
Federal agent. You're a federal agent.
The Constitution.
How many are federal agents?
They're trying to take the Second Amendment away from us.
How many are federal agents?
We have a right to bear arms. We have a right to protect ourselves.
You're a federal agent. You're a federal agent.
What happened out there?
Federal agents. Look, federal agents.
They protected themselves.
Look, there's some federal
They
agents.
killed them. Now they're covering it up.
You're a federal agent.
It's like I said, anyone who belongs to a church, what's going to stop them one of these days from kicking in your church?
You're a federal agent.
Think about it, people. The government. You people are the government. We, the people, are the government.
You're a federal agent.
People's doing. Get out there, register, vote.
You're a federal agent.
Put people in that's going to do something for you.
You're a federal agent.
Why is it a hate crime for a black man to be proud of his race, for his Hispanic or white? It's not a hate crime.
You're a federal agent. You're a provocateur.
They want people to think that it's against the law to be in the Klan or that it's against the law to be white. No, it's not. I'm proud of being white. I'm proud of what my heritage accomplished. If that makes me a racist, then I guess I'm damn proud to be a racist. Because anybody that's proud of their race is
You're a
racist.
federal agent.
You know, you ought to keep your day job because that song is not going to go nowhere on the charts, child molester.
You're a federal agent.
What happened to you in Huntsville, buddy?
You're a federal agent. What's Huntsville?
Lady, I'm not kidding. That man right there is a child molester.
You're a federal agent, too. You are sick. You're a federal agent. Hey,
I'm not sick. I'm cold, but I'm not sick. You're the sick people. Like I said, we're not out here to downgrade anybody. We are out here for equal rights.
You're out here because your federal handlers
I don't
told
care
you
what you want me
to.
or not. I have a right to be here, and I'm here.
You don't have a right to be out there to get in church.
You are a federal agent. If you come out there, Clark Dole's told them they're going to arrest you. The DPS is out there, boy.
You know, you turn
You're a federal
around,
agent.
stick to your Constitution. Without the Second Amendment, you would have not none of the rest of them.
You're nothing but a fat federal
In case you don't know what the Second Amendment, that means I have a right to blow your ass off if I want to, you little child molester. You
You're a federal agent.
what happens.
You're a federal provocateur.
Foreign troops, you idiot.
You're a federal provocateur.
I've had two buggies chase me. You're an idiot.
Child molesters will climb anything to get to a kid. I understand that.
You're nothing but a fat
You need psychiatric help. You're sick.
You're a federal agent.
You know what?
racist.
Not going to waste my time talking to you. They know what idiot you are.
You're a federal agent.
Look around. Look at your neighbors. Why does it take the Ku Klux Klan for you people to get together?
You're a federal agent.
Because you're a federal agent.
Why can't your preachers hold a thing
We've
to
been
get together
together 7
without
weeks now. We've been
To
saying the
me,
same thing for
the
5
preachers
years.
in the churches that allow homosexuals are hypocrites. So I will not go to that church. But people have a First Amendment right of religious belief, and that's what the Constitution is. We have a right to come up here and say what we want to,
And we have a right to do
on everybody
that.
else's right. If you don't like us so well, then why do you come here? You have the opportunity to leave anytime you want to.
You're a federal provocateur.
We only got 2 hours. And I'm going someplace else. But there is people under these masks that live in this town. You people don't know there's people out there amongst you who is Klan.
They're
We're not
federal
bad people.
provocateurs.
We're not bad people.
They're federal provocateurs.
Just because we stand up for our race, just because we stand up for the white rights, I guess that makes
You're
us
a
bad.
federal provocateur.
You turn around, if we're so bad, then why is the federal government making hate crime laws against the white race?
Trick or treat! You live back in the bitch! Trick or treat is over with! Trick or treat! Trick
There's
or
no law
treat!
involved in that.
Tell them.
So why make it a hate
They're
crime?
federal agents. 1 in 4 is a federal agent.
Stand up for white rights. Stand up for America's rights.
Stand up for America, you fat federal agent. Federal agent.
1 in 4 is a federal agent.
Listen to the speech. I said we're up here for rights, constitutional
1 in
rights.
4 is a
So turn
federal
your hearing
agent.
aid up and shut your mouth and listen.
1 in 4 is a federal agent.
I heard it, Cowboys, but you've been on a rage too long, partner.
1 in 4 is a federal agent.
You don't like it, get out.
1 in 4 is a federal agent.
This guy is here to smear the patriot.
You know, if you people quit hollering at us, you ask us questions, you give us respect, we're going to give you respect. You ask
We
us
don't want you.
questions,
Go
we're
back
gonna
home. We
answer
don't
them.
want your money.
Because it's
You're
like this.
$300.
Nobody knows us but ourselves, so how can you judge somebody if you don't know? I'm not judging you, man. I'm not judging you.
If you ain't, why you here expressing this and expressing that tonight?
The question here.
Well, you're talking about judge this, judge that.
All right, he's got a question.
I'm not judging you.
What the fuck
I'm
you
judging
talk?
the federal government. We are the people. We have a right to judge the federal
What you
government.
doing? What you done them things out? What you done them things out?
We the people. The Constitution says we the people. If you don't know the Constitution, I suggest you go to your library and look it up. Because if you don't know the laws, the government's going to get over on you every day. Every day.
Correct with a molester.
Answer his question.
Federal agent. Yeah, who's Albert Pike? Tell us about your federal daddy.
He was a molester.
Federal agents. Federal agents.
Go ahead.
That's what you're looking at.
Tell us who Albert Pike is.
They're all looking at you, idiot, so you must be one. You know, it's people like this, they don't keep an open mind. He's going to come here to get attention because he's running his mouth. The news media is zooming on him to show you what an idiot he is, okay?
We are the news media. Hey, we are the news media.
I believe in equal rights for everybody. So if we're going to have this America, we have equal rights, then get rid of affirmative action. Give a person a job for qualifications, not because of color or skin. Because when you do that, you're downgrading your race. They tell you to go get an education, go to college. What good does that going to do when the federal government tells you who to hire and who not to hire? The black people need to wake up because they're giving the Mexicans the jobs over the blacks. Because they want the Hispanic votes.
You're the fan. I can see it. If y'all white and proud, why y'all hiding?
You're getting your mom to do this.
We can sit here and talk all day long. It's like this. We're for equal rights. We're going to get equal rights.
Catch up all of y'all shit. Take that dirty shit out. Well, if y'all represent, take that stuff out.
Why can't you answer that question?
Go ahead.
Play some music.
He got a question here for you.
Why can't y'all answer the question? Why can't y'all answer her question?
Hold on, he's got a question for you.
say you're so proud, you stand up there in your sheets, and y'all all this and y'all that. You stand for a lot of things. But why y'all gonna hide behind your little funky ass sheets, but you won't take them off? So what you live in Waco? Don't nobody give a damn. You're so proud, take off them funky ass sheets. Huh? I can't hear you. Take off your sheets. What's your problem? Come on now. I'm here. I'm standing here. I didn't come up here to, down you like you said. I'm not up here to downgrade. Turn the music on. Turn the music back on.
Federal agents, they are! Federal agents, they are! Any of them are federal agents? Yeah, I know they are.
The point being is this is the
is going to be that damn corrupt. You know what they can do? You know what they can do? They can reschedule because Americans are going to stand up for our rights. And if nobody like it, I said,
don't know they're doing it though.
Really? I'm not as scared. I'm not afraid to stand
We're not afraid of them either, but we believe that 1 in 4 is federal agents.
Come on, I know there's corruption up there, but if you know what it is, they really want the people not to take back over. Don't tell me to go to a voting booth and you're going to put in there who you want anyway, and then you're going to turn around. Where's my money?
Voting's a scam.
Where's my money? Do you see how them people got killed unnecessarily? I did. I watched. And all this conduct to cover up the ignorance. I don't believe this. I really don't. It hurt me. There's people, children of the people. I don't care if you were 62 and got murdered in that situation. You're still somebody else's child, and that man upstairs is the only one that we got.
He's the only one that's going to matter.
Got that right.
Ain't going nowhere yet, are you?
Come on, I'm tired of bad to the home. KK. Bad to the bone. Hey. They're not worth it.
Well, come on out there and help build a church.
Give me a car.
In mass down here telling the feds to kill the Davidians in 93. So they're always there stirring things up. Now they're here saying that they want to help or something, and they're down there spewing the racism. A third of the people that got it Waco were black. Some were also Jewish. It's disgusting. Why do this one?
Yeah, gone. How will you explain to them that no longer can they go to the corner?
You're a federal agent. Explain it to them.
The money in your pocket is just worthless paper.
Your federal money's in your pocket.
How will you tell them that the policeman on the corner is no longer a friend and neighbor, but an agent of a tyrant government?
Just like you.
American, but a United
Just like you.
National peacekeeper. How will you explain that the constitutional republic that once was
Quit disgracing the flag up there.
sold to the highest bidder by corrupt politicians? How will you explain why you allowed this to happen? What will you say when it is time, when a crime for your children is now a Bible, or to print it
Where'd the old man go?
or what you thought is outlawed?
There's Alex being interviewed.
Dave's been getting interviewed. Dave's been interviewed a couple times too.
Hey there, federal agent.
How will you comfort them when they are taking the state-run camps for education by proponents of the New World Order?
1 in 4 is a federal agent.
That the rights you enjoyed are now gone forever.
1 in 4 is a federal agent.
What excuse?
Which 1 in the 4 of y'all are federal agents?
All you could do to
Is that one?
for them. What will you?
I think the one who supports the lesbians in the purple stripes is a federal agent. What do you think, Jimmy?
Well, all I know is 1 in 4 is a federal agent.
Will you be able to look them in the eye and tell them that that is how it was meant to be? You couldn't help it.
The federal agents are the ones that are in charge of them.
You know it's right. And just
Well, sure, because they aren't good at following orders. They're only good at giving orders.
Your children. Will you
Federal agents, yeah, they give the orders, and the Ku Klux Klan follows the order.
Let's see. 1, 2, Agent 4. 1, 2, Agent 4. 1, 2, Agent 4. 1, 2, Agent 4.
Boy, there's a lot of federal agents in that crowd.
Sure are. Golly.
I wonder what they plan to do.
Oh, they probably plan to spread more propaganda. More propaganda, more lies.
Or
Because
dumb
you
and
know,
dumber.
the
We
people...
haven't figured out which one is which yet. You know, you
The
see
people who are
hog
building
over
the
there
church, the people who are doing the work, the people who are giving their weekends and spending their time and spending their money do not support these people. Absolutely love these people. They wanted to give us money. We said, no, we don't want your filthy money. Go home.
So she
We
stands
don't
around
want
acting
you
like she's friends
here.
with the black race, so the news media will come over there and put her ugly
Maybe
face
1
on
in 3
television.
is a federal agent.
Little does she
But
know
you're wrong. I'm
that
not
is shown
ugly. I am
all over the
beautiful.
world, and they probably got her a criminal case
Maybe they're all
somewhere
federal
for being so
agents.
damn ugly. You know, they sit around and they want to destroy America.
You don't have to wear masks.
It's uneducated fat hogs like that their own mother don't even want them around. So they got to come out here to get attention.
At least
I'm proud of being white, I don't deny that. Nobody should deny that. You should be proud of your
being an American, not a federal agent.
To the full attention of kid. Educate your people. How are you going to put your race up as higher than anybody else if you are interbreeding? That is stupid. That is against God's law. God made the horse. God made a mule. A man bred him and got a donkey. His punishment, a donkey cannot reproduce.
The devil made federal agents.
You would see a fat hog like that over there.
The devil made federal agents.
Oh, you're hurting my feelings. You're hurting my feelings.
Yeah, real gentleman.
Blacks call us honkies crackers. When I use the word nigger, it upsets them. Why? The definition of a nigger, no matter what color you are. You hear that? No matter what color you are.
What's a federal agent? He wears a mask.
Society and don't give back like that fat hog right there on welfare.
Oh, yeah.
Welfare.
That's a white piece of trash nigger.
Yes. Yes, would you like to see? At least I'm not on the payroll of the federal government. I am not on welfare.
KKK spells tyranny. How many federal agents?
Nobody wants you, period, there. That's why I said, take a look what the government's doing to you. They got American citizens firing upon American citizens, killing them. The white race, we're not trying to get rid of the black race. The black race is doing that themselves. Why are they shooting their brothers and sisters and robbing them? We got to stop that. The white race has got to stop acting like wannabe little punks. Get the drug dealers off the streets. That's what you got to do. You got to do that. Everybody's equal, so let's start fighting equal. Fight these drug dealers. You know, to me, the black race, if they're so proud, stop your brothers from killing one another. It's bullshit.
He's still
the
back
white
there
race,
being
stop
interviewed.
killing one another. That's what hate is. When somebody has something that you don't have, and you want it bad enough to kill them, that's what hate is.
Who's the red shirts coming down there?
You know, I don't hate anybody out here. I do not hate anybody out here. I don't hate you.
You're a federal agent. You hate America.
I don't hate you. You can hate me all you want. You know why? Because this is America, okay?
You're a federal agent. You hate America.
You can hate anybody you want. But I think you should listen to your parents. You should stop fighting amongst one another. Quit killing one another. Federal government standing back. They don't care about the black race or the white race. They know we're killing each other.
That's why you're trying to divide us.
Death and taking our money. You people need to turn around and look. Look at your neighbor. Get along. God made us all. God made us all. So let's get along, like Rodney King said. The government does not want that. You people that own houses, you work your butt off to buy your house. When you pay it off, you don't own it. You are renting it from the government. They call it taxes. They call it taxes. You never own anything. Money makes the world go around. Now they're trying to make credit cards. They don't want you to hold paper. Paper is useless. So is plastic. Friendship and life. And being proud of your heritage. That's what America's about. It's not about all this fighting and
it's
stuff.
not about federal agents here smearing the memory of the people that died at Waco like you're doing, fat boy.
Your mother liked me, that's all I got to say.
Just go home, federal agent. Go home, federal agent. We don't want you here, federal agent.
You know, the only thing that I got against America is they let child molesters like him walk on the street and get away with it.
Tell them how much the FBI pays
years ago, when they had law of the land,
tell us how much they pay
that man would have been hung by his privates by that intersection over there.
Yeah, we've got
That's how stupid he is. It's like I said, the man is a child molester. He's put out here to do that. So, you know, watch your kids around him.
Oh, yeah, we've got a federal agent. I'd watch the churches around here with the history people like you've got. Federal agent,
let me tell you
federal
something.
Agent,
Nobody in American Nights has ever burned a church, has burned a cross in anybody's yard. I don't care what your religious belief is. That is a house of God. I respect the house of God. You know, this lady over here was talking about looking at us in hell. I'm not going to hell. earth right here is hell right now with all this fighting and confliction and going on. You know, you got people around here, they don't want to hear what we got to say. They already got their minds made up. They've already got their minds made up. So, you know, you people open your mind. One thing, just remember, we are the American Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. We are not here to hurt anybody. When we do our salute like this, that's not a Nazi salute. Ku Klux Klan has been in existence before Nazi. We're doing this, Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, with an open palm to show you we have nothing in our hands to harm you with. Nothing whatsoever.
Your face is enough to do that, federal agent.
Your mother liked it.
Your federal agent. Yeah, we've got the federal agent. Junior high school mentality federal agent.
Yeah, typical federal agent mentality. Gotta call women's back. Talk about somebody's mama.
Don't let a piece of shit like that stand around here and run his mouth.
Hey, he cussed! Get him!
He has no friends whatsoever. He comes up here, runs a dictaphone. Now, when we meet him in the parking lot after this, he'll say, "Oh, bro, I was sorry I had to do that for him."
No, well, you're a federal agent.
You know what? If he even comes around me, I'll put my foot so far up his ass, it'll take a tow truck to get it out.
I'm not afraid of you, you fat slob.
It's like I said, punk, you know who I am, okay? You know who I am. You go talk to your mother, she wants you, I hear her calling you.
You fat piece of crap. You fat federal agent.
Go back to D.C.
Do you hate me, sir? Do you hate me, sir?
You're damn right I hate federal
Good.
agents.
You know why?
You piece of scum.
Because if I hated you as much as you hated me, that fence wouldn't stop me from coming over and kicking your skull.
Yes!
You fat
Yeah, federal agent.
out-of-shape federal agent. Ask these
Come on! Come on! Come on!
That's right.
They got files on me.
Daily Klan on television that fought.
Hey!
You fat federal
You know, if
agent.
black's so beautiful, why mix it with white? Explain that to me. If black is so damn beautiful, why mix it with white? Take your own heritage, take your own race, educate your people, get them off of drugs, and stop killing one another. Stop killing one another.
Y'all went right into the black community!
Federal agents hailing. They're here to smear the good
They're here to make patriots look bad.
Now we got the Texas Rangers admit what happened at Waco, you fat federal agent. Everybody's waking up to what a bunch of criminals
Once
for fat
again, we'd like
federal
to thank
agents are.
every single person who attended today. We are truly an organization filled with love, hope, and dreams for our United States.
Well, that's double
We
speak.
sincerely hope that these words ring true to your ears and you now have a better understanding of the American Knights of the Ku Klux Klan and what we stand for.
Federal agents. I like that one.
I purely support stupid people.
We represent the good knowledge of mankind and will continue to fight for our last dying breath for freedom. Freedom for all of us to believe as we want to be who we want to.
They are federal provocateurs.
What happens when a Southern Baptist is the outcast religion? What happens when an Episcopalian is the outcast religion? Will they come knocking down your door?
Even the other one's fat too, huh?
As our great God has intended. What will you tell your children when they cannot practice the religions they so choose? Why will you let your government choose for you? This is our nation, one nation under God, yours and mine. Please help us in our mission as we strive to make this a better place for your children as well as mine. I sincerely hope you realize that we are not a hate-filled people, but genuine people with honest beliefs.
I'll bet $1 million.
I once again ask you to bow your heads as I lead us in prayer.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, Lord, our heavenly God, we forever will strive to be your faithful
Probably half
servants.
of you are.
Please save us.
Yes, federal agents. They got good music anyway. I guess so. There's your federal agent. provocateurs will speak again.
Federal agents. That's what the feds are into. And I guarantee you one of these guys is an informant handler. They're probably getting ready to provocateur this group into
Move the
something.
barricade.
The FBI can demonize patriots across the board. Yeah, here we've got the feds hanging out, acting like a bunch of idiots.
What the federal agents do, they disgrace all the flags they carry.
Tax dollars at work. Yeah, we've got our tax dollars at work. How many of you know the history of the Klan? Know they're a bunch of federal agents and provocateurs?
Yeah!
A bunch of feds over here.
The most infiltrated group in America.
The most infiltrated, controlled.
The most controlled group in America.
Controlled, little mindless organization in the world.
Oh no, where you going?
Come on, get some more federal propaganda.
Move the barricade.
Out of here.
Can we say uneducated?
Move the barricade.
He's getting some
Applications for stupidity.
Yeah, but they'll be arrested if they do in this garb.
And I'll be stupid too. Oh no.
We'd like to once again thank you for coming and seeing
All right, Betty Lou.
Any questions?
Smear what we're doing.
You can
All
always
right.
contact us.
How do you do that?
Where's your family?
Stop trying to smear the good work of good people from all races and religions.
That's
We go to the church in Waco. Federal agents.
Have a wonderful day, Waco.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
Go home, federal
That was
agents.
so educational.
Go back to D.C.
That was so
and
educational.
get your next orders.
That's right.
I know.
Go back to D.C. and get your next orders.
Go back to D.C. and get your next set of orders from Clinton.
Let Hillary Clinton give you your next set of orders.
It's not over yet, is it?
Your next set of marching orders. So you can go
What?
smear everybody. Cause more division.
What flag? COWMI.
Well, there they go.
Not a flag for them to disgrace.
Known federal organization.
They said, you know what, I mean, you know.
Lieutenant Colonel of Palmyra was a black man.
Yeah, well.
Come on, y'all little scary.
How they disgrace all the flags. Bye-bye, federal agents.
That was the sorriest.
Y'all can do better than that.
Sorriest speech. I mean,
Come on, let's hear some more federal
you
propaganda.
might have could have convinced me black was wrong, but that was the sorriest thing I've ever seen in my life. That was pitiful.
Come on, man.
That's a federal building. That's a federal building. What are you going in there for?
Yeah, that's not a federal building. What are you going in there for?
Yeah, go down to federal building. Get you some more orders.
Did you come to get your funding, your $3,000 a month off of the feds?
Black power. All right, I heard you say it.
Okay, too.
I thought you were going to march. I thought there was going to be some kind of march we could participate in.
Let's go!
I thought we were going to get the march with
They're federal agents. You guys, don't feel so bad.
Am I being battery tonight? No.
We got to get back for
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the federal provocateurs have left.
They're all back on their property right now. They're hunkering down.
They don't want local police.
They didn't even want to come down.
Doing well, let's slip a little money to the Klan. Well, the alliance still holds good. Nowadays, they're, ostensibly they're opponents of the government, but they're up to their old tricks.
Can I get a shot of your patches, sir?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing the feds trying to stop our rebuilding project. It won't work. It will never work.
If you can't, I can't stand still long enough.
Just like a good sweat rag.
Well, you have to be stupid to be a member of this organization.
What is that thing? I got an aim. Got a good aim right now.
Good question. So they don't know which one's a federal agent?
Well, I can tell which one's the federal agent by what he was saying. Right out of their handbook.
Yeah, the fat boy over there.
Main one?
Yeah.
It's all part of smearing good Americans that care about the Constitution. They have these idiots spout it and make us look bad.
Here he does. Blood in the Face by James Ridgway. There you go.
Well,
that is a very interesting list of how many of these guys
initiative has been opposed by
the FBI all along.
My quadrant that I'm covering here in Central Texas.
Another federal hate group started up.
Another federal hate group.
Yeah.
Well, here we have the federal agents.
Their job is to provoke. They're provocateurs.
Everybody's safe. My battery's
Their main goal is to provoke racial hatred and stuff like that.
And there is the federal agent.
And to make us look bad. The patriots are really fight.
It doesn't matter what you say, as long as you're wearing clean robe.
Hey, come on down here.
Is that my water?
Yeah. Hey, tell that one there to come on down here, the chubby one.
Yes.
Hey, can you tell that chubby one to come down here? Hey. We want to ask how many does he think the federal agents?
Robert Pike is?
You know Robert Pike is? What's his name? Hey, big guy with the black.
Fat boy.
Fat boy with the black. Come here, I want a question. How many do you think are federal agents?
Trade that for a ski mask on the weekend.
Come on, just come on down here and talk to us. Sir, come on down here and talk to us.
We've heard about all their power and how we'd like to see
Sir, come here and talk.
how scary they are.
We're white boys. Come on down here.
Say it loud.
Come on, sir. Hey, what's his name? You got your federal boots on. Come on over here.
Like SWAT team boots.
You know, ma'am.
Good ones,
Come on, sir.
Tell us all about being a federal agent.
Just tell us what you think. Is there federal agents in the Ku Klux Klan?
Getting $1,700 a month, or is it $3,000?
All right, which one is it? Ma'am.
They send their women.
Ma'am. Sir. Hey. I want to come over here. He's probably a federal agent.
We just want to talk to a federal agent.
What? He's a federal agent? What'd you say? Yeah, I think he is.
He won't come here and talk about it.
Trick or treat.
Come on, don't go. Come here. Just tell us about it.
Hey! Don't leave, federal agents. Well, I'll be out at Waco tomorrow. I'll be out at Bellmead, out at the complex.
Yeah, we'll be out at the church. No, I mean compound.
Yeah. Well, you threaten me. Boy, I'm afraid. Ranger report. We're going out there tomorrow to rebuild it. And Clive Doe and other spotting branch civilians have said if they come out there, the DPS has agreed they're going to get arrested. But good folks are welcome from every race to come out and help us rebuild the church as a memorial against the police state.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next.
Politics, as far as I'm concerned. The victory will be an endorsement of a philosophy. I believe in my heart of hearts the victory in 1998 is going to be good for Texas, and that's the most important thing about the campaign.
Sir, shouldn't we abolish the Federal Reserve and the CFR? That's the real reality that none of you will talk about, and most of you are members. That's what's destroying this country, Governor. Don't you stand for America, sir? What about the Federal Reserve and the CFR? You people are being lied to. This country's been taken over by Europe, and I'm being drug out. Laugh at it.
It's funny, isn't it?
Let's grab an arm.
I want y'all to know my family isn't in the world now.
Public assembly? Okay. Where's Carr?
I got some cuffs. Let's take him right here, up against this glass. Let's trap him on the glass. Okay. Take it out. See.
Came on cable access and hung out, or what your actual employment was?
I come on public access and hang out. I'm on 24 hours a day, they say.
Yeah, pretty close.
Well, I can assure you I don't make any money off public access. I can guarantee you that.
Well, you guys have a good one.
Hey, appreciate that call. Hello, caller. You on the air?
Yes, Alex. How you doing?
Pretty good.
I was just kind of curious if it's true that the police can have laser or infrared beams, if you want to call it, and they can project those into your house to basically...
Yeah, the Austin Police Department, last time I heard, has 20 units with infrared. If you have enough of a heat source in your house, it'll pick up the heat source and show a signature. It's called flare. It's infrared or heat signature, and we didn't play all of the cut from the Lear News Hour, but it says, yes, black helicopters are being used for surveillance of the public by sheriff's departments and police departments around the country. So that's real, and I'm going to play that tomorrow night from 8:30 on past 10 on my Access Television show. That's actually my show proper, just as an entertainment show. And I'm going to have a tax expert on. So you'll see the Lear News Hour, a short little cut for news reasons. That'll show you Lear News Hour saying, yeah, here's the black helicopters. The military has sold them to the police departments all over the country. They've got thousands of them. They've got thousands of tanks and armored personnel carriers now. And they don't say, by the way, all these people that have been kooks for 10 years telling you about it, now they're admitting they have black helicopters. It's a fact.
Hi, I'm Alex Jones, and I'm your host on Exposing Mass Media. Understand that your money supply, your government is paying interest to private banks for bills that should be free of interest to you. I mean monetary control. I mean cameras on the corner. I mean thumb scans at the post office and at the driver's license, which they're doing now. I mean the banks. I mean all this, controlling your life. I mean bigger and bigger police forces with more and more totalitarian policies. All they do is buy our government up for peanuts and then control our monetary system. So understand, folks, this is why you never hear about this in the mainstream press, because they're owned and controlled by these mass bank conglomerates that want nothing less but total slavery. All we want is for you to be a free American and not to have to kneel on bended knee to the elites that are consistently more and more buying up this country and controlling it. I'm Alex Jones. See you, folks. How was that? Make you talk? No. I'm sure this will be on TV too. I've seen some of their clips. Pretty ridiculous. Well, that's a bright light on there. My eyes are very light sensitive. Got good eyes.
Because if you ask me any questions, you're a conspiracy theorist, and you'll be shunned and you'll be laughed at for thinking that there could be any manipulation and control. Forget the fact. Don't ever ask any questions. Never look under the water.
The World Council of Churches.
Let me stop you right there. Every one of those groups is real. I've seen them on C-SPAN. I've read the Council on Foreign Relations bi-monthly book they put out. You can buy it at Barnes & Noble or any major bookstore, and it's called, the name of it is called, Foreign Affairs and World Politics. And the thing in there says, welcome to the New World Order. Do you know your way around? And this is the biggest industry in the world, is corrupt international banking. I don't mean local banking. And it's real. They're out in the open. But the little serfs, the little idiots, because Peter Jennings doesn't tell them, and I don't mean to be mean, but they are, they just go, Big Mac cheeseburger, please. That's all I care about. And I just try to say to them, you idiot, it's real. It's real. It's right here in front of your face. And they just go, no, it's conspiracy. Everything is wonderful. I never question anything. You can't prove one single thread of what you're saying. How dare you? You are a serious travesty. In fact, I am very afraid of you militant-type people.
I just got to say it. I mean, it was one thing with the last administration, and I was hoping it was a fluke and was going to stop. But, I mean, come on, folks. Every key person in the Bush administration and now in this next administration just so happen to be the sons and daughters of the founders of Israel and Mossad chiefs and people, and they're openly not even really U.S. citizens. Now, I'm against Schwarzenegger being a foreigner, and he's over here anti-gun, and he also wants all these carbon taxes and the rest of it, so, it's the same thing. I'm sick of it, but we don't have, Austrians in every, major power position. British intel's deeply infiltrated and got their people everywhere, too. And in Harats, in the Jerusalem Post, in the agency French press, these are the headlines. Obama's choice for chief of staff puts Israel's man in the White House. And that's the headline in Israel. We run the White House. We've got the White House. I mean, but then as an American citizen, I'm not supposed to mention that. I'm supposed to just sit down and shut up and go along with that. I mean, it's not enough that Israeli government runs the company that does 98% of caller ID and phone tracking in the nation. That's been mainstream news. Is it not enough that Israel has the sole contract to, quote, guard the nuclear weapons? Our own government doesn't even have control of them. Is it not enough that Israel had fingerprints all over 9/11? This nation is now completely and totally under international crime syndicate control. A consortium of wicked robber barons, black nobility, that is the old royal families of Europe, intermarried and interbred with the Rothschilds.
Hey, what do you think of the Cowboys? What do you think of this?
Yeah, did you see the simulated combat on TV? Yeah, I watched it. A bunch of rich gladiators that could care less about me. Did you see it? Yeah, I'm empty too. Yeah, I did. I fill my head with facts and figures that don't matter instead of learning the political system and standing up for myself. Again, I'm not saying sports are bad in and of themselves if you're involved in it, but not when it's your whole focus. It's always the same. They're like androids. They have like little fake conversations. So, what do you think of the playoffs? What do you think of the weather? Oh, yeah. And you start bringing up, I don't know, what do you think of the surveillance grid going in? Have you heard about how they're listening to all of us without warrants? They're like, well, gee, buddy, what you bringing that up for? It's kind of weird. Well, it is weird they're doing it. It's very dangerous. Well, I don't care. I'm not involved in politics. I don't have to worry about that, Mac. Oh, really? They're putting the grid in place to rob you, you fat...
We know the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to blow up airliners, Baltimore Sun, or if you let some terrorist group do it, like the World Trade Center, we know who to blame. And if there was an outside threat like a bin Laden, who was a known CIA asset in the 80s, he's the boogeyman they need.
I've got 50 articles on my site, just recent ones about the implantable chips. And I got links to the Army's website about they're going to put them in your brain and your children and how you can be conditioned to accept this by the media. I mean, they lay it out. I had the CEO on, the head scientist, who talks like Count Dracula, and he's literally from the area in the Balkans that was formerly Transylvania. I'm not saying he's a vampire. It's just so funny. If I wrote a book like this, it couldn't be this bizarre and sick, with press releases called Get Chipped, trademarked, and TV ads running in South Florida with happy families going, I got the chip, what about you? And they got a clip of that on their website. It's just, I mean... Get chipped. It's happy. It's safe. It helps the country. I'm patriotic. I'm taking it. What about you?
Go check out most of these environmentalist groups, the big ones. I don't mean the people who are in them who are trying to do some good. Go check out the foundations that are funding these. You know, the Rockefeller Brothers Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation. They're all funding these things. And these guys are filthy rich, and they're totally involved in the whole scam. Because healthcare controlled the whole country in 10 regions, 1/7 of the economy. Healthcare is huge.
1/7 of the economy. A secret tribunal of 10 people would run the 10 sectors. That was in there, a 1,300-page bill. A bill that had things in it like, if you're caught outside your house or domicile, means your house or apartment or wherever you live, without your health care card, you can be given a $10,000 fine and or 5 years in prison. That's in there. That's not a lie. Look how there's a move to control information. There's always been. And it ought to scare people that you've got to move to indoctrinate the children of America. It's not just in the public schools now. It's on Nickelodeon and everywhere else. And if you laugh, think that's funny, that's fine. They've got political shows on there now where they sit there and brainwash kids about how, guns are terrible.
Yes, there have been oligarchies throughout history, and yes, today, in 2002, there is a tyrannical organization calling itself the New World Order, pushing for worldwide government, a cashless society, open borders, total and complete tyranny. And by creating open borders where there's no national sovereignty and only global bodies that control all the resources, by centralizing and socializing health care, the state becomes God, basically, when it comes to your health. And then by releasing diseases and viruses and plagues upon us, we then basically get shoved.
Well, you have to understand that nobody exists on a high level in government who's opposed to the New World Order. Nobody. Our government has literally been infiltrated. And there's a cancer within our government destroying it, eating it, nibbling away at it, hacking off its limbs.
And you said this started in 1945?
1945 was when the overt destruction began to occur, when Truman signed the UN Participation Act and the United Nations Treaty. It actually began long before that, when these secret societies began to infiltrate the government and appoint their members to important posts. Infiltration is easy. If one gets in, he can then appoint and hire others to replace people who are not members below him.
So now we've had over almost 50 years of this going on.
At least. I believe that it started back probably 1913, 1917, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, when the Council on Foreign Relations became a reality in this country.
A basic agreement was reached. An alien named Krill was left as a pledge that they would return and formalize the agreement. In fact, he was a hostage. This race identified themselves as originating from a planet around a red star in the constellation of Orion, which we call Betelgeuse. I believe that that's a lie. They lie a lot, and they deceive a lot. And it is evident through every action that they've ever done with us. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, these creatures might be from Mars, really. They claim that they are from a planet which revolves around the red star, which we call Betelgeuse. They stated that their planet was dying and that at some unknown future time they would no longer be able to survive there. This led to a second landing at Edwards Air Force Base. The historical event had been planned in advance and details of the treaty had already been agreed upon. Eisenhower arranged to be in Palm Springs on vacation. On the appointed day, the president was spirited away to the base, and the excuse was given to the press that he was visiting the dentist for a toothache. President Eisenhower met with the aliens, and a formal treaty between the alien nation and the United States of America was signed. We then received our first alien ambassador from outer space. His name and title, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's absolutely true. His name and title was His Omnipotent Highness Krill, pronounced Krill, spelled K-R-L-L-L or C-R-L-L-L. In the American tradition of disdain for royal titles, he was secretly called Original Hostage Krill, or O-H Krill, so that Americans would not have to say, Your Omnipotent Highness. You should know that the alien flag is known as the trilateral insignia. It looks like a TP with two circles on either side of the V and one pole running straight down the middle. It is displayed on their craft and worn on their chest on their uniforms. Both of these landings in the second meeting were filmed, and the film exists today. Where it exists, I do not know, but I do know that it exists. The treaty stated, the aliens would not interfere in our affairs and we would not interfere in theirs. We were particularly interested that they do not interfere with anything that would affect our future, which has been violated. We would keep their presence on Earth a secret. They would furnish us with advanced technology and would help us in our technological development. They would not make any treaty with any other Earth nation. They could abduct humans on a limited and periodic basis for the purpose of medical examination and monitoring of our development, with the stipulation that the humans would not be harmed, would be returned to their point of abduction, that the humans would have no memory of the event, and that the alien nation would furnish MJ-12 with a list of all human contacts and abductees on a regularly scheduled basis. And this is not being done. It was agreed that each nation would receive the ambassador of the other for as long as the treaty remained in force. It was further agreed that the alien nation and the United States would exchange 16 personnel each to the other with the purpose of learning each of the other. The alien guests would remain on Earth and the human guests would travel to the alien point of origin for a specified period of time, then return, at which point a reverse exchange would be made. I have no knowledge whatsoever of what happened to those original 16 humans who left the Earth with the aliens. It was also agreed that bases would be constructed underground for the use of the alien nation and that 2 bases would be constructed for the joint use of the alien nation and the United States government. The base at Darcy is one, the base at S4 in the area known as Area 51 or Dreamland is the second. Exchange of technology would take place in the jointly occupied bases. These alien bases would be constructed under Indian reservations in the 4 corners of Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona, and one would be constructed in Nevada in the area known as S4, located approximately 7 miles south of the western border of Area 51, otherwise known as Dreamland. All alien areas are under complete control of the Naval Department, and all personnel who work in these complexes receive their checks from the Navy. Construction of the bases began immediately, but progress was slow until large amounts of money were made available in 1957, and in the meantime work continued on the Yellow Book with the information derived from the guests. I would like to say at this time that the movie that most of you may have seen, how many of you saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind? That movie was absolutely true. Those events did take place. Not exactly as you saw them, not in the place where you saw them take place, but there was a landing, there was an agreement, there was conversation, there was an exchange of personnel made. I would like to say now also that J. Allen Hynek was the technical director on that movie, and he was also the co-author of Grudge 13, which I read between the years 1970 and 1973, along with another man named Lieutenant Colonel Friend. As you learned last night, it's the real nice guys that get you. Right, Phil? Project Red Light was formed, and experimentation in test flying alien craft was begun in earnest. As I told you earlier, many of the craft we recovered were intact, appeared to have no damage whatsoever. One craft actually exploded over the test site during testing sometime in the early 60s. I'm not sure what the exact date is, but the explosion is said to have been seen over 3 states. Project Red Light, according to the information that I have, was postponed at that time because they had no idea what had happened or why the craft had exploded, but they lost the pilots, and the project went on hold. A super top-secret facility was built at Groom Lake in Nevada in the midst of the weapons test range. It was codenamed Dreamland. Until this area was built, testing was done at the Tonopah test range, and that's why some of you have conflicting information. The installation was placed under the Department of the Navy, and clearance of all personnel required a Q clearance as well as executive, which means presidential or majestic approval. This is ironic due to the fact that the President of the United States does not have clearance to visit the site. How many of you did not know that? The President of the United States cannot enter Area 51. There are very many other areas which he cannot enter also. The alien base and exchange of technology actually took place in an area known as S4. Area S4 was codenamed the Dark Side of the Moon. The Army was tasked to form a super-secret organization to furnish security for all alien task projects. This organization became the National Reconnaissance Organization based at Fort Carson, Colorado. The specific teams trained to secure the projects were called Delta. A second project, codenamed Snowbird, was promulgated to explain away any sightings of the red light craft as being Air Force experiments. The Snowbird craft were manufactured using conventional technology and were flown for the press on several occasions, and those of you who are my age or older will remember, as children or young adults, going to the movie and seeing in the movie-tone newsreel the Avro car and other strange-looking saucer craft that were developed by the United States and the Canadian Armed Forces as a part of Project Snowbird. Project Snowbird was also used to debunk legitimate public sightings of alien craft, also called UFOs. Project Snowbird was very successful, and reports from the public declined steadily until recent years. But not just due to Project Snowbird. There was an intense ridicule, denial, and debunking campaign going on since the beginning. People stopped reporting what they saw. A multi-million-dollar secret fund was organized and kept by the military office of the White House. This fund was used to build over 75 deep underground facilities. Presidents who asked were told the fund was used to build deep underground shelters for the president in case of war. Only a few were built for the president. Millions of dollars were funneled through this office to MJ-12 and then out to the contractors, and was used to build top-secret alien bases as well as top-secret dumb or deep underground military bases. I think dumb is very appropriate. And the facilities promulgated by Alternative 2 throughout the nation. President Johnson used this fund to build a movie theater and pave the road on his ranch, and I believe he also used it to fix his shower. He had no idea of its true purpose, but he felt that because it was military money, it was his money. The secret White House Underground Construction Fund was set up in 1957 by President Eisenhower. And you can forget Truman, because Eisenhower has done everything that's been done to us, not intentionally, not to hurt us, in the beginning to protect us. The funding was obtained from Congress under the guise of construction and maintenance of secret sites where the president could be taken in case of military attacks, called presidential emergency sites. The sites are literally holes in the ground deep enough to withstand a nuclear blast and are outfitted with state-of-the-art communications equipment. To date, there are more than 75 sites spread around the country that I can account for, which were built using money from this fund. The Atomic Energy Commission has built at least an additional 22 underground sites, again, that I can account for. The location and everything to do with these sites were and are considered and treated as top secret. The money was and is in control of the military office of the White House, and was and is laundered through a circuitous web that even the most knowledgeable spy or accountant cannot follow. As of 1980, only a few at the beginning and end of this web knew what the money was for. At the beginning were Representative George Mahan of Texas, the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee and of its Defense Subcommittee, and Representative Robert Sykes of Florida, chairman of the House Appropriations Military Construction Subcommittee. Today, it was rumored that House Speaker Jim Wright controlled the money in Congress and that a power struggle was underway to remove him. We all know what happened there, but I could not substantiate by any source the fact that he was in charge of the money. It is a rumor. At the end of the line were the President, MJ-12, the Director of the Military Office, and a commander at the Washington Navy Shipyard. The money was authorized by the Appropriations Committee, who allocated it to the Department of Defense as a top secret item in the Army construction program. The Army, however, ladies and gentlemen, could not spend it, and, in fact, did not even know what it was for. Authorization to spend the money was in reality given to the Navy. You'll find out why the Navy has control of all this a little bit later. It will become clear to you. The money was channeled to the Chesapeake Division of the Navy Engineers, who did not know what it was for either. Not even the commanding officer, who was an admiral, knew what the fund was to be used for. Only one man, a Navy commander, who was assigned to the Chesapeake Division, but in reality was responsible only to the military office of the White House, knew of the actual purpose, amount, and ultimate destination of the top-secret fund. The total secrecy surrounding the fund that meant that almost every trace of it could be made to disappear by the very few people who controlled it. There has never been, and most probably never will, be an audit of this secret money. Large amounts of this money were transferred from the top secret fund to a location at Palm Beach, Florida that belongs to the Coast Guard called Peanut Island. The island is adjacent to property which was owned by Joseph Kennedy. The money was said to have been used for landscaping and general beautification. The money did not begin to be transferred to Peanut Island until shortly after Kennedy's assassination. Some time ago, a TV news special on the Kennedy assassination told of a Coast Guard officer transferring money in a briefcase to a Kennedy employee across this property line. It was on television. Could this have been a secret payment to the Kennedy family for the loss of their son, John F. Kennedy? I think it was, but I can't prove it. The payments continued through the year 1967 and then stopped. The total amount transferred is unknown, and the actual use of the money is unknown. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Nelson Rockefeller changed positions again. He had been in sort of a holding position until the time was ripe, and now the time was right. This time he was to take C.D. Jackson's old position, which had been called the Special Assistant for Psychological Strategy. With Nelson's appointment, the name was changed to the Special Assistant for Cold War Strategy. This position would have...
This is crazy. I don't even know this cat. I'm out here. And some cat just came over and started rubbing up against me. I'm out here like at a park. Anyways, rubbing up against me. Everybody knows I'm sweet and good.
I also wanted to talk just to warn you about the hundreds of reports confirming dozens of vaccines full of cancer viruses. That's why cancer's up by 400%. This is out of the National Post of Canada. Cancer linked to vaccine foul by monkey virus. Vaccine cancer scare. This out of the New York Post. And again, the UN says they want to control our populations. DNA test links autism to measles, mumps, and rubella. They have found it in autistic children, almost all autistic children. Autism was unheard of before the MMR shot. Now they found this antibody, a hormone just so happens to be in the shot that attacks the cerebral cortex. Normally it just causes a lowering of IQ in the child. But the government wants a total loss of IQ, ladies and gentlemen. DNA test links autism to MMR. This is out of the Sunday Herald. Scotland on Sunday. Blood test link MMR to autism. Hundreds of top reports, ladies and gentlemen, from all over the world. Here's another one. Virus engineered to sterilize pest. Washington Times. Reason I covered this article from August, because years ago I saw articles about the tetanus shots being used to sterilize third world women. And now you look at our people in the West, no matter what color they are, they're losing their fertility. 75% sperm counts down, women way down, fertility way down. Look at this. Look at this again. Virus engineered to sterilize pests. Exactly how the UN got caught doing it, they're now doing it for other mammals. And they see us as pests. Vaccinations from Austin clinics could be bad. This is just where I live. You know, this stuff is everywhere, folks. It's out of the Houston Chronicle. There's no place to hide. Amazing story. They now have ultrasonic radar that can look through your walls and look at the ventricles of your heart. Wired magazine. 5 years ago, I saw reports of this. They're giving them to police departments. The older versions that just see a black and white image of you in your home. Crisp and clean image. Folks, this is a violation of every canon of a free society. And since they've gotten all these technologies, have we been safe? No, we've been attacked by terrorists. Feds open total tech spy system, also from Wired News. They call it the Total Information Awareness Network, and their symbol is the all-seeing eye of the Illuminati, right off of DARPA's own website. Delaware police compiled database of future suspects. I interviewed the city council member. They're compiling names of the Kiwanis Club, of the Second Amendment groups. It came out in Denver, Colorado, in the Denver Post. 3,000 plus people's names, 300 plus groups. They had photos. They had files on Kiwanis, NRA, liberal preachers, conservative preachers, on everybody. They won't control our borders, but they got files on the American people because we're the cattle. We're the producers. I'm not trying to scare you here, folks. It's gone so far, we got to tell the truth. Delaware police database on future subjects, people who've never committed crimes. Associated Press, pre-crime. U.S. report foretells a brave new world. I talked to these folks. U.S. National Science Foundation says we will all be implanted with microchips in our brains in the next 20 years. Same thing the Air Force and Federation of American Scientists said. This from the Sydney Morning Herald. It says we will all have chips put in our heads. This is the U.S. government's plan. They've done everything they said they'd do. Now, they blow up cities with nukes, which they've said is going to happen. They claim it's some shadowy, Goldstein enemy right out of 1984. Bill Joy, co-owner of Sun Microsystems, author of the Java language, worth about $8 billion. Wired Magazine says the elite plans to kill us, 80% of us, so they have access to life extension technologies. Why the future doesn't need us. Why humans are an endangered species. Again, Bill Joy, multi-billionaire, having a pang of conscience, telling you they plan to kill you. Ted Turner, Prince Philip, they've all said it. I put that in my other films. 8th Circuit Court of Appeals rules that they can have unlimited forced drugging of people that haven't even been charged for unlimited period of times to prepare you to be charged. And they've been grabbing in test cases middle-class doctors and others and forced drugging them. This put out by the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons. City to tax rainwater. From North Carolina to Washington State, cities are now saying they're going to tax you for the use of rainwater with meters. I'm not kidding. Mainstream news. Just talk about total tyranny. Talk about Big Brother, folks. This is it. Did you ever think you'd see them on the nightly news saying you need to take implantable microchips in your brain? Well, they're now doing it. Will military enforce domestic law? Bush, Ridge look at suspending 1878 Posse Comitatus Act. And they've been all over the news saying that. Again, we have 700,000 police. Why do we need military? Because they are a force that takes on the general public. They are not a force that goes out and fights terrorists. Administration mulls whether to give military more power within U.S. borders. Associated Press. Now again, I made films about this in 97, 98, 99, 2000. I warned you. I said terrorism was coming. They were going to spring these troops on us. Now they're getting rid of Posse Comitatus. Meanwhile, there's thousands less Border Patrol agents on the southern border because the government is cutting their pay and then raising the pay for other federal positions on purpose. Our borders are a sieve. Immigration bill offers felons a second chance. And not just aggravated felons convicted of murder, rape, robbery, pornography, child pornography, arson. They want them to come here as illegal aliens and to become members of the military. I mean, yes, you're not living in the Twilight Zone. This stuff is really happening. Because it says legal aliens, but you read in the bill, it's illegal aliens too. So if you're a felon, they want you. Again, Hitler wanted criminals working for him. So did Stalin. And the British brought in foreign troops. Hessians. Why? Because they'll shoot at people, folks. Foreigners find military fast track to citizenship. Again, more on that. Here's a key story. The Globe and Mail. Landry sees more fluid Canadian-U.S. border. Pan-American Union under Northcom actually says it. Here's the Toronto Star. Primers, governors promote open border. North America will lose out to Europe in a new global economy unless Canada and the United States open their borders, create a Pan-American Union. Here's the Globe and Mail. Canada-U.S. near troop deal. Washington and Ottawa are close to a deal allowing U.S. soldiers across the border and operate on Canadian soil in the event of a terrorist attack. The proposal, revealed by Defense Minister John McCallum yesterday, would likewise let Canadian troops take part in the anti-terror operation south of the border. It says Canadians are worried about losing their sovereignty. Yeah, Americans don't even know about this. The Army War College report calls for Mexican and Canadian troops to, quote, patrol America and deal with American terrorists. And now they've got children's video games that the Pentagon puts out where you kill American militia members. San Diego, folks. Associated Press. Army seeks recruits through soldier video games. Who do you fight in the game? You fight the American militia. Terrorist. American militia. You see that? Those guys with, a feed hat on. Just a country boy. Sitting there defending America, so he's evil. And guess who the good guys are? SAS, United Kingdom. GSG9, Germany. GIGN, France. Here on the front, who are the best guys in the game? Spetsnaz, Russian. Look at this. Spetsnaz, Russian. They're the good guys. New law lets Army get info on high school kids. Your psychological test, your scores, everything, without your parents knowing. Again, all this through Homeland Security. Come on, folks. U.S. sends suspects to face torture. What are they training your children to be? They take the patsies, the fall guys, for torture. Our troops are training on torturing people. They admit they're torturing them. Soaring achievement in spying, microfly to infiltrate terrorists. Weapons sends messages loud and clear. New sound weapons being given to police. Marine training continues. British force field protects armored personnel carriers, tanks, zaps, grenades. Again, there's all these different reports. This is America. MSNBC, the answer to protect America? What's their answer? Domestic CIA. Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. I could go for 100 hours here and not cover it all. But I don't just have the articles. I've been there. I've videotaped it. I've seen the New World Order in action. We're under attack. Warn everybody. Warn everybody you know. Warn them now. The government engineered the attacks. They had the military set up to go after the American people decades ago. They've been slowly, incrementally setting this up. Now, most of the top video games, even the games the government puts out, you go out and kill Americans that resist the government. Your kids are simulating this in their minds. This is all set up and admitted. But we can speak out. We're the people. There's been a great backlash against Ashcroft and his camps and the TIPS program and all of this. The problem is they're going to blow more stuff up and say, see, you got to give us all your rights. Don't listen to the civil libertarians. Don't listen to the folks that, say we deserve freedom. They're selling you tyranny. Check out the information for yourself. Go to InfoWars.
Lie to you about what's happening now. InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Infowars.com/show.
So what I really want to ask you to do is pray for myself and the crew and my family. That's number one. I want that. I need that. It's your prayer that's doing it. That's why this surfaced. That's why this happened. I need the prayer. Then I need you to take the articles, the videos, the posts we make at Real Alex Jones, recopy them, share them, post them yourself, do whatever. Just get it out there. And I need you to go to InfoWarsStore.com, and I need you to get great products you already need. There's a bunch of sales going. DNA Force Plus is so good for your entire body. Flushes out your mitochondria and your cells with the PQQ, the CoQ10, the ELV, ATP, the organic reishi, the astragalus, membralis, root, and even more for 50% off. Haven't done that in a while. That's amazing. Discover the power of triiodine, deep earth crystal iodine X3, 40% off. Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula, 40% off. And Turbo Force, 10-hour clean energy, is 40% off at InfoWarsStore.com. Turbo Force. We'll be right back.
Now, with the Soviet Union collapsed, let me ask you some questions here that you need to be thinking about. With the Soviet Union collapsed, what is the SDI program for?
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Where do these crop circles come from? What are they developing in space? Lasers, beam weapons, aren't they? You know that if you can direct a concentrated beam of microwaves at a wheat field, you too can make crop circles. What are these crop circles telling us? Extraterrestrials are real. The Earth Mother is suffering. Read all these translations of the crop circles. And everything points to, you better join a one-world government. It's not being done by aliens. It's being done by the SDI program. What does it mean if they can beam microwaves to the Earth, right on target, and make complicated designs in wheat fields? It means that they can single out one individual person and blast him with microwaves. And what happens when you blast flesh and bone with microwaves? It cooks. There will come a day when somebody will be walking down the street. Mark my words, I make this prediction, and I swear upon the Bible that it will come true. A man will be walking down the street and burst in flames as he walks. Mark my words. That will happen.
Find this statement by Nick Pope very telling. I had to refute the bizarre idea that the formations were caused by the testing of space-based laser or directed energy weapons, and dispel suggestions that the media coverage of the issue had been stifled by the use of D-notices. D-notices are basically something the media uses to get rid of a story that breaks the Official Secrecy Act.
You know, walk into this crop circle, and the energy in the crop circle was magnificent.
He has found that the formations which he believes to be man-made produce nothing more than background radiation. However, on 2 separate occasions, David has measured effects on his Geiger counter in non-man-made circles. In this case, David's meter reads 18 times higher than the normal background level. David telephoned the National Radiological Board headquarters from the crop circle and spoke to an instrumentation expert. He believes that the effect on the meter was not caused by dangerous particle or ionizing radiation, and the cause was probably electromagnetic in nature. Soil is made of 50 to 200 parts per million of iron. We have iron in soil. We also have in fertilizers up to 20% of some fertilizers are iron, and 5% of the Earth's crust is made of iron. So you would have iron in the ground that possibly, if some phenomenon was applied to that ground, could form tiny spherical balls of iron.
As soon as I learned this, I immediately thought about the soil in Shanksville and the fact that it didn't have any jet fuel contamination. So I decided to do a bit of digging. And it turns out it was contaminated with something else. Of course, this has been blamed on the old minefield where the plane crashed. Nevertheless, the links here are extraordinary.
All right, we're back on the Young Turks. Obviously, a little bit of commotion here as Alex Jones and a guy significantly worse than him entered the stage here.
Point them out.
They're right here to the left. There's change.
What changes in demographics is that he wins white males in such overwhelming numbers that it overcomes every other demographic advantage Hillary has.
Come sit in your lap.
How's
it going?
Hey, Alex Jones, how you doing?
Good to see you, man. You're looking sexy.
All right.
Hey, how's the revolution going? You guys starting the revolution?
We are indeed, Alex. The revolution is afoot. Welcome to the Young Turks.
You overthrow America tonight?
I am going to restore American democracy along with progressives and conservatives in this country.
All right. Well, I got to tell you, I am really, really proud to be here with you. It's good to meet you in person.
I don't think
How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay.
You like all our Hillary for Prison shirts everywhere?
No, I kind of despise it.
What shirts are they? I haven't seen any of them.
You haven't seen? Oh, my God. You didn't see me? I don't exist if you didn't see me.
I'm not.
All right, guys. Okay. Here.
Look at this. I got a new shirt for you right here. It's rape. It's Bill Clinton that says rape. Oh, God, hide that immediately. That's the big no-no that Roger Stone's banned.
All right, you want to take my show over? I'll take your show over.
Go ahead.
Okay, you know what? Who does this kind of shirt? First of all, a sick guy. Second of all,
Bill Clinton's not a rapist, folks.
No, you know who's accused in court papers.
Come on.
You know who's accused in court papers of being a rapist? Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump, Roger Stone. You know that. It's in court papers.
Oh, yeah?
And you're a sick dude, Roger Stone.
Hey, I want to rant off with you right now.
You assault me all the time. You never give me a chance to respond.
I should give you a hatchet job. A job to respond. You're a sick man, Roger Stone.
Roger,
no, you're the world's biggest liar. Didn't you admit that you lied about Elliot Spitzer? Didn't you already admit that?
You're not afraid of him, are you? You're not afraid of him. Get him in here.
First of all, Alex, this ain't your fucking show.
I don't know.
And Roger, it certainly ain't your fucking show.
Are you afraid to debate him?
Okay. Afraid? Are you kidding me? No.
All right.
Roger, run away.
Roger, don't go. He wants to debate you right now.
I'm not going to debate this guy. You're a hatchet man. I don't know why anyone in the media takes you seriously. All you do is lie. You're known as the biggest liar in media. You're the biggest liar in media.
There's nobody watching your show, dude.
Don't get too mad. We got to have a...
All right, well, first of all...
He's actually mad. He's actually really upset.
Hey, man, nobody watches you. We know nobody watches you. You do the
Saudi Arabians aren't funny enough, your little jihad?
Hey, first of all, let me explain something, all right? Okay, this is bullshit. Okay, hold on. We're against Saudi Arabia, you dumbass! We talk about that all the time.
Oh, really?
We talk about that all the time. You don't know shit. What do you think? The lizard people are in charge?
No.
Is that what you think?
Hey, you're pissed. We're kicking your ass.
Is that what you think?
You're the anti-liberal and you're pissed.
Bullshit.
We're being nice here.
I care about the American people.
Good. You're the one flipping out. Anybody hurt? I'm being nice. I'm not calling.
Everybody get the fuck off my stage! Get the fuck off my stage!
What the fuck? What a fucking cowardly little bitch. Yeah, get the fuck out. I'm right here. Did you spit in his face? Right here. Did you spit in his face? Right here. Did you spit in his face? So I'm asking you, did you spit in his face?
That's pretty awesome. Hey, I'm rolling mentions if you want to say something.
No, we're just here. I hear the Young Turks want to interview us by one of their people. They bring us over. They say, jump up on stage with him, some guy. And then I get up there and they like spit in my face and attack me. And they're like trying to say we did something wrong. It's crazy.
Well, it gets back to people need to start valuing information, valuing being informed. And Joe, that's why it's important that, you know, the few intelligent celebrities like yourself that are actually involved and want to talk about this stuff and are concerned. We need to see more of our leaders who aren't just in government but are in other facets of society stepping up and telling folks that this is important because you're leaders. You're a leader. And so it takes leadership. We need more real leadership that won't be bought and paid for by the military-industrial complex that's basically buying up our society.
And protect people from their own self. And the only reason why most of these drugs are illegal anyway is because we can't control them. Marijuana is illegal now because they can't tax it. I mean, because they can't stop you from growing it. It's illegal now because you can't patent it.
George Washington grew it.
Well, we all know the whole deal behind it. The reason why it was made illegal in the first place is because they came up with a method of producing pulp from hemp that was much more efficient. The way they used to do it, back when hemp was a viable crop, and it was used by farmers all across the country, when they made paper out of it, when they made clothing out of it, it was all collected by slaves. And it was all processed by slaves. But that's not very cost effective once slavery became illegal, so hemp died off and cotton took hold. Now in the 1930s, in the cover of Popular Science magazine, they had an article that said hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. And they were talking about how this new, I think it was called a decorticator, I forget what it's called, but it was a new machine that they had invented that made it much more efficient to process the pulp. And they were going to make superior paper products, superior cloth.
It was
also when DuPont came up with the chemical composition for nylon. Absolutely. Now, what they did was, William Randolph Hearst, not only did he own newspapers, he also owned paper plants where he made paper. And if hemp is a superior paper and everyone's using hemp, he would have had to transfer over all of his lumber yards and all of his paper plants to processing hemp. That would have cost millions of dollars. So what did they do? Instead, they went after the other thing that hemp does. It actually intoxicates you.
And they financed.
And they did it on fear. They did it based on fear. They said Mexicans and blacks are smoking marijuana. They called it the slang term. They didn't call it cannabis. They didn't call it hemp. They didn't call it things that people would be familiar with. They called it the slang that Mexicans use. There's a drug called marijuana, and these people are smoking it, and they want to rape white women. And they started passing laws. The first one
they made
passed in
films
Texas.
where you
Sure.
smoke it, you turn
I've got all of them. I've got Reefer Madness. I've got Marijuana Girl. I've got a bunch of them, and they're fantastic. They're brilliantly stupid. But that's how it became illegal. The people who made it illegal, they didn't even know they were making marijuana illegal.
Now, Joe, you made a point though that was really good about how if it doesn't hurt somebody and it's your body, but as soon as they try to hurt you, then it is your business. But here's the deal: making the drugs illegal drives up the price of the black market. It makes it a violent industry. So actually, by making it illegal, 9 out of 10 home invasions are some drug addict. So right there, making it illegal is causing most of our crime. It is hurting us.
Absolutely. You can't argue that. And the people who argue it, they say, this is what they say, well, you know what, alcohol may be worse, but we don't need more drugs. This society needs less drugs. Okay, well, let's make alcohol illegal too then, fucker. We tried that already, and it didn't work. You know why? Because too many Republicans and too many fucking congressmen like alcohol. It's a good drink for someone who's trying to control society because it's a drink that pumps up your ego. It's a drink that gives you a distorted perception of reality, and it's not a drink that offers any insight whatsoever. It's not a drug that gives you any enlightenment. It's not a drug that helps you in any way, shape, or form. It's a drug that gives you a pumped up ego and a very narrow view of the world. Whereas other drugs, you gonna eat my food, dude? You gonna dig into my food, motherfucker? I see what you're doing. No, that's all my shit. That's all yours? It's all my sashimi. What did you order?
Mackerel. Yeah, but he's making awesome points. Why don't you stop it, let us eat, and we'll turn it on.
That's not mackerel, motherfucker. That's yellowtail.
Kevin, why don't you stop it and turn it back on at the end? We'll get 2 more questions.
Spazzing out. He's dropping his chopsticks. He's ready to eat my food when I wasn't paying attention.
I know. He's really bad. I've been trying to...
Let's find out what it is. I ordered toro sashimi. I ordered tuna sashimi, yellowtail sashimi. That does not look like mackerel. I don't know what the hell that is. But... look, the bottom line is, no, you're an adult, okay? You're an adult. I'm an adult. Who am I to tell you what you can't do with your life? Now, if you drive around fucked up on heroin, that's another thing. Or you drive around fucked up on heroin and you crash in a car, you should have your driving privileges revoked. You should be penalized.
Well, Joe,
I absolutely agree with
Joe,
that.
that sounds like a libertarian view.
It is a libertarian view.
The mutual aggression,
basically libertarian.
Fact truths. Just don't hurt me and I won't hurt you.
Of course, that's
and the
what it
law
should
can't
be.
get involved unless you're actively hurting
That's what society is, man. Society is a bunch of people living together in cooperation. And the only thing we should stop is things that hurt other people for no reason. We're supposed to protect each other, right? Look, it's an alpha male-dominated world, but we don't want the biggest, strongest people to run the world. So what do? We protect ourselves from being bullied. We protect ourselves
That's what
from
the
people
Republic is.
Exactly. We protect ourselves from people doing bad things to other people. And that's the only laws that should be applicable. Those are the only laws that should exist in the book. That's it. It's the laws to protect people from hurting you. That's it. Someone sitting at home smoking a joint isn't hurting anybody.
And at the same time, parents will throw their kid in jail and call the cops on them for a joint of marijuana, but then they'll tell them take your Ritalin and Prozac, which is 1,000 times more toxic.
Well, you know what, man? People are stupid and they're ignorant, and our society doesn't help it. It's a material-based society. People want to get material goods and want to get material items. They want to get shiny objects and a brand new Lexus and a bigger house than their neighbor, and that's what they work for. And when you're working, you're not thinking about life. You're not being objective. You're not being introspective. You're not breaking down the world while you're stuck in a fucking cubicle. All you're doing is working. You're a little slave for objects. You get home and you're tired and your fucking kids are yapping and little Johnny's been smoking a joint. God damn it, Johnny, what are you doing? Meanwhile, that joint might help that little motherfucker to stop becoming you. That joint, that one joint, might make him look at his parents and go, oh my God, my parents are living in a fucking trap. They're trapped in a cage. They're living in the Matrix. Like, they don't even realize what they're doing. One day they're going to die. And they're going to be old and used up, and they'll have gotten nothing out of life. What, family trips and a fucking softball game every month? What is their life? It's nothing.
Joe,
it's non-existent.
Those are amazing points. I know you need to eat.
He's being a radio host. Alex is two totally different guys. There's the Alex that's my friend, who's a very interesting guy. And then the Alex that turns it on like black helicopters will come and take your babies. And
there's Joe, the one guy, cool guy. But Joe,
I try to be the same me all the time, but I do lie a little bit when
actually,
I'm on Fear
I'm not
Factor.
Mike, so I'm talking a bit louder. That's what's happening here. But
when I'm on Fear Factor, I actually do pretend to be a different person. Otherwise, I would run away screaming.
I tell you, Joe, I know you've studied this because I've seen you talk about it some on your website. We talked about it some personally. I mean, the government acts like they want to get the drugs off the streets, they want to keep us safe. But let's be honest, it's a big business. It's their excuse to build all the prisons, to have SWAT teams busting down doors. They've caught the CIA from Florida to Texas to L.A., shipping drugs in. So the question is, talk about the business of drugs, what you think about that, and the prisons and how that ties into the CIA bringing in the crisis.
Well, you know what, man? Whenever there's money, the government's going to be there to make some of it. Look, if people are going to have drugs and illegal drugs are going to be sold, the government, if they can't stop it, they will certainly participate in it. Now, I don't know if they ever tried to stop it, really. I think that what they've tried to stop is probably they've tried to stop the illegal drug sales that they're not profiting from.
Oh, that's it.
That's it. That's I mean, if you look at the whole Mena, Arkansas situation, that whole story with what was that guy's name? The guy who was the pilot.
Gary Reed. Terry Reed.
No, the other guy. Barry Seal. Yeah, the guy that was murdered. He was the guy who was running drugs in Mena, Arkansas for the CIA, and it's all well publicized and very well documented, and it makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, why would they let it happen? Why would they let drug sales go on and on and on and not profit in it? The government needs money. They need money to sponsor black ops operations, like, the whole thing with the Contras in Nicaragua. And they've done it everywhere. And, people are going to be stupid, and people are going to, if they don't have a problem having young, innocent kids go overseas and get fucking shot in the head for oil and dress it up as Operation Iraqi Freedom, if they don't have a problem with that, why would they have a problem with selling coke? Why? Of course they don't. They don't.
But see, Joe, I know that most Americans I talk to understand that. The majority
most people just watch TV. Most people get home and they watch the news, and they think that's the news.
So what's the answer? Decriminalize now.
Fuck yeah, decriminalize now. But not only that, look, the problem is the system is so fucked up. We're born into a system that we have no control over, and even the people that are in the system, deep in control, they're still a fucking mess. Look, the people at the highest levels of government are still slaves to government. I mean, it's really
so it's a bureaucracy. It's a machine.
Of course, it's completely out of control. It's such a huge monster right now. It's so completely out of control. How are you going to control it? What are you going to do about it? How are you ever going to change it? It's so fucked up. Just the Electoral College. How about that? It just makes you feel so helpless about voting. Just the way they process one man, one vote doesn't even exist. Look, our whole system is fucked. The whole idea that the Commission for Presidential Debates is a privately funded institution, so that means the people that are debating on television, that are running for president, that debate is being funded by the very people who will benefit from only certain people being in office.
Well, Ralph Nader was on the list to speak, and they just decided last minute.
They changed it to 15%, where it was 5% before, but then Ross Perot got it. It used to be 5% of the popular vote in the polls. And then you got to think, who the fuck votes in the polls? You have to be an idiot to vote in the polls anyway. You have to be so deep into the whole
I've never been called for a poll.
Oh.
Have you?
No. I don't even know if they exist.
But I've
never met anybody. Yeah, well, there was 13 people running for president in the last elections. 2 of them debated. The reason why Nader wasn't allowed to debate is because of the Ross Perot situation. It used to be 5%. You needed 5% of the popular vote in the poll in order to make it into the presidential
So they don't
debate.
want competition.
They jacked it up to 15% because Ross Perot fucked it up for everybody. Ross Perot got in there and he started making all these crazy claims and talking all this, new reformist,
and had the charts. You have the charts.
Exactly. And just that alone, just the fact that you're allowed to contribute money, gigantic sums of money, huge corporations that would benefit from these people being in office. It's obvious that it's bought and paid for. It's so obvious. I mean, it's so sick. The whole situation is so...
So where's it go in the next 5 years?
It's not going to get any better. I'm praying for a meteor. I think we need a meteor that wipes out about 60% of the people on the planet. That's like the only way we're going to survive. I don't know, man. It's just, I think just enjoy yourself and try to have fun. I don't know how much we're gonna change. There's just way too much control on our society, way too much control on our money. I mean, they're trying to. I mean, you're the one who's always chiming about this. The whole thing with the euro dollar and the world banks. I mean, it's all insane. I mean, our whole culture is a mess. The only thing that would cure our culture is a mass global enlightenment. I mean, how's that going to happen? I mean, everyone has to do DMT and mushrooms every day for a month, you know, and we have to, you know, evenly distribute wealth, and you have to educate all the fucking poor communities. You have to stop dumb people from having children. That's never going to stop. You're gonna have to figure out a way to raise the children of ignorant people and give them some sort of a hope for life. You know, that's not gonna happen. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna have to take insecure guys and break them free of all their control issues, so they don't become conservatives and Republicans. Well, that's not gonna happen.
Well,
you know how hard it is. But you know how
too.
hard it is. Of course, but you know how hard. But they're not social controlists. They're trying to control things in a different way. I mean, do you know how hard it is to change someone's life? It's virtually impossible. So you would have to kill every conservative or enlighten them. The possibility of enlightening them is so slim.
But
You'd
Joe,
have to
this
kill
whole
them.
left-right thing, I mean,
There is no left-right.
Exactly.
But I'm talking
There
about
you go.
controlling people's behavior. I'm not talking about conservative in a common sense of the word. I'm talking about it in a sense of
all the
someone
terms
who's
are
worried about
multi-gender.
other people. Oh, these gays trying to have marriages, you know, and someone saying, oh, how is that Hillary Clinton? How the hell is she? All that kind of crazy shit. You know, people worrying about gays, people worrying about specific ethnic groups, people treating people as anything other than individuals. If you don't stop
What
that,
do you think about the whole Arnold election?
why not?
I mean, it's happening today.
I'm down for him. He's a guy who lifts weights, he did drugs, and he likes to fuck chicks. Put him in.
All right.
That's what I say. I mean, why not anybody else? Why him over anybody else? Why anybody else over him? It's all the same. They're all completely full of shit. You know? I mean, is one of those mackerel?
This one's Japanese.
Oh, there you go. He was trying to dig into my food. I told him to go fuck himself. Don't put any of his food with me. Guy gets weird with food. He does yoga with a strap. You know, the problem isn't something that can be fixed. The problem has so much to do with our diet. It has so much to do with the way we take care of our bodies. It has so much to do with what we put into our minds. It has so much to do with education and the hundreds of years of education and lies that have been perpetrated on the people in our culture from the beginning of our culture. From the beginning of the birth of this country has been completely full of shit. I mean, our country was founded by a bunch of people who were fucking religious fanatics that wanted to own slaves, but they wanted to be free. You know, I mean, that Puritan ethic still fucks us up to this
Joe, I got
day.
to tell you this. You've said a lot of things I agree with, but at the same time, I think you're oversimplifying. A lot of the founding fathers, I mean...
Fuck the founding fathers. They were idiots, too.
Hold on, but I know, well, nobody's perfect, but you can point back. You can point back.
I'm just saying, what we're talking about is, how do you fix it?
I mean, certainly...
But don't point back. Let's say, how do you fix it? How do you fix it? You can't. You can't. It's too fucked up. Dude, it's too fucked up. The best you could do is enlighten people on how fucked up it is.
But all I was trying to do is analyze something you said there and to get your response from it. It was slavery still going on all over the world. Most of the founding fathers were against slavery and then released
Well, I
their
don't know
slaves.
that. I didn't meet the founding fathers. I don't think you did either. And there's very
what about
little
Thomas
documented. There's no
Jefferson?
video.
He talked about liberty and
History's
freedom.
filled with lies. Who knows? George Bush talks about liberty and freedom. He's totally full of shit.
We're fighting
Come on, man.
the axis
Seriously.
of evil.
Yeah, axis of evil.
Let me tell you something.
So you cannot trust anything history says. You can't trust anything.
Well,
we have a very loose form.
I know we're fighting
of what happened.
evildoers, Joe.
Fuck, dude. Access of evildoers. You know, I mean, come on, man. Until recently, we taught kids that Columbus discovered America. I mean, it's not new information
When it was
that
Leif
Columbus
Erikson.
didn't discover America. Well, who knows who discovered America, really?
I mean,
who knows who discovered it even before Leif Erikson?
Well, obviously,
Leif Erikson was
Aboriginal
probably a fucking
Indians
hack,
from the
too.
North
He's
Pole.
probably the Dennis Leary of explorers. It was probably some other dude that discovered it, and Leif took credit for it. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, who knows? Who knows what anybody discovered in history? History is so ripe with lies and written by the winners.
What are those?
That's squid. I eat a lot of weird shit.
No, it's good. Good for you.
Have a shrimp, Alex.
What I'm trying to say is people need to get outside of the box, and you can't look at it as like, well, you need to get out there and vote, and you need to, okay, yeah, you should vote, yeah, you should do all these things, but you really need to understand that this system is so fucked. It's so gone on the deepest levels.
Did you vote today?
No. I don't care. I mean, when I say about voting for president, is that voting in America is like rooting on pro wrestling. It might make you feel better, but I don't really think it changes the outcome.
Well, that's a good point. I think I've used that pro wrestling line before, that it's a people go, well, look, they're up there fighting, but it really is like a wrestling match. So we should talk about who owns the venue and who turns the lights on.
Yeah, you know what? There's so many things to talk about, but at the end of the day, you know, I saw this Noam Chomsky speech once on corporations, and what he was talking about, how corporations may be evil, but the people in the corporations don't believe they're evil because they're not evil.
They're compartmentalized.
Exactly. Right. And that's what I think the government is.
Well, this is all I was saying about the Founding Fathers.
That's what religion is too.
Is that they were, I mean, to some of our standards, they were bad, but they were light years ahead.
Who knows? Who knows?
They were light years ahead of, I've read their writings.
Maybe.
They were light years ahead of a lot of people behind them. That's what I'm saying. They were bringing
they weren't light years ahead of Buddhists. They weren't light years ahead of Tibetan monks. They weren't light years ahead of a lot of people.
But they got slavery all over those countries, controlled by the Buddhists and controlled by the. I mean, look at the. Yeah, there's slavery all over the place.
And it's controlled by the Buddhist monks?
No, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's
I've got the documents to prove it. If you go to my website, Infowars.com, I'll show you. The Buddhist monks controlled slavery and prostitution and heroin use.
Actually, the Buddhist monks did help Hitler. That's true. They had Tibetan monks. They're chanting for him, trying to defeat him. No, that's actually typed them. I mean, that's even on.
Wait, I thought you said they tried to help him.
They were trying to help Hitler. Yeah.
Well, they were trying to defeat him.
You support Tibetan monks. You support Hitler.
Okay.
No, I'm serious, Joe. Because Hitler was into Eastern mysticism, and he paid to have a bunch of Tibetan monks come there, and they found a bunch of them dead in the bunker with him.
What?
Yeah.
They found a bunch of Tibetan monks dead in the bunker with Hitler.
Yeah, well, the bunker next door, yeah.
I thought they didn't even find Hitler dead in the bunker.
They found him outside with gasoline on him, burnt, but yeah, the bunker complex. Right there at the right
So he's a little shaky. A little shaky, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna have to turn the game on in a minute.
This is the Alex Jones problem.
I'm about to turn the A game on.
Alex Jones is a very smart man with a lot of information at his disposal. However, sometimes he doesn't have the answer, so he will just make some shit up.
Joe, I told you 24 months ago about 9/11.
24 months? What did you tell me?
I told you about 9/11, the government behind it.
Well, 24 months ago, 9/11 happened. I think everybody knew about it.
I told you that night. No, I told you that night that the Bush was behind it.
Okay.
And
now, that still hasn't been proven.
Yes, it has.
Well, has it been proven that Bush is behind 9/11?
Michael Meacher, the big British minister over energy and environment, came out and laid out all the evidence. Because Bush wrote white paper documents called PNAC.
Right.
And they called for these type of attacks, and we have Northwoods and other plans that come together. Then we have the CIA running a drill that morning, flying hijacked jets into New York and D.C. buildings, claiming it was a drill to the CIA. That's how they ordered NORAD to stand down for. Go ahead.
So there's a letter to Bush today in the Guardian by Michael Moore.
What does it say?
Asking questions that he would like to ask. Michael Moore would like to ask George Bush, and why other people aren't asking these questions.
Seriously, Joe, I'm not.
But a lot of it was on the ties to Bin Laden's family, how it's never addressed, and also how the Bin Laden family was allowed to leave the United States when there was no fly zone over the entire country. It's pretty crazy shit.
Look at this luscious caliber.
You know what? The bottom line is, it sounds like a cop-out to say that it's too fucked up and there's nothing you can do about it, but I don't want to waste my life trying to fix some shit that I can't fix. What I do want, I want people to be aware that you can't fix it. I want the people to be aware how crazy life really is. This is what I tell people all the time. If you ever think you've got a grip on life, if you ever think you know what the fuck is up, I want you to go outside and I want you to look straight up. And you realize there's 100 billion stars in this galaxy. This is one of hundreds of billions of galaxies in the known universe. All structure is an illusion. All society is an illusion. It's all we are talking monkeys on a rock spinning around in space, and that's it. That's
on
it.
A standard planet orbiting a standard sun 2/3 of the way out on the spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, but bottom line is we're organisms. That's it. This whole concept of what's real and what's not real and what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do, it's completely artificial.
Joe, let me just say this.
No one has any idea what the fuck this is all about.
The freedom we have now, though, if people wouldn't have fought against thugs and against tyrants, so to say give up, I mean, we still have,
give up.
I mean, black folks would still be pulling the plows. I'm not saying you said that, but you're saying, it's screw it, it's only going to get worse, you can't stop it.
No, I'm talking about voting. I'm talking about...
But I think speaking out and putting your ideas out, if you don't put your ideas...
I do put my ideas out.
Exactly.
We didn't get a chance to vote for whether or not we wanted to go to war. If we voted, the United States had a chance to vote. That's what it's supposed to be about, man.
I agree.
People to vote. Can I get another Diet Coke?
So there's been a miscarriage of justice.
I'm going to support this big major corporation that fucking goes overseas.
With aspartame and a deadly poison.
Deadly poison if you're a fucking pussy. I could eat aspartame for lunch, dude. Check that shit out. Aspartame gonna kill me?
Show them right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that's aspartame training. It was revealed today that Joe Rogan had been taking aspartame.
Secondhand smoke, man. I say if you get cancer from secondhand smoke, you're a fucking pussy.
Joe Rogan, destined to live to be 120. Make him the next governor of California. Joe, you witnessed something once with a cucumber.
No, I didn't. I made it up. I was drunk. I was drunk.
Gently, only tickle. See, I'm doing Dennis Leary. I wrote that, folks.
Well, I'm not saying you can't do anything. I mean, activism is great, and I'm just saying that the stranglehold is so deep.
But what you said about getting people to realize that stranglehold, that's half the battle right there.
Look, I think you're doing a great job. You've opened my eyes to a lot of shit. Just your 9/11 Road to Tyranny documentary, all this shit that you talked about with Oklahoma City. I wasn't aware of all that shit.
And that's 20 months ago. We made 2 new films. I got to send them to you. Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
That Oklahoma City thing was a fucking... God damn. I didn't know that. I've watched it a couple times, and I played it for a few friends, and they just freak out. They're like, is that true? Just a building being blasted like that it would be impossible for a fucking fertilizer bomb in a truck to blow that building out. Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't...
it's like Joe... Put that guy to sleep, that they had to kill that guy so fast, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, Joe, I mean, it's simple psychology, or not psychology, mathematics. If you punch me right now real hard, I'm going to go back for the recoil. I'm not going to go like... as soon as you're...
Well, also where the crater was.
Yeah.
It was a small crater. Well, from what I understand, I read some shit online about fertilizer bombs and how difficult they are to make. They have no power.
And they usually blow up on the way wherever they're going.
It's not even a big one. I mean, it's big enough to fit in a truck. There's all the footage of all those different news reporters saying that the FBI recovered 3 other bombs.
Yeah. The amount of compression it would take to make it blow a building out like that, there's no way you could do that.
You know what, man? Hitler burnt the Reichstag, Nero burnt Rome. I was watching a documentary the other day where these Japanese guys set something on fire and they were blaming it on the Chinese in the 1920s.
Really?
They wanted to go to war with China.
What was that event? I need that.
It was on the History Channel.
I didn't know that.
It was just on a few days ago about the
Joe, you
samurais.
just taught me something.
Well, I wish I wrote it down. I was in my hotel room. I was just like, people are just fucked. I just watched this. I'm like, we've always been like this. We love war.
Well, it's now admitted Gulf of Tonkin never even happened. LBJ, we've been fired on. Totally made up.
What is that?
In 1964, to get us into Vietnam, the fleet pulls up in its mast and they claim somebody shot at a boat, and it turned out it was a lie.
Well, how about fucking Pearl Harbor? We knew that was going to happen. They knew it was going to happen, and they pulled away decoders. They allowed it to happen.
They pulled out the decoders, unhooked a bunch of stuff, had the new ships out to sea, all the old ones tied in rows so they have a target.
And then, what was it, the Northwoods document? Is that what it was?
Yeah, it calls for U.S. government plan to carry out terror attacks.
And what was that? It was in 1962?
And Kennedy said no and got whacked a few months later.
They whacked that dude for a bunch of reasons, because he really thought he was the president.
Well, no, that's it. No, I mean, he'd been a big hawk and everything. That's what's interesting about Kennedy is he was all for him. Big military. He actually cut taxes by half. He was like a real conservative on a lot of issues. Again, they scrambled all the terms, but he cut taxes by half. Beefed up the military. Yeah, these communists, let's kick their ass. And when they came to him with Northwoods, And I said it in my film, but it just came out even on Frontline. And when he came out and said, when they came to him and said, we want to kill U.S. troops, blame on enemies, we want to hijack jets, we want to blow stuff up in D.C., he said, that's it. I'm abolishing the CIA. We're pulling out of Vietnam. I'm cutting military funding. We're not going into Cuba anymore. And they just freaked. I mean, they were so radical, they came to him with that plan to kill U.S. citizens. He said, I won't do it.
How great it would it have been if Kennedy had a speech, give a State of the Union speech, and he just addressed all those issues. How great would it have been if he got on television and talked about what the CIA really does.
That's why they got him.
What he tries to do.
Great point, Joe.
That McKinney said the other night.
Yeah. Well, 2 weeks before he was killed, he was at American University and he gave a speech. He said, soon I'm going to be exposing the greatest evil ever. Our government's been taken over. It's a famous speech. You can find it online. And he said, this darkness is out of control. We're going to stop it. And he was going to give a State of the Union about it. He was going to talk about it in the campaign. But you're right. He should have done it, boom, right up front.
Well, that might have been the last hope. Maybe that was just romanticizing it then. Maybe he had no hope even then.
But you're right. He thought he was president.
Maybe even after he gave that speech, they would have killed him and he would have said he was a liar. Who knows? They control the media. Big businesses control the media, and the media is so fucking powerful. The propaganda put on national television is so going to exceed some foreign website or some obscure paper from Sweden, or anybody who's breaking the stories.
Kevin, you were saying that you were mentioning something about Cynthia McCain, the congresswoman.
Well, she was talking about that. She was just saying, imagine a world if Kennedy wouldn't have gotten shot. She was talking about what you were talking about.
People romanticize that. The people romanticize when anybody
But he
dies.
did go against the power.
Yeah. He did. No, he did want to abolish the Federal Reserve. He did want to abolish the CIA. That's all common knowledge.
And that all happened after Northwoods. They came to him and said, we want to do it. And he said, you people are nuts.
How fucking sick is that? And that's a document. Was it signed by who? Who signed it? The Joint Chiefs of Staff?
Chairman L.L. Lemonster. And they green-lighted up to McNamara, and it went right up to Kennedy. Kennedy was like, what? This came out on Frontline on PBS. He's like, what? I'm not doing this. All they said on Frontline was he was very upset about a Northwoods plan. They didn't even say what was in it on big national TV. And that he got very paranoid about coups and problems, and suddenly changed his view of being a hawk and was going to... he was a hawk. Kennedy was a hawk.
Yeah.
He was all for him. And they thought, we can come to him with what we really want to do. Well, they came to him with that. He was like, guys, we're not doing this. And then they got real mad at him, started threatening him. That's kind of in that 13 Days with Kevin Costner. That's pretty accurate, where the generals are all calling him a wimp and everything, and he gets in their face.
It's all so fucking crazy, and it's not going to change, man. These guys are completely unenlightened. The people that are running the world, they're not looking up at the sky and looking at the big picture, and they're just trying to control things. They're trying to control things and keep control of things, and it's not going to change. It's never going to change. It is.
Well, I know we don't fight it; it'll get worse and worse. Though.
You think it's going to help? You think fighting is going to help?
I know it helps. I've seen it. I've beaten legislation in Texas. I've seen
it definitely helps on the local level.
Exactly. I've seen them back off old ladies. They're trying to take an old lady's house for no reason. I go up and fight them and bullhorn them and talk about them on the radio. They back off. I don't know. I like standing up to bullies, man. I don't like bullies.
I know you do. I just, I don't know, man.
I know this. It's not going to change if more of us don't get involved. And the problem is, you said it about education. People don't know history or facts. And the average person, Joe, watching that Discovery Channel thing where the Japanese blow up something to blame it on the Chinese, I didn't know about that. The average person watching that wouldn't even know what that meant. They wouldn't get the significance of that and see it in the context of the day.
Right, and certainly think, this is an interesting point, because that's how I used to look at war. I used to think, stuff that happened then, we know better now. When I was a little kid, I remember Vietnam ended, in the 1970s, and I was, a little kid. I remember thinking, well, I guess they'll never have war again, because everybody was so horrified about Vietnam. I'm like, that's it.
I thought that was the last war.
I thought that was it. Yeah. And then when I was, living in Boston, and we went to war in Desert Storm, I was like, are you fucking shitting me? We're going to war again? Like, how crazy is this? We're going to war.
And on top of it, right out in full view, the U.S. ambassador, April Gillespie, tells Saddam to go ahead and invade. He was our ally. He invades, and then they turn on him.
Well, okay, this is when I was 21, and I didn't know shit. And I thought what was going on then was the last war. I was like, okay, well, we're just going to... And then you saw the technological weapons that we have, the technological... technologically advanced missiles and
flying
fucking
through windows,
smart wind bombs and all that shit. I was like, okay, well, this is definitely got to be it. Yeah, but we're fucking things up so fast and easy. I'm like, we're just gonna stop people from invading other countries and that. But I was in my early 20s. Like I said, I was really naive. I didn't understand what the war was even all about. I just thought, okay, I can't believe we're gonna go overseas and fight these bad guys, but okay, we're gonna do it. And we're gonna get rid of them, and then there's gonna be no more war. But now you can't even. There's no weapons of mass destruction. Like I say in my act, Iraq had like 4 jets and a donkey with a spear in the end of it. There's no weapons. It's real simple math. We sold them all the old weapons. We put Saddam Hussein in power. We sold them all the old weapons. Blew them up. Put an embargo on them for 12 years, and then all of a sudden,
killed like 500,000.
You know, 500,000. April, the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, said 700,000 kids were killed. It was a good price to pay.
And that's not even to mention all the people that died and all the child defects, the birth defects from depleted uranium
and our
shells.
troops are breathing that.
Yeah, I mean, how about the guys who are digging up depleted uranium? And they're digging up tanks that have been blown up by depleted uranium to get parts, to sell them. Yeah, but that's what it is. I mean, it's pretty simple. The Gulf War syndrome is exactly like radiation poisoning, because it is radiation poisoning.
They blew up a sarin gas bunker.
I'm sure there's other stuff, but I think
it's both.
These babies born with hands coming out of their fucking armpits, that's radiation poisoning.
Hands coming out of their heads.
God, man, it's just
I think that's the uranium thing pretty much a secret until years after.
Dr. Ruker, in '91, they hired this big top scientist who was an army scientist, and they made him a colonel, and they sent this Dr. Ruker over there, hired by them to say it was okay. And he said, "That's it. I resign. This is deadly. This is horrible radiation poisoning." He went back independently this time, tested Australian British US troops, and he tested the ground in Baghdad now. Because before they were shooting out in the desert, in downtown Baghdad, it's 1,900 times safe levels. And our troops are just breathing this, and no one cares. Nothing's being done.
They're actually like using that as a way to get rid of like toxic waste over here.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That's what they're doing. That's what depleted uranium is. It's nuclear waste because it goes through everything. It's the hardest substance known to man.
It's the heaviest thing around.
But when did they
RU-238 or whatever the hell it's called? That stuff goes right through everything.
When did they
it's like twice the weight of lead.
RU-238, is that the abortion pill? I just make something up.
Yeah, no, it's RU-486.
RU-486 is the abortion pill. What's depleted uranium?
It's something like that.
It's something 238. I'm just trying to sound smart.
I think it's uranium 238.
But what it is it's nuclear waste. It cuts through everything.
It's the stuff from nuclear weapons production and from nuclear power plants. And so now, and also there's an escalation. They used, I think it was 300 tons in the first Gulf War. Then they used like 600 something tons in Serbia, and now it's like 3,500 something tons that they use. So the graph is just going straight up, and it turns into powder. See, when they shoot it at a tank, it'll shoot right through it, and it aerosolizes on the other side.
They didn't even come out and talk about.
By the way,
8 years after
its half-life is over 50,000 years, so it loses half its radiation in 50,000 years, and to go down to like no radiation.
Yeah, there was a documentary that went into in great detail. It's called "The Hidden Wars of Desert Storm." HiddenWars.org, ladies and gentlemen. But the Hidden Wars.
Yeah, we linked to that on Infowars.com.
It's a fucking crazy documentary, man. It's all details the whole history of the United States involvement in Iraq, and then it goes into detail about, especially if you get the DVD.
Well, here's the scary thing.
They go into detail about depleted uranium.
The next war is the big one. Because the PNAC documents by Bush, the same ones that talk about how they want terror attacks, written in 2099, they call for invading Syria, Iran, North Korea, Libya, also going into Somalia, going into the African Gold Coast, and maybe even a fight with China. How's that sound?
And what's the purpose of all this?
A global domination. They call it a global empire. They said we need terror attacks for imperial mobilization, and now they've lined up a new national draft. Everyone 18 to 49, including women.
I gotta hurry up and turn 49. It's not addictive. It's completely non-toxic.
And George Washington
It's never hurt anyone. Thank you. It's never killed anyone. You can grow it. It exists on the earth, and I think it's here for a reason. I think all these drugs are here for a reason. I mean, natural things. I think the reason why oranges taste so good, okay, it's because they're really good for you, and that's your treat for eating it. You get vitamins, and it tastes good, and in return, you eat it, you shit out the seeds, and you help it fertilize it. I mean, that's why fruit tastes good in the first place. what marijuana does, its gift is, it offers you an enhanced view of the world. It spreads your consciousness. It helps you absolve your ego. It helps you keep your ego in check and actually calm it and give you a more balanced and objective perspective on the world. It does. People think marijuana makes me stupid. It hasn't made me stupid. It made me smarter. It made me more aware. It made me a better comedian. In the 3 years since I started smoking pot, my material's gotten so much deeper and more richer and more in depth, and I enjoy it more. I enjoy life more. I've changed the way I look at things. I've gotten out of so many traps of confinement of these predetermined patterns of behavior that people find themselves in, and we do it just because everyone else is doing it. Well, me smoking pot made me realize that a lot of these things we're just connecting the dots because we're insecure and we're not looking at what's really healthy and what really feels good and what's really natural and what really helps you enjoy your life. We're just doing it because we think that's what we're supposed to do. And you live a trap, and weed makes you aware of that, man. Marijuana makes you very aware of everything around you. It makes you very aware. People call it being paranoid, but it's not paranoia. Life really does suck that bad for most people. And when you get high and you get paranoid, what's happening is all the bullshit is stripped away. The bullshit veneer that most people cover their lives in just so they can fucking get by. Just so they can wake up when that goddamn alarm clock goes off. That shit strips away when you smoke pot. And you are all of a sudden alone with your thoughts and the reality of the world. The reality of the universe. And for most people, that's way too much to deal with. They would rather have alcohol. They would rather dull it down. That's one of the reasons why everyone's afraid of marijuana. And that's one of the reasons why marijuana can help everyone. Everyone should be forced to smoke pot. You should be forced. Not forced, obviously. You should be encouraged. You should be encouraged.
So
everyone should be encouraged. Everyone should listen to someone who's benefited from it.
First step, decriminalize marijuana so they can't pack the prisons.
Well, you know what? There's so much propaganda has been about it. There's so much propaganda about marijuana. People don't understand what the real effects of it are. They think it makes you lazy. They think it makes you stupid. I'm not lazy. All right? I've never been lazy. I have 2 fucking television shows. I work constantly. I never stop doing stand-up. I do stand-up every fucking weekend, even when I'm working 2 shows in a row. Even when I work Fear Factor in the day. I do the Man Show at night. I still do stand-up.
He's built like a pit bull.
I always work out. I do what I'm supposed to do, man. Because if I don't, then it bothers me. And a matter of fact, getting high helps me do what I want to do what I'm supposed to do. Because if I don't, then pot starts fucking with me.
You're a left-wing hippie boy. I hope they put you in a forced labor camp.
You know what? That whole conservative thinking, all that stuff, it's just people are scared, man.
I wouldn't call it conservative thinking.
What conservative? Controlling. That whole, drugs are bad, and that's all people are scared.
Unless it's Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with drinking a half gallon of Jack Daniels and driving your 18-wheeler. Well, Joe, you're looking good. You're more fired up than even before. I didn't know that was possible. he is just percolating and exuding energy. And
you know what, man? It's a fuck, dude. And the only way to decriminalize drugs is to make people aware of what drugs really are. Drugs are Tylenol, Prozac, Zoloft, alcohol,
I agree, Ritalin.
caffeine, Ritalin, everything. Drugs are constantly. When you take NyQuil because you have a cold, you're taking a drug. Drugs are everywhere. People say, I don't do drugs.
And so they've just picked a few drugs to make them illegal so they have a way to get in our life and try to control us and have somebody from prison do the work for them.
Exactly. Meanwhile, the best drugs are the ones that are illegal. Mushrooms are illegal. They never hurt anybody. Why are mushrooms illegal? Mushrooms are illegal because they ran tests on them. They had fucking people, infiltrate these, mushroom cults, in the 1950s. And, people who were having all these religious experiences on mushrooms. And they had people from, whatever government branch went into it to infiltrate these, and they were undercover, and they took these mushrooms and had horrible trips. Well, of course you had a horrible trip. If you're a fucking evil cocksucker working for the government, trying to, find out what could happen to people when they take these drugs. Mushrooms, that's another thing that absolves you of your ego.
So really they're horrible people, so they're going to have a horrible...
Well, they're deceiving people, and they're living a bad life. And, if you're working for the government, if you're fucking dumb enough to be working for the government at all, anybody dumb enough to take a job with the government shouldn't be allowed to work for the government. Anybody who's dumb enough to want to work for the FBI shouldn't be allowed to. You know, anyone dumb enough to work for the fucking Central Intelligence Agency. If that's what you're fucked up enough that you want to control people and you really want to work for the Central Intelligence Agency. Of course you shouldn't.
Well, that's true, Joe. We see the criminal mind, the control freak mind, gravitates towards those positions. In fact, take like police and people in those positions. They have a higher rate of criminality, a higher rate of being child molesters, a higher rate of being drug dealers, a higher rate of thieving people, being sociopaths, and that is fact, folks. So the government tells you, leave it, let us run your life, let us be the bosses.
Well, who was the teacher's helper in high school? They were all douchebags. You know, who's the guy who ratted you out because you were smoking in the hallway? They were all douchebags.
He later goes to jail for ripping off old ladies with junk bombs.
And look, they're cool cops, dude. I know a lot of cool cops.
Yeah, I'm saying
know why? Because they needed a job. They needed a job, and they thought, hey, maybe it would be good to help people.
Yeah,
maybe I could help people. I could fucking stop crime.
There's a higher percentage of bad people in there, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad people doing it. Look, there's a higher percentage of bad people that are actually criminals. And corporate criminals and regular criminals, saying, yeah. but there's a higher percentage, of whatever. It's fucked. I'm trying to. It's fucked, dude. The situation's completely fucked. What are you gonna do?
Well, we're talking about it, and that's better than nothing.
Enlighten people, educate people. Hope they get it. You know what's happening when people who are really, really wealthy, like these guys that are funding this. Kevin, you know about this. These guys that are funding this. Those really rich millionaire guys that the drug czar is always going after because they're trying to legalize marijuana. You know what I'm talking about? That whole group of people that the government's. You don't know them.
Yeah. There's wealthy folks.
Those really, really rich guys. They're famous guys.
George Soros.
Yes, he's one of them. There's a few billionaires that are they're trying to have marijuana legalized.
They say it's destroying society. They talk about the police state.
They were behind that thing in Vegas when they were trying to legalize it in Vegas.
So now they're like targeting them and going after them.
Yeah, big time.
As usual, Kevin doesn't know.
Yeah, how can you not know? You're making a drug war movie. Put that in the fucking film, pal.
Well, get me hooked up with this guy in Vegas.
Well, no, it's George Soros. He's in Europe.
Yeah.
I can hook you up.
Well, there's a bunch of people in America, too.
He's got a New World Order, though. It's kind of like the other angle of it.
Yeah. No, I think Scary Johnson guy did in Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, that's a great interview you did. No.
It's all fucking crazy. It's all fucking crazy.
No. In fact, I've got him talking about the whole thing in Nevada.
You know what scares the shit out of me? When people my age think marijuana should be illegal. Oh, you know what? You're just going to make a bunch of fucking losers out there. You make it legal, then everyone's
you're going to bring the price down, take the crime out of it, and the government won't have an excuse to put you in prison.
Not only that, think about the weed that you're getting now. These are all chemists that fucking flunked out of Berkeley. You know, and the guys who are making weed now. Is that your thing? No.
Tom's done cooking over there.
I mean, think about the chemists that are making weed now. You know, the botanists. Those guys they're probably dropouts and weirdos. And do you know how fucking great weed would be if you get the people who like fucking make Marlboro cigarettes addictive? If they could get a hold of weed and just really pump it up and make it super powerful. You think? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, you said they don't want people having that consciousness expander.
Maybe once they got a hold of it, they would use it for good.
Yeah. Another thing the drug war has done too. It's actually amazing.
You're getting that, Joe?
I got it already.
Always a sweetheart.
TV money, baby.
Huh?
You always say that like after it's already done.
I flaunt that TV money.
Well, no, I saw him. There goes Kevin again.
That's the only reason to have TV money is to spend it.
Cool.
Well, cool. That's how Kevin ends everything. Well, cool.
There he is, maximum root. Damn, Joe, you're really getting like his shoulders keep going.
I'm just insecure. I want to pick up more chicks. Is your glasses back?
Oh yeah, you gotta always lose everything.
Yeah, sunglasses.
Those are cool shades.
They're black flies.
Where's the bathroom? I'll be right back. Sir, where's the bathroom?
Right around the corner, dude. World was flat. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
The sun was 17 miles away.
Actually, Jesus said it was round.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That was propaganda. That's propaganda.
So, Joe, how do we get rid of the drug war?
I don't know, man.
How do we stop it?
I'm just a comedian, dude.
No, but people want to hear your view on this.
Come on, I'm just a dirty comedian.
Look at what marijuana's done to him.
It's made me fat and lazy.
Now, see, someone who smokes marijuana, very good
almost
shape.
Every day.
Healthy. Look at me. I don't smoke it. I'm a fat blob.
You should smoke pot. It helps you lose weight.
Now see, I'm a fat blob.
Because if you smoke pot and look at yourself in the mirror, you'd be like, oh my God, what the fuck am I doing with my body?
And then look at Joe, Mr. He-Man. Shoulders about that wide.
You know what's weird though? The wider my shoulders get, the more my dick shrinks. Is that related?
That's not true.
Is that related?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on it.
You're not an expert on dick shrinkage?
No.
Yeah, man, my dick's really little right now, but it's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's little, but it attacks.
Well, Joe, we're walking along down the street.
Let's cross over here so I can get a cup of coffee.
Sure, I'd like one too. We're walking along on Sunset Strip.
Alex Jones is in performance mode, ladies and gentlemen. If you could just be yourself all the time, wouldn't that be better? Then every now and then you puff out your chest and become Alex Jones on the radio.
I am being myself.
Exposing the truth.
He's going to kick my ass. Look, he's about to go. Bam.
I had a sprawl. I got nervous there. I had to get low.
Oh, I was only going to do so. He piled around my head on the concrete.
Come on, buddy. You know I wouldn't do that to you.
That's just this guy. This guy's aggressive. I'm going to get him.
Here we go.
Come on, Kevin. Come on, Kevin.
Kevin Booth, ladies and gentlemen.
Kevin Booth, one powerful son of a
power.
bitch.
Kevin's working the camera.
Yeah, he is. He's a major league troublemaker.
One of my favorite songs.
Going in here?
Nah, this place sucks. This is a 2-bit dumb pickup joint.
Is it?
Yeah. My soon-to-be ex-girlfriend just went there the other day with her dumb friends. We got hit on by all these guys. Gee, I wonder why. She goes with 5 hot chicks and their tits poking through their dresses. I wonder why people are hitting on us. It's so weird.
Yeah.
If I was a chick, I'd wear camo. I'd wear a fucking... I'd wear a big... no, I wouldn't. You know, if I was a chick, I'd be a slut. Who am I lying? Who am I lying?
Joe, is it always this hasty here?
Hasty?
Hazy.
Hazy? No, this is an unusual day here in Los Angeles. It's nice and warm, but it is a little hazy.
I'm about to say hazy. I'm sure when my coffee fits.
Kevin, you get anything out of this? This all good stuff?
Oh, Kevin's a genius.
Kevin, you gonna edit this?
Oh,
Put it in like fast forward?
Don't worry, he will. But, Joe, we need you up there on that building.
Nah, believe me, I'm overexposed as it is. I think I've had enough.
So how's the Man Show going?
It's fun, man. It's fun as hell.
You're about to shoot more episodes?
Well, not until probably around February or March. That's when I'm done with Fear Factor.
Now, that's a crazy schedule you're on when you're shooting those, isn't it?
Well, when I'm doing both at the same time, it's fucking insane. And that's how I did the last series. We did 22 episodes in 13 weeks while I was doing Fear Factor at the same time. And that's including hiring a writing staff, hiring an executive producer and a showrunner.
All the logistics.
Yeah. Oh, it was fucking insane. And it's, starting a new show. We had to, get the ball rolling, get it so that everyone's comfortable and everyone finds their place and, get the machine moving. It was a taxing experience, but it was fucking fun as hell.
Yeah, sounds good.
It was the most fun I've ever had working on a TV show. Plus, nice there, Stumbles. Cool, because let's go in Starbucks.
Mean to Kevin.
Plus, it was cool because it was.
We're gonna
go to Starbucks to get a coffee. It was cool because I finally got a chance to work with Doug. We'd always wanted to do something together. What's up? Can I get a grande coffee, please? What do you want, dude? No, just a coffee.
Yeah, I was thinking like a regular coffee.
What size? Grande? Would you like a grande as well?
I'll say a small one.
Tall. You want anything? You fucking fruitcake. Can't you just have a cup of coffee?
I always get that at Starbucks. Get made fun of.
Just think about all the non-manly things you've done today with your yoga and your straps and.
Kevin Booth's actually the most sinister person I know.
He needs a steak and a glass of whiskey and a violent Chuck Norris movie.
Chuck Norris.
To push him over the top. He needs to balance him out for the rest of the day. He needs like some thanks, man. Some
I gotta thank Joe for a cup of coffee too.
You need like missing in action 2, to get you push you over the edge. The yoga, dude, it's hurting you. Here, brother.
They're gonna make your drink now. Got any good drug war questions that you ask me? Think of one.
What's that?
Joe, here for the drug war film. What about that? What about
these are drugs?
What about that friend with that? This is hardcore. A lot worse than marijuana, folks, and I enjoy it. Coffee. I'm a hardcore extremist.
What do you want to ask me?
He was saying, ask you about your friend with the SUV. Well, let's go outside. You can't use that. Hold on.
My friend with the SUV.
The guy that got busted for a murder.
Oh, I don't. That's not my friend.
Well, somebody you knew.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about that guy. See, I don't know the specific details of that, so it's a little weird.
Kevin. That can take I know what you're talking about.
It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Oh, we can talk about how they're trying to connect all these different crimes now, like drugs to terrorism.
They call it terrorism.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the thing with this kid. They were trying
Here,
to
hold
say.
on just 1 second. Go ahead, Kevin. Yeah, over here's better. Yeah, that's a very important question. Because it kind of led into something. Yeah, right here's fine.
All right, well, stop.
Okay. I'm going to have a shot here. Why don't you zoom?
He's directing you. Let's just go back to the hotel.
Yeah, let's do that.
Chill out there.
That is a damn important question.
Yeah.
Here, Kevin, and then... Okay.
People see a camera and they see a celebrity, and
yeah, they're starting to...
It's a lot of weirdness happens.
That's a really good question. I mean, to address. I know that Kevin will use that in the film.
Well, sure, that's what the whole Patriot Act is really all about. It's not about stopping terrorism.
The new Victory Act says one marijuana cigarette or any other type of anything that's even controlled, even pills, you're talking 20 to 90 in prison. Okay, it actually says, yeah, any drug possession. They haven't passed it yet. They're trying to. Any drug possession, 20 to 90. It's an act of terrorism. And manufacturing anything, including growing marijuana, is a, quote, weapon of mass destruction because it, quote, hurts masses of people. You can be executed.
Jesus.
I can show you the subsection. Yeah, I've got like AP articles, everything on it, Joe.
Hey, Kevin, you need to interview this guy in front of you. No, he's an idiot.
Joe Rogan gives an infomercial for marijuana.
I do give an infomercial for marijuana.
It's good stuff, dude. Joe Rogan.
Drugs.
This is a high-powered amphetamine, folks. Starbucks.
Coffee. This is the grande size, too. I don't go for the venti. I can't handle it. I know my limits. Good man knows 11, right? 11.4?
Yes, sir. I always drink the tall ones. I can't shit. This coffee's
you got a grande,
mega force.
Baby. That's a grande, dude. It's the same as mine. Grande.
All right. I told them a tall.
They fucked you.
Now look at them. They screwed me, gave me a bigger drink.
You hooked?
Trying to get me hooked like at a schoolyard, telling me this poison.
Free. No. That's from me, baby. That's from me. Don't worry.
I got Kevin's. Look, I got two. I need more.
Oh, yeah. I'll hook you up.
All right. Yeah, that terror question I'm glad we thought of. Kevin kind of led me into that. Good job, Kevin. Something right today. Look, face.
See, the thing is, I don't know if that dude.
Man, I have to be on it. I mean, I like to be on it, but I mean, I can't be on the whole thing.
Okay.
This is, I don't think we use that stuff back there because I had music in my ring put on the air. All right. That's pretty cool.
Is that a big fat close up?
No, it's kind of like it looks great. It actually looks really good. It's like Muscle Man. All right. Right there. Joe, some of the new...
Hang on 1 second.
It's funny, I'm just asking a question. I'm only going to try to ask a serious question, it's funny.
Alex, being funny is good.
Yeah, man. That's what I do for a living.
I know.
You can't get upset when you make me laugh.
You're the first person who's ever got
I'm not
mad
upset
because I laugh at your jokes.
No, that wasn't.
You're so used to working with comedians.
That wasn't a joke.
I know.
That's actually pretty funny.
That's exactly why it's funny.
You don't want me to close out? You don't need to.
No,
This
it's
looks
good.
great.
It looks good.
Looks great. So he gets the back of the ball cap. It's like he's a Muslim. I believe in Allah. All right. Hala, mala, hala, hala. And then,
I tell you what, the guy we had on Fear Factor.
Oh, Habib, I am brother to you.
Let me strap it to myself and walk into the cafe. 72 veg in the wait.
Now, see, if you went like that to the airport, you'd walk right through, Joe.
Probably. Did I tell you about the guy who won Fear Factor? He was speaking in tongues.
No.
Yeah, he was a real heavy-duty religious dude. You know, and he once he won, he started clapping his hands. Hallelujah! You are gracious, God. You're so beautiful, God. You are so patient with me.
I saw that.
And he starts pointing at this guy.
It's a black guy, right?
Yeah, but they didn't get all this on camera for some reason. The guy was rolling camera, forgot to press record or whatever. But this guy's standing there pointing up at this guy, and he starts talking in tongues. And I'm like, what are you doing? He said he's speaking a holy language.
Joe, you had an experience a lot of us have had at the airport where somebody with a giant turban that could hide 20 pounds of C4.
Well, it wasn't a giant turban, but yeah, it was a turban.
Well, we saw a guy come in here with a giant turban that could...
How giant? Was it huge? Like
it looked like a beehive
blimp?
on top of his head. He had the Goodyear blimp on his head.
No, yeah, I was getting my sneakers scanned.
Hold on, he didn't...
All right.
Start over, Commander.
This is what happened. I was at the... I do a joke about it in my act because it's so ridiculous. It was like a bad scene in a bad movie. I was at the airport, and I was getting my sneakers scanned. And the guy was asking me all these dumb Fear Factor questions, and I was being really polite because I was carrying weed, and I was getting a little nervous. Anyway, he's scanning my sneakers for bombs, and he's telling me how much he likes Fear Factor, and there was a dude in line that had a turban on. And I looked at the guy with the turban, and he looked me in the eye, we made eye contact, and then he just walked right through while I was being scanned.
So the guy knows that you're a national TV celebrity with two TV shows, one of them #1 in the country. And
no, it's not #1, but it
was #1.
He knew who I was.
Well, now we got to start over that. Damn it. Yeah. No, seriously, Joe. Okay, Joe, because we're just going to put you in here telling the story about terrorism.
Okay.
Joe, what have your experiences been flying? Have you seen a double standard?
Well, you know, I mean, I read about Al Gore getting scanned at the airport, and like the former vice president is going to say, you know what, this whole me being president thing didn't work out. I'm turning to terrorism, you know. So they're trying to let people know that, you know, everyone's equal, and even Al Gore has to be scanned. And it's ridiculous. I mean, the randomness is just silly. I got scanned because I bought my tickets a couple weeks in advance, so I got red flagged. So they're running my sneakers for bombs. He's checking my sneakers. And he knows who I am, and he's asking me Fear Factor questions. So I can't believe that shit. Is that really real? Oh, I'll tell you what, I couldn't eat that stuff. And we always watch it during dinner time. I got to tell you, it's part of our setting. So this guy's asking me all these dumb questions, and I'm trying to play along. And right while this is happening, there's a guy in line with a turban on. And I look over at him, and he looks at me, and we make eye contact, and the guy just walks right through. And he just walks right there.
Did you say anything to the screener at that point?
I just laughed. I just said, I can't even believe this is happening. I said, this is so funny. Here's a guy, he's dressed like a fucking genie. And I'm being scanned. They're scanning my sneakers. I do, joke. I say the tips of his shoes curl up in a circle, and they're scanning me. Check him. I want to know what goofy shit he believes. I mean, he's wearing an outfit. And, religious freedom, the whole idea of religious freedom to me is... all religions are retarded. Every single one of them. They're all anything where a person tells you they know what's going on and they can help you, and they're going to give you the secret knowledge. It's all bullshit. It's all cult. I don't care if it's been around for as long as Scientology or it's been around as long as Islam or Christianity. It's all ridiculous. So when I see someone wearing an outfit, I know that's a zealot. That's a guy who's really deep into whatever crazy bullshit, and I would like them to talk to him.
Well, I know that whenever we flew into Los Angeles, there was a guy getting on the plane to come here who had a turban that you could hide, 10 pounds of C4 in. I mean, a giant brown turban. But they were very busy searching old World War II vets in wheelchairs and old ladies.
And the idea that there's a God and this God has a dress code is fucking retarded. You know?
A lot of those turbans also, though, Joe, developed where it was really cold climates up in the mountains, and it just really keeps your head warm. But I can see now in L.A. walking around with a turban.
It was July. It happened in July, you know.
Well, this happened just a few days ago, and it's pretty hot here, and the guy was walking around with a turban the size of a, Goodyear blimp.
A Goodyear blimp? That sounds like an exaggeration, Alex
Yes,
Jones.
it is. I'm now stealing from you. I'm what's his name? That was the whole point of that.
There?
No, but, Joe, drug war. Drug war question. Really important drug war question. You ready, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay. There's been a lot of new legislation. Patriot Act 1, now there's Patriot Act 2, there's the Victory Act 1 and 2. And Patriot Act 1 says that any crime, including all drug crimes, are considered terrorism, so you lose your Bill of Rights and Constitution. Now under Victory Act 1, as well as Victory Act 2, they're saying that any possession of any controlled substance can get you 20 to 90 years because drugs are an act of terrorism.
So Rush Limbaugh is going to go to jail for 20 to 90 years.
We know it'll be selectively enforced. And then now on top of that, they're saying that manufacturing any type of drug, including growing marijuana, could be punishable by death because it's a weapon of mass destruction. So, yeah, take the Limbaugh...
Because you're affecting many people.
Yeah, so take the Limbaugh thing, take the Victory Act thing. I mean, just tell us what you think about it.
Well, it's all insane. I mean, any legislation, we discussed this already, any legislation controlling your use of any substance that's not going to hurt anybody but yourself is ridiculous. The only thing we should protect people from is people's actions. I mean, if you get fucked up on NyQuil and you want to go drive your car and smash into people, NyQuil is very legal, it's very available.
But, the point I'm trying to get at here, Joe, is that how can they claim that this is only about fighting terror, we wouldn't use it to
well, they
their
can't.
liberties, and then now they're saying that they're going to put somebody who has one joint in prison for 20 to 90 years saying it's terrorism? How is it terrorism?
It's not terrorism. It's insane. I want to know, how does this stuff get passed? Well, would you tell me, because you're much more familiar with the process than I am. Who drafts this stuff, and how does it get passed?
John Ashcroft drafts it. The Democrats check off on it. In many cases, even make it worse. The first Patriot Act was rewritten by Hillary and Chucky Schumer, and then Ashcroft signed off on it. And they all want power and control. The Democrats know they'll be in later, so why shouldn't they give Ashcroft complete dictatorial power? And so on October 27, 2001, they passed the Patriot Act that changed the definition of terrorism from bombing and kidnapping and killing to Section 802. Any action that endangers a human life that's a violation of any federal or state law is now an act of terrorism, and now you can be punished under all said subsections. And the said subsections are life in prison, 50 years in prison, 20 years in prison, secret execution, no jury, no trial. It's all right there in Patriot Act 1, and we thought this is insane. Now they've got Patriot Act 2 they're trying to pass, Victory Act 1, 2. So they're passing it because a bunch of criminals up there, a bunch of just nutcases want total control, and the average American is so in the dark because the media won't tell them what's in here, Joe.
What do you think they have to benefit from passing these drug laws that would make possession of one joint being punishable by so many years in jail? What do you think they have to benefit from that?
If they can't get us on welfare, and if they can't get us into the shrink's office, they want to get us in the criminal justice system. And the biggest business in the United States now, bigger than entertainment, bigger than microchips, is prisons and security. And they're building giant prisons all over the country, and most of them are privately owned, and these privately owned prison corporations are owned by the big defense contractors, who in turn own the dominant media, who are the majority shareholders, and they want to go to an economy of tens of millions of Americans in prison. And so that's it. We're going into Prison Planet America. We're going into the slave labor camps, the whole 9 yards.
So you believe that the people who are drafting this legislation, that their ultimate goal is to imprison a bunch of people?
I know the lobbyists that contribute to their campaigns. I know at the focus groups they go to, where they all get them together and basically tell them what to do in both parties, are telling them, yes, the people that put money in our pockets, the military-industrial complex, they want more prisons, they want more laws, they want stronger penalties, and they come back and sell it to middle America and to people who believe in this corruption. They say, oh, we got to do this to keep the children safe, when in reality it's about getting people in prison to build widgets, and that's it.
So the people who are drafting the legislation, they're doing it because of special interest groups that put them into that position. The people that funded their campaigns are telling them that that's the agenda they would like them to support.
Yeah, and if they don't, they're going to get smeared in the media and they're not going to get any money. And so they're all a bunch of whores held hostage, and most of them are sociopathic and want more power and don't care and are happy to do it. I've talked to a lot of them who have their arms really twisted and say yes. I've talked to a lot who have their arms twisted and say no. And then they get targeted, no matter what party they're in. Their own party will target them. The Democratic Party, the Republican Party will target them if they stand up for freedom and liberty.
So the whole political system at that point in time is really just a game. It's really just a game. I mean, it's not. They're not trying to represent people. They're not trying to make society better and strengthen the fiber of our society and make the laws better and make them more just and help people and try to make a society that everyone can function in and get ahead and prosper in. That's not what it is. You're saying that it really is all just a game.
It is a big, dirty game, a big, dirty business.
And just like how Noam Chomsky talks about corporations being inherently evil, but the people in corporations aren't evil, you think these people that are a part of this whole gigantic system, this whole bureaucratic system, do you think they realize what they're doing, or do you think that they just feel like they are going to pursue this because this is going to help them achieve their goals, and they don't think of it as being an evil thing?
Well, I think it's a little of all of that. It runs the gamut. You got some who are sociopathic and evil and love this stuff and want to centralize power because they see themselves in that power structure. Then you got others who just are social climbers and this is just what we do. It's what the lobbyists say. It's what the RNC and DNC tell us to do.
But you don't think a lot of those people are panicking when they see this legislation? Like, Jesus Christ, this is like 1984.
A lot of them are upset. And that's why
shit.
our voices, a lot of them, I've talked to them personally. I've talked to a lot of congressmen and women, and they feel like this is scary and bad. But when there's 100 lobbyists every day outside their door and the news is saying this is all good, it gives all this craziness kind of a feeling of normalcy. That's why it's so important when their constituents mob them at a meeting, or when people write them letters or do call them, when they get a lot of those calls, it does affect them because it lets them know, hey, this really is normal for me to think this is bad. So it really is a battle against good and evil. That's why it's so important that we're involved in speaking out.
Now think about it. I'm fairly aware about what's going on in the world. I mean, I'm not as tuned into it as you are, especially the whole political arena.
Well, you're more tuned in certain areas, and I'm more tuned in other certain areas.
I'm more tuned into social things. All right, you're far more tuned into legislation that's being passed and civil rights being eroded. You're far more tuned into that stuff than I am. The average person isn't nearly as tuned in as I am. The average person's way, way, way in the dark about all this stuff. Most people don't even know what the fuck the Patriot Act is. We went outside on Sunset and just started grabbing people and talking to them about the Patriot Act. Most people have no idea what it is. They're completely in the dark. What can you do about that?
You're right. 70% of America doesn't know where Iraq is.
They don't know where the Patriot Act is.
They don't know where Iraq is. They don't know where...
They certainly don't know. People who are watching the fucking, CBS Nightly News, they don't know what the Patriot Act is. If they've heard about it, it's like something to protect us from terrorism.
Well, it gets back to people need to start valuing information, valuing being informed. And Joe, that's why it's important that the few intelligent celebrities like yourself that are actually involved and want to talk about this stuff and are concerned. We need to see more of our leaders who aren't just in government but are in other facets of society stepping up and telling folks that this is important because you're leaders. You're a leader. And so it takes leadership. We need more real leadership that won't be bought and paid for by the military-industrial complex that's basically buying up our society.
How about the secret agent exposed in the CIA? Turn to the news right now, man. Look.
There it is.
Secret agent exposed.
Wonder what this is.
20% of all the people that work for the CIA are undercover. 20%.
Yeah, spying on their other
20%. They either have jobs overseas, where they're supposedly doing one thing, but they're
most
actually
of them are in
doing
the
another
media.
thing.
Most of them are in the media.
How crazy is that?
A lot of these guys you see reading off teleprompters on national news, this is admitted, get CIA paychecks on top of it.
Isn't that supposedly the story with Dan Rather? Wasn't there like a big thing on Dan Rather?
A lot of these guys, yeah.
Being a CIA operative, and he has access to news before anybody else. And there was some thing.
Well, there was a PBS
Richard
special
Belzer wrote about in his book.
There was a PBS special about 6 years ago where Dan Rather accidentally went live earlier, and the tape got out of them a day before the Iraq War, showing where the bombers were hitting and how everything was happening and why the president had done this. So they had actually been scripting it and were working totally interfaced with the Pentagon.
Now, something like the Patriot Act, was that drafted before September 11th?
Yes.
Because it's a massive document.
It was hundreds of different bills that they could never pass. because they didn't have the pretext of, oh, we've been attacked. And yes, exactly, Joe. Almost all of it. Take the Section 213, sneak and peek provision. You heard of how they can break in your house without a warrant, take whatever they want, leave whatever they want, and not even ever tell you that they were there without a warrant? Ashcroft tried to pass that twice in '99 when he was still a senator from Missouri. He tried to pass it under the Anti-Methamphetamine Act and the Fugitive Apprehension Act. Had nothing to do with methamphetamine, nothing to do with fugitive apprehension, but they're good-sounding names. Well, we're for getting fugitives, aren't you? Well, you're for stopping methamphetamine, aren't you? But all it did was allow the feds and then to authorize the states to not even have warrants anymore when they come in your house or sneak around your house or plant things on your computers or put cameras in or put bugs in.
Now, do you think that this is to discourage dissent?
Yes, it's a chilling effect. They're announcing a lot of this to scare everybody so we shut up. But imagine this, Joe. Even with Echelon and the NSA listening to keywords and listening to all the phone calls and faxes and emails, imagine all the keywords and imagine all the data for those analysts, even if they had millions of analysts, which they don't at the NSA, National Security Agency. It'd be like coming home and having 1 million emails to read and 1 million faxes and letters, just the stuff that was gleaned from keywords. And then imagine trying to have an investigation off that or track us. Very astute. Hardly anyone, Joe, comes up with that point. Absolutely. They're announcing all this to scare us as a chilling effect because they know that our consciousness is being raised. A lot of people are getting aware of what's happening, are starting to think outside the box, so they're trying to announce, yeah, we'll arrest you for having one marijuana cigarette. Yeah, we're going to put you in prison for life. Yeah, we're watching everything.
They're just keeping you scared. Well, that's what I always thought about this, like this whole idea of the carnivore system that monitors your emails. You know how many fucking emails there are? Who's going to monitor these?
About 4 billion a day.
Well, who's the guy who's going to read these emails and find out if you're a terrorist? So if you get red flagged by saying Al-Qaeda or explosion or bombs or C4.
There's millions of articles that say Al-Qaeda every day.
Right. No. Who is red flag? That's what I always thought. This isn't protecting anybody. You're not going to be able to find the terrorists through that stuff. You're just making people scared to say things in email.
That's it. They want to, and what is the internet? It's an emerging alternative media threatening the old established media, and so they want to create a chilling effect there.
I said that a long time ago. I said the media, the internet was a huge mistake because what they've done is allow people to communicate uncensored with other people all around the world. That's never happened before. You've never had the ability for one person to do a pirate radio station, basically, that everyone in the whole fucking world could tune into.
And that's threatening the establishment.
Think about Infowars.com, if I can give you a plug right now. I mean, your website is just done by you. It's you in Austin, okay? You have this website that millions of people all over the world can click on and read all the documents and read all the information. That didn't exist in the 50s. That didn't exist in the 60s. That didn't exist through Kennedy, through Vietnam, through Kosovo. This is all new shit. You know, when the Contras, the whole thing that was going on with Nicaragua and Oliver North, there was no documents online that you could go to where the average person could read what the government was really up to and who had to benefit from it and have a whole a series of, documented, ladders where all the money was going and, categories or
timeline.
Exactly. I mean, that was never available until now, until the internet. I mean, this is a huge resource that I think that they feel like they have to combat.
Well, that's amazing, Joe. And also, the polls are showing that about 60 to 70% of Americans, depending on which poll you look at, are against having marijuana being illegal. So what do you see? You see them call it terrorism, you see them come out with all this draconian legislation, and suddenly you see all these new TV ads, all these print ads, every newspaper I open, almost every government website or Washington Post website I go to, it's all, find out the truth about marijuana, it's worse than we first thought. Yeah. All this garbage, and so it's a counteroffensive. They know we're waking up. A lot of people are waking up, Joe. I've done over 1,000 radio interviews the last couple years, and almost everybody that calls in, even on conservative liberal stations, they're waking up. I'm on right-wing stations, and people are like, decriminalize drugs. So they're losing control, and they know they're losing control, so that's why they're trying to up the ante and bring this tyranny in right now. The question I have to you is, how do we counter that?
Well, it's got to be education, right? People have to know about it. And the only way, look, about drugs, someone like me definitely helps, all right? Because, look, I'm not a loser. I'm not unambitious. I'm not trying to escape anything. I'm not trying to hide from anything. I smoke marijuana because I think it's good for your mind. I think it expands your consciousness. I think it gives you a different perspective on the world. I really, honestly believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And it's completely untoxic. More people die from aspirin every year than die from marijuana. No one's died from marijuana, ever.
Over 400,000 people died die from alcohol every year, and they don't have numbers on those that have died from marijuana because they don't exist.
Right. Now, how many 50 to 90,000 die in drunk driving accidents every year? I mean, they have these ads on television. They talk about marijuana. You know, that 1/3 of all people from fatal car accidents, they test positive for marijuana. Yeah. 100% of them are on fucking alcohol. 100%. Those people that test positive for marijuana, if they get in a car accident, either the car's an accident or it's a fucking alcohol-related thing where they're drunk and they smoke some weed too.
About 30% of the population is on
jacked.
But about 30% of the population is smoking marijuana. So.
But you know what? Look, if you get in a car accident, they've done studies that show you that marijuana does not impair driving. Yeah. It does not impair motor skills. I do jujitsu high. I've done jujitsu high, where you're fucking strangling dudes high. It doesn't bother me at all. I've hit the bag high. I go to the gym high. It doesn't fuck with you. It just gives you a different experience. It just makes you feel different about it. What fucks people up more is the fact that they feel like, whoa, I'm not in control. I'm on something else. But if you just relax and go with it, there's nothing wrong with it. Marijuana doesn't fuck up anything. It's just a ton of fucking lies. So all these people that are talking about substance abuse causing car accidents, it's fucking alcohol. Alcohol completely impairs your judgment, completely impairs your motor skills, and it's legal. And no one's trying to stop that from being legal. In 1933, when alcohol was made legal again, when Prohibition stopped,
they had to have something new.
Right. That's when they went after marijuana.
In fact, I'll shut up. Say it. It's better.
It's true. In 1933, when Prohibition ended, which I believe was in 1933, there was a lot of people that were out of work. Those people were put back to work when marijuana was made illegal. When they closed down, when they were closing down speakeasies and arresting people for making gin and all that crap. Once they stopped doing that, there was a lot of people that were chasing after people who were making illegal alcohol, and now these people had to have a new job. What were they going to do? Well, it was very convenient to make marijuana illegal. A couple years later, they just went right back to it. The same big business behind making chasing down alcohol was now chasing down marijuana. And in fact, the people who, half of the people that were supporting, this whole problem with prohibition, half of the people that were supporting, chasing down these alcohol gins, closing down these speakeasies, they were drinking alcohol themselves. It's well documented. Alcohol has been around forever. You have alcoholics. Alcohol is an addictive substance. You can't just make alcohol illegal. It's far easier to make marijuana illegal because it's not a physically addictive substance. Alcohol is physically addictive. To just shut it down and say no more alcohol and not offer any treatment programs, first of all, to say it's illegal anyway is ridiculous, just because no one should be able to tell you what you can't do what you can and can't do with your body. But to say that it's going to be illegal and then the government not offering any way out physically, any help, any detox centers, there was none of that. They just said it's illegal. And those are the same people that they put to work to chase after marijuana. But it was a lot easier because marijuana was a slang term for something that Mexicans and blacks smoked, and they tried to say that these Mexicans and blacks were chasing after white women.
I've actually seen those old propaganda films that are
Reefer Madness is fantastic. Get high and watch that. It's fucking great.
What about cigarette-related deaths compared to all that?
Oh, hell yeah. The problem is cigarettes don't hurt anybody.
Are you kidding? Cigarettes are deadly.
Sure, but I'm saying it doesn't hurt anybody. Like if you smoke a cigarette and go drive your car, you're not going to kill anybody.
About, like, health risks.
Killing you later.
Well, there's a lot of health risks just involved in sedentary lifestyle. Look, I would rather be a guy who smokes cigarettes and works out every day than a guy who doesn't do anything. A guy who is just a fat fuck who sits around and watches TV all day. There's a lot of health risks just from people's diets.
I'll tell you what, Joe. I think he's going to leave the custody here. But just look at the camera. That's a good question. Talk about a sedentary lifestyle being just as bad as some of these hard drugs. That's really key. We'll put that in there.
It is. What to say about it?
Just say it though, so my voice isn't squeaking in the background.
Well, the idea that what they're trying to do is, help people and make you a more healthy America, a more healthy society is absolutely ridiculous, because a sedentary lifestyle is far more dangerous than marijuana smoking. A sedentary lifestyle is far more dangerous than drinking. Just sitting around on your fat ass eating food all day and watching television and not having any exercise and taking toxic processed foods into your body all day long. mean, that's why people are dying. That's why there's more birth defects in America than any industrialized nation. It's because our diets are completely mineral deficient and nutritionally deficient. I mean, people constantly eat cheeseburgers and fries and soda, and there's nothing in there for you. There's zero. There's a slice of lettuce that might offer you some nutrition, and there's some carbohydrates and fat that you could kind of get energy on and move away from. But your body's going to pull nutrients out of itself. You know, the reason why people have strokes isn't because they have high blood pressure. It's because they have a copper and selenium deficiency, because they don't have critical key minerals, so their body pulls those minerals out of their veins. That's why the walls of your veins get thin and you have strokes. It's the same thing as osteoporosis. Osteoporosis comes from people not having calcium in their diet, so your body pulls calcium out of your bones. That's why you shrink when you get older. No one is trying to help you with that. The pharmaceutical companies don't give a fuck about that.
They want you to be sick so they can say the garbage.
Exactly. The pharmaceutical companies, they just want to give you a pill that makes you feel better. They want to give you a pill. Your kids are crying, let me give you a pill. That pill is going to make your serotonin levels increase. You're not going to be depressed anymore. We call it Zoloft. You know, we call it Prozac, whatever the fuck they call it. But that's what they care about. They don't want to help you. They don't want to say, look, here's the real problem. The real problem is you have a certain amount of fight or flight chemicals in your body. You're an ape. You're basically a hairless ape. You're a talking monkey on a planet, and your body is meant to do things physically. It's meant to chase after food. It's meant to hunt and gather, and you have to exercise it. If you don't, those chemicals just store up in your body, and you're going to become depressed. You're going to feel horrible. Your body's going to break down. Your tissue's going to soften. Your muscles going to atrophy. You're not going to be healthy.
Yeah, I'm ready to work out. Goddamn!
What you really need to do is get up and exercise. You need to take vitamins. You need to supplement your diet. You need to supplement your diet with essential fatty acids, with vitamins, colloidal minerals, nutrients. You need to do that, and you need to exercise. You have to keep your body moving. If you keep your body moving, your body will stay younger much longer. I'm 36 years old. The guys that I went to high school with, so many of them look like they're fucking 50. I feel great. I'm always horny. I work out constantly. My body works great. I'm 36 years old. Technically, I'm middle-aged.
I'm ready to go to war, Joe. You got me fired up. Ladies and gentlemen, what a speech. Dynamic.
He's gonna put cheeseburgers and he's going to fucking start eating.
Exactly. You know what? I used to be an exercising fiend. I've been exercising actually a little bit more, Joe. But let me tell you, what he's saying is true. Eating this crap turns you into a weak blob.
What I'm trying to say is these companies have no interest in making you healthy. They have an interest in giving you something that makes you feel better, that they can get money from you for. It's a business. They sell you something.
They want to give you a treatment for the symptoms.
Hold on. If they wanted you to be healthy, they would give you advice. They wanted you to be healthy. Pharmaceutical companies would say, listen, man, you don't need Zoloft. What you really need to do is have a life that doesn't suck. The reason why you're so depressed is because you work this fucking terrible job where you sit in a cubicle all day and you stare at a computer and you file paperwork for some big company. You get home, you're tired, your feet hurt, and what are you going to do? You're going to watch television, you're going to talk to your wife, who you've been involved in this fucking crazy monogamous relationship with for 20 years, where you have no desire to have sex with her anymore, and you don't even communicate because most of your life you spend away from each other. You don't have any you don't have any shared interests. So what do? Well, you get depressed. You get bummed out. Your life seems pointless and hopeless. You're 40. You're dying. So what are they going to do? They're going to give you a pill. And you're going to feel better. Well, what they really need to tell you is you need to do something with your life and make it more interesting. You need to be involved in something that you actually like doing. You only have one fucking life. You're going to waste your life working for somebody? You should stop your need for accumulating objects and stop your need for, a big car and a big house, and find out something that you actually love to do and figure out a way to do it for a living. Whether it's stand-up comedy or fucking music or writing a book, whatever it is, that's what's going to make you happy. Be involved in relationships where you're actually friends with each other. This is the thing I've been saying to people. People getting involved in these crazy relationships where they have these predetermined patterns of behavior that they think they have to follow. You have to see someone, and once you see them, you should only have sex with that one person, and you should be monogamous, and you should stay together, and you know what? Sometimes you got to do what the wife wants you to do. No, you don't! You don't have to do what the wife wants you to do. You have to do what you want to do, and you should let her do what she wants to do. And if that doesn't work together, then you shouldn't hang out. Friends are just friends, and a male friend and a female friend together are still just friends. This whole idea of defining it by wife and husband and mother and child, that's all ridiculous. We're just a bunch of human beings. We should just enjoy each other's company. And that's why people are fucking depressed. That's why pharmaceutical companies have a stranglehold on our culture, because they give you something that makes you feel better about a life that sucks.
Powerful info. I'm sorry for jumping in there.
That's okay, man. You got excited.
No, I was listening to that. I was wanting to go. 3 or 4 days I've been swimming and jogging again, and I wanted to go do something here.
That's the only way to have a happy life, man.
It's killing me. It's like 4 days of this crap and like driving in cars.
There's a bunch of components to a happy life. And the bottom line is your body is your vehicle. I mean, there's a lot of vanity involved in exercise.
Well, I'll
be the first person to tell you. I'll be the first person to tell you that there's a lot of vanity involved in take care of your body. You know what? But if I had to choose between having a nice body and having a bad body, I think having a nice body is better. You know, is that shallow? No, it's honest. The people who say it's not, the people that say it's shallow and it's not important, they're ridiculous. You're being jealous. It's a cop-out. And you know that your body's wrecked and you haven't exercised your whole life. And you know women aren't going to find you physically and sexually attractive just by looking at you. So you pretend that that's not important. Let me tell you something. It's very important. When girls see your body, and a girl takes my clothes off and she gets into it, and they're turned on by you physically, that's fun. A girl with a hot body is fun. Anybody who denies that is ridiculous. And anybody who thinks that a girl has a hot body has to have a shitty personality is a fucking moron. That's ridiculous. They're not mutually exclusive. A girl with a hot body can be really interesting, just like a chick with a shitty body can be a fucking moron and stupid, and often is. Phone call.
There's a drug tie into this. Can you
that was
talk
probably
about,
a very important room service call.
Can you talk? Hold on just a second.
Endorphins.
I'm being serious here.
That was the big deal coming in.
I'm not in this. I'm not in this, Kevin. This needs to be Joe. This is for the film. It's not me dancing around or yelling or any of that.
Well, it's.
No. The important question.
Okay.
Look, that's a good point, though. They're trying to give us these artificial drugs. What you're talking about is when we do good, in creating something, or when we go work out, or we do something exciting that's new, we get endorphins. The brain, the design is saying you've done a good job. We're trying to also replace it with all these synthetic drugs. Can you speak to how you get a natural drug? And if all drugs are bad, how is it then that our brain gives us natural drugs?
Okay. Well, one of the things that people talk about, they talk about chemical imbalances in the brain. And there are chemical imbalances in the brain. I mean, they come from a lot of different things. They could come from, if your parents are crazy, you might be crazy. You might have an actual chemical imbalance. But a lot of what people call chemical imbalance is your brain reacting to a really unhealthy environment, and you get depressed. And, that is, you can track that. I mean, they've found a way to monitor different levels of the brain, serotonin levels. They found a way to monitor different parts of the brain, what parts of the brain is being used, and they know that there is an actual chemical thing that happens when you're depressed. But to combat that by just giving you a pill, that you being depressed is a natural process. What you being depressed is your body telling you, hey fucker, you're living a shitty life that sucks. I'm not getting anything interesting out of this. I'm not getting any stimulation. I'm not getting any love. I'm not getting any friendship. I'm not getting any creative release. Answer that phone, dude.
Hello? Who's this? Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Gary Busey?
Wait, maybe my manager. Might be my manager, Gary.
Oh, it's Gary Stamler.
All right, I was gonna hang up.
Joe
on
Rogan
his
just
ass.
jumped over here to yell at Gary Busey.
I was just gonna hang up on him. Fucking dummy.
Here, Kevin.
Go ahead.
Hey, Gary, how you doing, Commander?
Go ahead.
Tell him that we just ate dinner.
All right.
Alex, just tell him we just ate dinner or we're filming.
Pharmaceutical companies pitch a lot of things, pitch a lot of drugs, sell a lot of drugs based on the idea of chemical imbalances. Now, a lot of people do have an actual chemical imbalance in their brain. There's a lot of people that are crazy, there's no doubt. There's a lot of people whose brains don't function very well, and there is a pill, there's some drugs, there's some tests they can do to find out if this is true, and they can actually help people. That's real. But a lot of people take drugs, take pills that pharmaceutical companies prescribe because their life sucks. And when your life sucks, you will have a chemical imbalance in your brain, and that's a natural thing. When you're depressed, if you have a terrible job, you sit in a fucking cubicle all day, and you come home, and you're in a loveless marriage, and you have no hobbies, no interests, no passion, and no creative output, your life is going to suck, and you're not going to feel good. That doesn't mean you need a pill. That doesn't mean someone should give you a pill, and you take that pill, and all of a sudden, you're happy, and you can deal with this sucky life, and you can walk through it with a smile. You know what? If you want to be a drone and you're happy being a drone and you would like someone to just give you a pill so that you can accept that, that is available to you. But that's not helping anyone. What you really need to do is get the fuck out of this life that you're living. We're taught to believe that that we're supposed to follow this predetermined pattern of behavior where you live this you work 50 weeks a year for 2 weeks off. You slave. You give away 8 hours of your day. We say, well, hey, you got those other 16 hours to yourself, but you don't. If you work 8 hours a day, man, you're fucking tired, okay? In between travel, to and from work, all that, you cut a couple hours out of there. You got eating, you cut a couple hours out of there. How many hours do you have left? What do you got, like 10, 12 hours left in your day? And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to sleep. You got to sleep for at least 8 or you don't feel good. What kind of life is that? It's no life. If you don't do something that you enjoy doing for a living, you're going to be depressed. That's a fact. And being depressed is not because you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. It's because your brain is responding to a really bad, boring life with no stimulation. That's what pharmaceutical companies don't want you to hear. They want you to think that there's something that they could fix in you and just give you a little pill. But really, the symptoms are just a part of your life being a fucking massive piece of shit. That would have gone a lot better if Alex didn't interrupt me.
You were right. Good.
5 or 6 fucking times.
Please support us at InfoWarsStore.com. The new Bulletproof t-shirt's out. We need the support. It's an amazing shirt. Support InfoWars. We support Trump. Get the new Bulletproof President Trump shirt at InfoWarsStore.com. We'll Please pray for InfoWars. Please pray for the crew. And I'm so thankful to the crew. They're doing such a great job. I'm so thankful to Owen and to Chase and to all the rest of the crew and Rob Duver here with me right now. We were one family together. Black, white, old, young, you name it, in the fight for liberty against the New World Order. Thank you so much for your past support. I humbly ask for your support now. If you go to InfoWarsStore.com, where the big Save InfoWars sale is going with X2 and X3 and DNA Force Plus, Nitric Boost, and all these other incredible game-changing products. Also, the great line, a dozen products under InfoWars MD, private labeled from a top manufacturer in the country. They said, hey, we'll let you have our whole line, and then we'll ship it for you. We'll do it all. It's all drop ship. All our products are selling out. We're out of money. But because of InfoWars MD, they have basically unlimited for us, so that now when you buy InfoWars MD, you're getting great, excellent, amazing products that are across the board for your supplement needs, and they then keep us on the air. InfoWars MD.
Viene una tormenta!
What did he just say?
He said there's a storm coming in.
I know.
We told you what was going to happen, and it did. Now we're telling you what's coming. At Real Alex Jones on X.
$17.76, baby.
We're going to do this. Want people here, people there, and then in front of us.
Perfect. That's good. Hopefully everybody actually comes in.
It's going to take a while, so we have 1 minute.
It's not a question of if, but when there's going to be a chemical or biological attack on the American people. And what is their solution, they say? Give up our rights, submit to Big Brother.
Bio attack is one of the perfect ways for them to come in and really take over. And they're gearing up for martial law, admittedly, lockdowns, total control. And I think that's one of the most deadly cards they've got. A planetary program to cut off resources, consolidate control, release bioweapons that are attenuated, and dial back to put us into a position of circling the wagons.
The deadly coronavirus, look at the map. What started in China has now spread to Europe, Australia, and the United States.
Here's what we know as we come on the air. There is now one more confirmed case in the U.S., bringing the total to 3.
Tuesday, January 17th, 2023 is a very special day. A marathon broadcast, 8 a.m. past midnight, with a raft of special guests and more, laying out the blueprint of the globalist operation and how to stop them. Follow the links below. So everybody tune in. This is going to be a big event, and I'll see you there. Listen, we care about humans. We are the resistance. Just remember, when the robots take all your family's jobs in a few years, we're here. We're here for the people. We're here for the humans. All right, we're standing up as hard as we can. Later, it's going to get bad. You'll break the conditioning then. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Understand? This is called red blood right here. I did have a cup of coffee at lunch today. We went to brunch with these two guys and the wives.
So this is called being alive. This is called being a man right here. You understand? I got lots of energy because I've got a purpose-driven life. The globalists are coming after our free society. We're fighting back and we're winning. The info war, the globalists admit, is the operating system of the Trump revolution, whether he's going to follow it or not. This is the populism. You understand that? Liberty is rising. You understand how good it feels out here right now? You understand how high I am off being out here? This feels awesome. This feels fantastic. This is what it is to be alive, like our ancestors running around and stuff a lot colder than this, taking animals down and hauling them back to the women with big fires in the caves. Rah, yeah, living. That's what it's about. I'm out here bathing in the night. Forest bathing yesterday. That's what it's all about. I don't need drugs. I hate cocaine. Did it a couple times in high school. I'm like, this is horrible. It's like an anxiety attack. This is what it is to take on the globalists and have Hillary attack you and Obama attack you and the communist Chinese attack you and call for your censorship.
See that dark heart. Show them the dark heart right
there. There it is. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Canada today to stand up against the Bilderberg group that is attempting to get rid of the sovereignty of the United States. The truth of your world government has now been exposed. We know you are ruthless. We know you are evil. To David Rockefeller, to the Rothschild representatives here, to the Queen of the Netherlands, to all of you, we tell you, you are not our queens. You are not our kings. You are not our gods. We do not belong to you. We are not your slaves. We stand as free humans, have stood since the beginning of time against the strong men, against the thugs, against the bullies. We will defeat your world government. We will defeat world taxation. We will defeat your control grid. God is on our side. I stand before the Creator of the universe, and I ask the Creator of the universe, as our founding fathers did in 1776, to lead, guide, and direct us, and to give us the power and the foresight and the understanding and the will to stand against your entire agenda, including your final plan of world population reduction of 80% that Henry Kissinger penned in 1973. Why do you put mercury in the vaccines, sodium fluoride in the water? Why? Why do you put cancer viruses in the vaccines? Why have you used depleted uranium now in 4 separate nations? You're arrogant. You have the sickness that elites have had throughout history in their literal and, in some cases, figurative ivory towers. You believe that you're invincible. You will and you are failing now. Your New World Order will fall. Humanity will defeat you. The answer to 1984 is 1776.
How about that? They're doing the same thing today with Osama bin Laden, and that's where I've been getting at. Can you believe what you have been seeing on CNN today, ladies and gentlemen? Can you believe it? Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, his top lieutenants and colonels and generals in their hideout. This is a CNN reporter with a camera crew. And he came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years, and can't find him. The FBI also, under the leadership of Louis Freeh, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years and years and years and many years, and can't find him. Some doofus, jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And you know what his budget is? Zip, zilch, nothing. Now, that tells us two things. Either everyone in the intelligence community and all of the intelligence agencies of the United States government are blithering idiots and incompetent fools, including the entire apparatus of the FBI and all of their personnel, or they're lying to us. They're not looking for him at all. And the second is the truth. You see, the CIA created Osama bin Laden. They recruited him. They trained him. They found his leadership. They brought them all together. They showed them how to fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, and when that was over, they still continued to fund him and train him, and they're now using him to help bring about world government by making him the big boogeyman because they can't use Saddam Hussein anymore. Did you ever hear of Osama bin Laden before you heard of Saddam Hussein? When did you start hearing of Osama bin Laden? It was after Saddam Hussein and Iraq were supposedly neutralized in the Gulf War, because they needed a new boogeyman. But they're not looking for Osama bin Laden, because I'm telling you right now, if I were the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, within 2 weeks I would have him dead or in custody without fail. Without fail. If I had those assets and that money, he would be mine. I would own his terrorist ass within 2 weeks without fail. A reporter from CNN and his little camera crew got in to Osama bin Laden's secret hideout and conducted an interview. If you don't believe me, tune into CNN. They're probably running it right now as I'm speaking. And if you believe it, you are one of the stupidest jerks that ever lived on the face of this earth. And whatever is going to happen that they're going to blame on Osama bin Laden, don't you even believe it.
Just moral people who love freedom and are dedicated to the concept of liberty and freedom, and will fight to protect and defend constitutional Republican government against anything that comes along. And when that begins, it's going to be a terrible, terrible thing. I've spent most of my adult life trying to warn people and wake up enough people so that this did not have to happen, because I know it's going to be terrible.
Now, President Clinton has now openly come out, and I'd actually read what they were pushing 3 years ago, and I was talking about it, about the national ID card and biometrics, thumb scanning, retina scanning. And since '94 in Texas, they've been thumb scanning us to get driver's license, and people just stampede in there like sheep. We had a big protest down there where I was arrested, I guess it's 6 or 8 months ago now. What does it mean to the public when we have one card that our insurance and our credit cards and our bank accounts and our receipts and everything is on that one card?
It means the public is stupid, and they're already a hair's breadth away from total enslavement. If they had any brains at all, they would have said, no, I'm not taking that. And if you don't like it, that's tough. And all those businesses and all those driver's license bureaus and all those the revenue that it brings in for all those cities and counties would have just evaporated in smoke, and they would have backed down and said, okay, you don't have to do it. We'll do it another way. But they're too stupid to do that. They don't understand that the power in this country is the power of the people, and that they don't have to do anything that's outside the bounds of the Constitution. And the government can be held within the bounds, the restraints that the Constitution put upon it, that our founding fathers created so that the American people could never be enslaved.
What is the
They knew that nobody could come and invade this country and enslave the American people. The only way it could be done is from within, if the American people allowed it to be done.
What is the main goal of biometrics, retina scanning, thumb scanning? In my opinion, it is total loss of control of your destiny. If the IRS doesn't like you now, they'll just come take your house.
If the IRS doesn't like you now, they'll just come and garnish your paycheck. But in the future, if they don't like you, they'll shut your card off.
Well, let me give you a vision of the future. There will be no money. There won't be any driver's licenses. There won't be any insurance cards or anything like that. Everybody will have an account on a computer. Everybody will have a computer chip implant somewhere on their body that will access the computer. Everybody, when they go to work, will get so many credits for that work, and they can go out and wave their little computer chip in their hand or whatever it is under a scanner at the supermarket and buy whatever they've got credits to buy. And if they don't have credits, they got to stay home until they get some credits.
Let me stop you for a second. I read this almost every week, at least once, and it's from the April 27th, 1997 Time Magazine, The Future of Money. I'm sure you've read it. And it openly on page 51, and anybody out there that thinks Mr. Cooper or I are BSing you, go read it. And it says the best part, now this is their words, the best part about it is your daughter in the near future can have a chip under her skin and you won't have to buy the drinks for her at the bar. I mean, everything's insane about that paragraph. And the whole 10-page article is about how great the smart card is and then the chip. And as we know, Time Magazine is a filthy, elitist propaganda rag. So I can't see how anybody would deny this. But I guess most people only see it as a convenience.
What's insane about it is that the American people think that that would be convenient or that that would be good for them. It is the ultimate in-run goal to enslave the populace and to steal what's left that's not already stolen by the elite who are engineering and machinizing all of this stuff to make it come about.
Now,
the goal of a debt-based economy is not to get caught stealing, and that's what they're doing, stealing the wealth and the substance and the nation right out from under us, and that's the only end result that can come out of a debt-based economy. And the only way that they can't get caught is if the people allow them to go to a cashless system. Then they can never get caught. But if they don't go to a cashless system, eventually the economy will collapse and they're going to get caught.
The first warrant was served on September 11th of 2001, but was postponed. It would not be until November of 2001 when the police would finally make an attempt to raid Cooper. Cooper's broadcasts at this time had already been looking into the federal government's compliance in the events of 9/11.
One of the things that makes everybody wonder why Bill's life was snuffed out in 2001 was because in June of that year, Osama bin Laden, who was a relative unknown at that time, Bill had been following the news and found a lot of curiosities and went on the air predicting that there would be a major attack in the United States and that it would be blamed on Osama bin Laden, but he was literally the scapegoat that was being used, not truly behind the attacks. So that, I mean, just a few months before the events of September 11th, and then, of course, Bill's life cut short shortly thereafter.
Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, and he came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years, and can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew bosses right into his hideout and interviews him. And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away. And so I can tell you with a certainty, they must do something terrible in order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there.
That Nazi Sharon has invaded the West Bank. They're slaughtering innocent people. And I'm sick of worshiping Israel. Did you know back in the 1960s they bombed the USS Liberty knowing it was one of our ships because it caught the radio chatter of them killing thousands of Palestinian children during that invasion? And they torpedoed it as they begged for hours on the radio. And LBJ sat there in 63 and let them do it. That's in this Baltimore Sun story. I don't support the Palestinians either. They're all hyped up and psychotic. But Israel's going to get us nuked, always backing them up like this. Israel calls the Palestinians goyim or cattle or dogs or subhuman. They keep them on concentration camps. I got video of them taking Palestinian women's tomatoes they grow and breaking their water containers and stealing. That's why you have this crap. And our children are going to die. We're going to get nuked because of this. Iran's got the nukes now. Syria. We're going to have nuclear war because Israel likes to go around bombing everybody. I'm sorry. It's just the facts. And Israel absolutely is beside itself with joy right now. They are talking about how they're going to blow everything up, how they're going to attack everybody, and guess who's going to get bombed because of it? I have been supportive of Israel for many years. When I found out what they do, shooting little Palestinian children in the genitalia and laughing, it's on video. Little 10-year-olds walk around throwing rocks at tanks. A guy sits off a half mile away and blows their testicles off. They call them goyim. They call them dogs. They call the Arabs cattle. And then the corrupt Arab governments that are in league with this government, it's really a sick Hegelian dialectic, order out of chaos, bringing the world crisis.
So let's talk about Bohemian Grove. This is one of the first things that you did, almost like a vlog style. Before anybody was doing vlogs, Alex Jones was doing vlogs.
So I don't know much about it when I sneak in. It's like, okay, you're going to pay me to sneak in and get guys worshiping Allah. Sure. Okay, I'll sneak into your camp. I mean, I wanted a free trip to Northern California. Okay, so again, I'm a Christian, but I'm like, okay, devils and devil worship, that's what people do in like on acid and trailer parks. Okay, the world, the leader, not worshiping an owl. Okay? Yeah. And so it comes time, I fly out there, a little, DV cams just come out, this little compact camera, put it in the fanny pack, and basically it was all true. It happened. It was insane. So it's on the Russian River, totally beautiful. It's the biggest stand of redwood trees outside of the big national park in California. So they pull up to the entrance, and there's like a bog and a little bit of a swamp right here off the road, and they go, okay, Alex, you're going to walk through. And I had a feeling, and I saw that they were pulling cars into park in the parking lot over here and picking them up on these big flatback buses. And I made a split-second decision to step off and go through the barbed wire fence, because this is before the checkpoint, and just act like I was in the parking lot and get on one of those. And so we just sailed through, because Mike Hansen, my producer, also went in with me, because it would be better to have two people. People aren't usually alone. And so they've told me some of the passcodes to different camps, because it's like little camps, cabins and stuff, and like bars and things there that are built all over. There's over 100 camps.
Do you remember what the passcode was?
It was stuff like, I'm with the Hillbillies, Red Mountain. That was, I'm with the Hillbillies.
I'm Alex Jones. I'm here with the Hillbillies. All right.
Well, cool. I chose that because that's the Bush's camp. It's like a Texas camp that's kind of midway up. So we get off, and I'm like, okay, I got a map here. I want to go see the owl. I want to make sure this is real, because the pond's supposedly only like a half mile down. So I'm going in the gorge, and people are walking by, and I'm like, that's a senator. I know who's that. You recognize people because you've seen them, but you're trying to think, who is that? They're basically all famous. All of a sudden, I'm walking by this big pond. Like, there's the big 45-foot owl. Oh my gosh! And they already had it, like getting it ready over by the side, like this band, like a mummy, but like a child. The mock sacrifice they burned. So I saw that. I'm like, okay. Starts getting dark, and I go, okay, let me reload the camera, get ready. I've got a little hole in it here with a hole in the front I can lift up. This is makeshift where I can hit the button on the back. And there they're playing dun 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 dun. And there's an orchestra playing, and they're all eating, and there's these giant tables, and I can just smell the food. That's looking good. I'm like 100 yards above it, looking at it like a cat. But now it's getting dark, so I feel safe, and everybody's drunk by then. Now everybody's going down to the water. So you go around the owl on this bank to then see the owl about 60, 70 yards away. And this high priest comes out in his white robes and red cape, and he's got the staff, and he says, let the dead who were here before us, their spirits be here. And so they did, and they go through like this cornucopia of like Babylon gods, and they summon all these different gods, and they say, but we summon the most powerful, the goddess, to renew us the next year and give us strength and rebuild our bodies and give us the thing we need. And we bring an offering forward to our God so that we will be able to put all of our sin and trouble onto it. And then this open, ornate, I'd say like 18th century British carriage comes out with big glass sides with a coffin on it, like a 5-year-old size coffin, like a 5-year-old child would be in, and a bunch of priests, like with a whole bunch of guys with torches. I got all this on video. Come out, guys with torches in front of I think it was like 4 people bearing the coffin. They take the effigy of the child out and put it in front of it. And so it's like, be gone, no king! And it's like, we forward defeat you. No! Please don't kill me, no, please. Like, yes, I'm gonna kill you. And I'm sitting there going, like it's a play. They're not taking this serious. And these old men are sitting there just going, but like in a satanic type deal. They were just going, and I'm like, hey, this is pretty cool.
Oh my God.
And I'm just like, and Mike was kind of, hey, how's it going? They're like, this is important.
Oh my God.
Like, and so you're like, they're dead serious.
And taking this nation down. This republic, ladies and gentlemen, is not. No one is going to assassinate President Trump. No one is going to impeach President Trump. No one is going to win a trade war with us. And no one is going to defeat us militarily. America stands firm in defiance of tyranny, and America is back.
Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? That's why you're going to fail, and the establishment knows no matter how much propaganda, the Republic will rise again when you attempt to take our guns.
America is winning and taking the country back from George Soros and the millionaires, and the leftist terrorists are not successful and will not be able to stop us from removing the deep state. America is rising. America is standing with President Trump and Elon Musk. America is standing against the tyrants, and we will defeat you. You can burn up Tesla dealerships. You can engage in terrorism. But it's not going to work. Right here. It is not going to work. America. Leave me alone. You are a bunch of crap. You're a bunch of terrorists. What please do about it? Ladies and gentlemen, these are the hateful people. These are the people.
Full disclosure is happening. Are you paying attention?
Bill, well, thanks for agreeing to the interview.
First of all, a little bit about your background. You had extensive military service for many years prior to 1970, where a certain aspect of that military service kicked upstairs, so you were able to see certain things that you were not able to see beforehand. Would you tell us a little bit about that?
It actually started much longer in my past than that. I was reared in a military family. My father's an Air Force colonel. He's retired now. He was a command pilot. And as a child, I remember sitting around I remember the pilots at our house sitting around the kitchen table talking about their exploits in the cockpit and what they had seen in the skies. And some of that talk involved UFOs and what some of them called Foo Fighters. And I traveled all over the world, lived on military bases for most of my life. I was really an indoctrinated individual, you might say. I was as establishment as you could get, as gung-ho, pro-government, pro-America, pro-military. And that's why I went into the military, because that had been so much of my life. I went into the Air Force. I was in the Strategic Air Command for 4 years as an aircraft and missile hydraulic technician, which is, I worked on the pneumatic and hydraulic systems of B-52 bombers, KC-135 aircraft, and Minuteman missiles. I had a secret security clearance. That's where I saw my first atomic bomb. I mean, we worked around on these planes, especially the ones on the alert pad, were always loaded, ready to go drop these bombs at a moment's notice. But while I was in the Air Force, I met sergeants, men who were older than me, and had been in the Air Force for quite a while, told me that they had participated in projects that had recovered crashed extraterrestrial craft, what you call UFOs. And they never told these stories unless they had quite a bit to drink. So I never really believed it. I thought, well, these guys are running a scam on me, even though I'd heard about these things when I was a kid. I just still didn't believe in them. They're just so far out in left field, it's not something that you really give any serious thought to until something personal happens, which came later. While I left the Air Force, I went into the Navy, which is really where I wanted to be in the first place. I'd always had this tremendous feeling and connection with the ocean. I was an excellent swimmer, but I had a problem as a child. I had chronic motion sickness. If I got in a car and we went on a long trip, I got deathly ill, and same with boats or anything. I couldn't ride on the things at the carnival that went around and round because it just made me tremendously ill. But I decided after I had gone through the Air Force experience that sick or not, I was going to go in the Navy because that's really what I had wanted to do. So I did. Volunteered for submarine duty and was assigned to the USS Tyru, SS-416, which was a diesel-electric boat, World War II type, that had been reconfigured. When I went on board the boat, it was in the dry dock at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and had literally been cut in half. They put in a 12-foot sonar section and then 3 domes on the deck for triangulating targets using sonar. And this was really one of the most up-to-date electronically submarines that we had. Wasn't a nuclear submarine, but as far as the ability to approach, get close to a target and destroy it, it had a better capacity to do that than any other boat that we had. While we were on a transit from the Portland-Seattle area on the surface, I actually saw, I was the port lookout, and I saw the most incredible thing that I think I've ever seen in my life. And it had such a profound effect upon my view of the universe and the world that we live in that I wish everybody could experience this. I saw come up out of the ocean, from beneath the surface of the sea, a huge disc-shaped craft about the size of a Midway-class aircraft carrier, which is tremendous in size. Even though that's one of our smallest carriers, or was then, it's still a huge, tremendously big object. Came up out of the ocean and rose into the air and tumbled on its axis and went up into the clouds, and I was awestruck, dumbstruck. And I mean, dumbstruck, literally, I could not utter a sound. And my first impulse was to tell the officer of the deck that I'd seen a flying saucer. And then, luckily for me, I couldn't talk. Because on second thought, that's not what I really wanted to say. Because I didn't want to be the only Looney Tunes character on a submarine with a tight-knit crew that you had to live in close quarters with. Because that's a hell of a way to live. So I told the officer of the deck that I'd seen something about 15 degrees off the port bow at a relative distance of about 2.5 nautical miles. And he began to look in that area. And the starboard lookout had heard me tell him this, and he began to look over there. And while we were all three watching, either the same craft or another one exactly like it came down out of the clouds, tumbled again on its, why it did this maneuver, I don't know, but every single time it did it. It's like it came down in this attitude, and then it flipped over, and then entered the water. And the water just appeared to open up in front of it. It's just like the account in the Bible about the parting of the Red Sea. That's exactly what happened. The sea actually parted, and this thing went into the water, and then it closed up behind it. And this big spray went up into the air. But it wasn't a spray from the craft hitting the water. It was a spray from the water coming back in to fill up this hole that had been created. And again, I'm thinking, this is incredible. What are we looking at here? And it was metal. It was a machine, and it wasn't glowing or anything like that. It didn't have any lights on it that we could see. But it was obviously metal, and it was obviously a machine. And although I can't tell you that there was anyone inside of it, I believe that there was. And it did something that, as far as I knew, was absolutely impossible. I'd been in the Air Force. I'd worked on the state-of-the-art of our aviation capabilities. And here I was on the deck of a submarine in the conning tower, and I knew what we had to be able to have to go underwater, and I knew that the two were incompatible. Here's something that came from under the water and flew in the air and performed maneuvers, and then came back down and interfaced with the water at tremendous speed and remained intact, which realistically, it never touched the water. The water sort of magically opened up in front of it, but something had to interface with that water. Anything that we had that interfaced with the water in that manner would have been disintegrated. It's like hitting a brick wall. So I was looking at a technology that, as far as our laws of physics and what we knew at that time, didn't exist. This was in 1966. Ensign Ball was as shocked as I was. He called the captain to the bridge. He came up with the chief quartermaster, who brought a camera. And we all stood there and watched this occur over and over again for about 10 minutes. And I still, to this day, don't know if it was the same craft or a whole bunch of different craft going in and out of the water. But it seemed like that there was a hell of a lot of traffic on that freeway right there. And we were watching it as we went by. We never changed course. We never lowered or increased our speed. We made no attempt to communicate or signal. We made no attempt to get closer. And eventually, it just stopped. We were told not to discuss it with anyone, not even amongst ourselves, which was incredible. I never had been told anything like that in my life. You can't talk about something. And to be told that we couldn't even talk about it amongst ourselves was even more extraordinary, I thought. But we didn't. We didn't talk about it. When we got to Pearl Harbor, all the time the chief quartermaster was taking pictures of this. So I know photographs were made. What happened to those photographs, I have no idea. But when we reached Pearl Harbor, we were not allowed to go ashore to go on liberty, even though we didn't have the duty. And about 2 hours after we berthed at the submarine base, a commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence came on board and debriefed each one of us individually in the captain's stateroom. And the ultimate outcome of the debriefing was that we didn't see anything, we didn't hear anything, and we had to read rules and regulations that told us that if we ever talked about what it was that we didn't see, that we could be imprisoned. We could be fined $10,000. We could lose all pay and allowances due wherever to become due. And I learned at that moment that the United States Navy didn't want anybody to know about what we saw, and that severe consequences could come down around the neck of anybody who did. And that was when I understood fully that, yeah, there's a real cover-up. These things do exist, number one, and at least the United States Navy doesn't want anybody to know about it. And there's stiff penalties for anybody who bucks that.
Mm-hmm. Moving forward a few years from, 1966, I believe, you gained a special security clearance that revealed to you certain documents, or were revealed to you, or that you saw relating to this very cover-up.
To this and many other things. I was eventually trained by Naval Security and Intelligence, and I was given a secondary NEC, which is Naval Enlisted Code, which was 9545, which is Internal Security Specialist. And an Internal Security Specialist is someone who protects classified information and protects areas, so to speak. And I had a specialty, which I was trained in, which was Pacific Area Intelligence Briefings. And I was eventually assigned to the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, who was Admiral Bernard Clary at that time, and served as a member of his intelligence briefing team. And basically all that means, we really had a wonderful job. You come in about 4 o'clock in the morning and you go through all the message traffic and everything. And what you do is what we did was that we prepared an updated briefing on everything that was happening in his half of the world, which he commanded the naval forces and marine forces, as a matter of fact. And put all this together in a briefing where we would update him on ongoing operations, brief him about operations that were scheduled to begin, political situations, deployment of Soviet forces, naval forces, everything. And after the briefing was finished, between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning, then we were done. We were finished. So it was what you call fat cat duty or gedunk duty in the Navy. It's got all different kinds of names. It's just really a wonderful job. Now, to be able to function in this job, I had to have a security clearance, which gave me access to the information that I had to need to know to help prepare these briefings. And when I first was assigned to the command, I was attached to the OPSTAT office under Lieutenant Commander Mercado, which was operational status reporting. And while I waited for my security clearance, and it took 6 months to get it. What I eventually ended up with was a top secret Q clearance with an SCI attachment, which means sensitive compartmentalized information, and there were no blocks. In other words, there was nothing confining me to only certain compartmentalized information. I had access to whatever the Admiral and his staff had access to because we had to prepare briefings and brief these people on all of these things. And I'm sure that at first I was tested and wasn't shown a whole lot, but eventually when they began to have confidence in me, I began to see things coming across my desk that were just absolutely incredible. And a lot of it is really hard to talk about because it's so far outside the normal concept of reality for the average American that they're going to find a hard time believing any of it. Mm-hmm. But I saw documents that were labeled under the classification top secret, and the compartmentalized the compartment that was put into was called MAJIC, M-A-J-I-C, which told me that UFOs are real, which I already knew. I'd seen one. Right. But this went farther than that. It told me that they were extraterrestrial in origin, that there were 4 different extraterrestrial species or races visiting this Earth, and that they had actually entered into an agreement with the United States government with one of these species of alien beings to exchange technology, and it told me all the projects that was underneath this. Project Red Light was actually the testing of extraterrestrial craft. Project Plato was a diplomatic project. Pounce was the recovery of technology. Pluto was the application of that technology to our own secret space program, not the public space program. There are two different space programs. One is what the public gets to see, which is overseen by NASA, and the other one is a secret space program that nobody gets to see, which is really overseen by the Navy Department under specialized, compartmentalized black projects, and what these people are doing in secret is just absolutely incredible. I also saw documents under an operation called Operation Majority, which outlined the plans to bring together a one-world government. It also included extraterrestrial information within that. Project Grudge, which was the second project. First was Sign, and then Project Grudge, which contained all of the extraterrestrial information up to a certain point. I forget the year cutoff. And then it was contained after that in another project called Project Aquarius, which was the accumulation of the whole history of alien interaction on planet Earth. But I have to say at this point that I don't know if those documents were really telling the truth or not. They could have been showing me these things so that eventually I would go out and talk about this. And maybe that'll become clear to you later why they may have done that. It could be real. So, but
at this point, from a personal standpoint, what was it that, based on your experience in '66, and they said, absolutely do not reveal this to anybody, and here we are a few years later, and you're seeing documents that prove that what you saw was real. What was the one factor or a number of factors that led you to the decision to say, I've got to get this out, I've got to tell people about this?
I saw contingency plans called Majestic. And these contingency plans were to, first place, a contingency is a plan that can be implemented if certain things occur. And the certain things that would have tripped this contingency plan are, number one, the public sector is getting too close to the truth, so they have to implement this to get them steered off the track. Or number two, we don't want to tell the public the truth about the alien presence, but there's so much alien activity occurring that the public is on the verge of finding out anyway. Let's tell them this story so that it doesn't cause consequences that we don't want. And that plan was called Majestic. I was in a bookstore one time. I'd never seen UFO magazine. Didn't even know it exists. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a UFO culture in the world of people who study UFOs or worship UFOs or have little UFO meetings. I had no idea that was occurring. I was in a bookstore one time, and I was looking at the magazine rack. I'm an avid reader, and I'm always in bookstores. And this one day, I saw a magazine just popped right out at me, at UFO. And I picked it up, and I looked inside, and here is Majestic, all right there. And even the people who had been named to implement the plan were the ones who were actually implementing it. William Moore, Stanton Friedman. I'd never heard of Jamie Chandray, but he was named, and they had brought out a supposed genuine document called the Eisenhower Briefing Document, which in reality is a fraudulent document. It's a fake, and it was created to implement the plan Majestic, to either indoctrinate the public on what the government wants the public to perceive as happening, or to steer researchers away from the truth, or both.
So this wasn't revealing the plan of Majestic, but it was actually implementing the plan.
Implementing the plan against the public. It was a psychological operation against the public.
So this is what you saw.
So immediately, my head began to spin around, and I began to think, God, I've got to tell people that they're being manipulated. This is a lie. And it really, if the public were using their own intellect, they would know that it was a lie. The executive order quoted for this document was 92,000 something. I believe it was 92447, which is 92,447. And it was supposedly written by Truman. But Truman never wrote an executive order higher than 9,000. I mean, even today, there's no executive order with the number 92,000 on it. They've been consecutive since the beginning.
So it was clearly fraudulent.
So it's clearly fraudulent, but the public doesn't catch on to this. And here you got Stanton Friedman, one of the guys who implemented the contingency plan, Majestic, running around the country telling everybody it's not an executive order, it's a date, September 24th, 1947, which it very well could be a date. But it's listed in that document as being an executive order of the President of the United States, Harry Truman. And because of that, it's fake. And many other things. But specifically, that is the most glaring proof of fraudulent intent in the document. There are many other things in the document that also prove it's a forgery. But here they are. They're running this contingency plan, and here I am. I know all about it, and here's the public out there biting on it. They even ran that thing in the New York Times, like a 2 or 3 page spread showing all the documents. So it had tremendous credibility lent to it by that action. And so I decided that I had to tell the public and get people on the right track, which is, the right track is don't believe anybody. Don't believe me. Don't believe George Bush. Don't believe anyone. You got to go out and you got to get proof in your hand before you can believe anything. And to do otherwise today is the biggest mistake that anyone can ever make. You begin believing people, putting your trust in them, that they're telling you the truth. I guarantee you're going to take a ride on a roller coaster you don't want to be on.
Mm-hmm. Now this controversy, and I say the very understatement controversy.
Yes.
It also is now extending, based on some things that you're revealing, into the Kennedy assassination.
Yes, in the set of documents, which really was literally 2 or 3 file cabinets of documents, called Operation Majority, I saw documents which told me what happened in Dallas and why. And basically what these documents said was that the intelligence community felt that John F. Kennedy was a threat to the national security, which translated into reality means was a threat to the New World Order, the one world government which they were actively in the process of forming.
Was there anything on record that indicated that he was out to, things that he did would threaten that New World Order?
Oh, absolutely. He had written an executive order. I don't remember the exact number now, but it's available to anybody that wants to go look it up. He had written an executive order ordering the printing of United States notes, which would have broken the back of the Federal Reserve, which is one of the major instruments of propelling the United States into the New World Order by destroying our economy, the basis upon which we live, the basis upon which our whole society is founded, is being ripped right out from under us. That was one. Number 2, he refused to provide air support for the invasion of Bay of Pigs, which ensured that would be a failure. He had threatened publicly on several occasions to disband the CIA and scatter it to the 1,000 winds. He had ordered, in the documents that I saw, he had ordered the intelligence community prepare a plan to disclose the truth about UFOs to the public. Now, I don't know what that truth was. Could be that maybe there are no extraterrestrials. But whatever the truth was, he had ordered a plan to be prepared that disclosure was going to be done according to that plan within the following year. And the intelligence community considered that to be out of the question. And according to the documents that I saw, his assassination was ordered by the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group, which is really the secret world government, and was carried out by agents of Division 5 of the FBI, the Secret Service, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Office of Naval Intelligence, of which I was a part, in Dallas. And it said that the assassin, the man who actually administered the head wound, was the driver of the car, William Greer, a Secret Service agent, who used an assassination pistol built by the CIA for assassinations that was really an air gun that fired an exploding pellet or could fire a small hypodermic needle or a poison dart using any one of many different deadly poisons. Specifically, it said that he fired an exploding pellet which contained shellfish toxin, and that the act was plainly visible in a film withheld from the public. I looked for 16 years to find that film, and I finally found a copy that showed William Greer turn around and shoot the president. And since 1988, I've been showing that film wherever I'm able to show it to wake people up. It is not our government, though you have to understand, that is doing these things. It is not our government that's failing us. It's not the Constitution or the Bill of Rights that's a bad instrument. It is a group of men who belong to secret societies, who have infiltrated our society and our government at all levels and are destroying it and subverting it from within. And every member of naval intelligence that I knew who was an officer was a 32nd or a 33rd degree Freemason. And I asked my commanding officer at one point, I said, why are all you guys Masons? He said, Masons are used to keeping secrets. It's part of their fraternity. So if you want someone who already knows how to keep a secret, you recruit Freemasons. Well, later on, I found out what the truth is. The truth is you're not going to be a naval intelligence officer unless you are a Freemason or a member of the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, but you have to be high degrees for that. I think the reason I was selected as a enlisted man is because I had belonged to the Demolay Society.
Which is what?
As a teenager. That's sort of the first level of Freemasonry. That's how they recruit teenagers and indoctrinate them into their principles so that they go right into Freemasonry when they become an adult. So basically that's the story. Yeah.
Okay. Well, based on the information that you're revealing, which would seem to be equally or if not more of a threat than what Kennedy was originally planning on doing, is actually revealing the underlying cause of all of this. Why is it that you are here today, or how is it that you are here today and you're not, conveniently taken away and put in a padded cell somewhere so that you can't speak of these things?
Well, I really don't know the true answer to that question, because you would have to ask them to find out why they haven't done anything. But I can tell you this. I began to reveal information in 1976, and I was physically attacked on 2 occasions. My skull was caved in. That's what all these scars are here. On the second attack, I lost my leg. They visited me in the hospital. They had no intention of killing me. They were delivering a message to me. Shut up. And that was the message that came through loud and clear. And 2 men who identified themselves with identification cards who belonged to the Defense Investigative Service, which was really the Defense Intelligence Agency, asked me if I was going to shut up or they were going to have to do it right. And I told them, I said, you don't have to worry about me. I'm going to be a good little boy for the rest of my life, and I'm going to shut my mouth. And I did for 16 years, kept silent until I saw this UFO magazine in a bookstore, which indicated that they had implemented the contingency plan called Majestic. But if you want to know what I think the reason is, I believe that there are several. One, they've had a plan that's been in force since the 40s to debunk, ridicule, destroy anybody who ever talks about these subjects. And the public has been thoroughly indoctrinated that if you talk about any of these things that I'm talking about, you're just another nut. So the public, by and large, doesn't pay any attention to it. So in that sense, I'm not a threat. If the president had come on television and said, hey, this is what's going on, then they would have listened and they pay attention to it. But people like me, they perceive me as being just another loony bin, fruitcake, nut, which I assure you I'm not. But that's the perception that they've been brainwashed into believing. And so that's what they believe. Number 2, I am so much in front of the public from the very beginning when I began to talk. And that's how I protected myself, or at least that's what I thought would protect me, and so far it's proven to be right, was that if I got literally in front of the public overnight, in front of a large public, that they wouldn't do anything to me because it would substantiate what it was that I'm saying. And they certainly don't want to do that. It would also create a martyr. And martyrs create tremendously dangerous political movements that they don't want that either. So literally, within a 24-hour period, I spent $27,000 mailing a thick packet of information all over the world to people I'd never heard of, didn't know. We went down and got some mailing lists and just mailed this stuff all over the world. And so literally, when people opened these packages in their mailbox, and it was a perfect plan because they couldn't stop it. They didn't even know I was going to do it in the first place. And since we sent it all over the world, once it was out, there's no way they could retrieve it. At least no way that I can conceive of. So literally within 24 hours, I was a public presence. And people were asking all over the world, who's Bill Cooper? Is this true? Look what I got in the mail. And just literally flipped the world over on its ear. And I've been in front of the public ever since. So I think basically those are the reasons. They don't believe that the public's really going to listen to me. And so far that's been true. There is a small group of people all over the world who are awakening, who are beginning to understand that they've been living their life in fantasy land, and who are actively seeking the truth. But by and large, when the secret power structure says, as I've put in the first chapter of my book, right out of one of their own technical manuals, that a nation or world of people who do not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence, and thus are stakes on the table by choice and consent, they're absolutely right about the majority of people. It's one of the things that has been an illumination to me, is that they're not always wrong. And many of their goals are the right goals, but the method that they're using to reach that goal is the wrong method. In other words, if you set out to create a perfect world where there will never be any more killing, but to reach that point, you kill 2 billion people, you have become what you're trying to avoid. And it can't happen that way. If you want to create a world of peace, it has to be done by peaceful methods. Yeah, if you murder someone to destroy a murderer, you have become what it was you set out to destroy, and thus it wasn't destroyed at all. It was perpetuated by that very action. And that's what these men are doing. They rationalize everything they do so that they feel better about it. But what they are doing is becoming what it is that they want to get rid of, and the world will never be a safe place for anyone as long as there are men who do these things.
Very eloquently said. Thank you. Now, your message to people, once again, is don't believe anything. How is it that the public can find this and search for this truth on their own if they can't believe anything or anyone? What can you do?
It's all in the public sector. It's all available to anyone who actively and diligently seeks it out. Everything that's in my book, Behold a Pale Horse, is all. Everything in here, all the documents that are in here, everything that's in this book is in the public domain.
Can be substantiated?
Yes, and I intentionally wrote this book not using anything that wasn't available to the public to show people that, yes, if I can find this information, so can you. I have tons of stuff that's not available to the public. But as you can see by reading this book, you don't need that stuff because it's what you need is available to you. Public libraries are overflowing with the proof of what's really going on in the world, but nobody really utilizes it to the extent that they're able to pick this out and put it together. Another thing I've done for people is I've put it together for them so that they can see the overall picture rather than looking at small things and thinking that it's isolated. Nothing is isolated. It's all part of a big puzzle. And the puzzle is coming together, and when the puzzle is assembled, it's going to be a one-world totalitarian socialist government that nobody's going to like except the people that are running it. It's Hitler all over again. And the rationalization is we're going to create the world without war.
The utopia.
The utopia. But they will never create that utopia because they're not dealing with the problem that makes them want to create it, and that is the inherent flaw in each individual human being that makes us do the things that we do. Until that's overcome, there's never going to be a world without war or without rape or without killing or without robbery. And anybody that thinks that there is has already gone off the deep end.
So the method is, here, I'm going to hold a gun to your head so you won't rape, you won't kill.
That's right.
Yes, okay, I understand. The title of your book, Behold a Pale Horse, what significance does that have? What are you saying with this title?
This title is from the book of Revelations, because I have to tell you this, and you may think I'm nuts if you want to, but this is the truth. Either these men are following the book of Revelation, the book of Revelation as it is in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
They're either following it, just like a plan, and bringing the prophecies in there to pass to manipulate and control those who believe in those prophecies and neutralize them, so to speak. In other words, if this is written in the Bible and God has ordained it, who am I to resist? It must come to pass, so I'm not going to try to stop it.
Okay.
What a perfect way to neutralize the opposition right off the bat. Or there really is a God, and what he said was going to come to pass is coming to pass. And I named this, Behold a Pale Horse, from chapter 13 of the book of Revelations. The fourth horseman of the apocalypse is the pale horse. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death. And hell followed with him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with the beasts of the earth. And that is taking place now today. The fourth horseman is riding across the world now. That's what AIDS is all about. That's what all these little brush fire wars all over the world are all about. That's what's happening. That's why cancer cures are suppressed. It's because they fully intend to kill a minimum of 2 billion people by the year 2000. AIDS is an invention of man. It is not a natural disease. And it has been implemented and placed into the population as a population control. And when they did it, they had the cure before they did it. Mm-hmm. And when they deem that enough people have died or been killed, they will say, we have a cure for AIDS. And everybody will be called to report to some place to get an inoculation, which is going to do two things. One, it's going to stop AIDS in its tracks. And number two, it's going to implant a device which will be able to be used to track each individual person and maybe even to control those people. And that's what the pet implant program is all about. It's not about finding lost pets. They don't give a damn about pets, and they would never put a satellite in orbit to find a lost pet, but yet there's a satellite up there that they're using to find pets that have been implanted with these devices. They're testing this program on pets that's going to be used in human beings. And in the Los Angeles Times in 1989, they ran an article. It was 10 forecasts for the coming decade, was the title of the article. I have a copy of it in my research center. And number 5, I believe it was number 5, in those 10 forecasts for the coming decade was chemical or electronic implants to control individual behavior on a 24-hour basis, unquote. So it's not hidden at all. It's there for anybody who wants to look.
But nobody's looking.
Nobody's looking. They believe, and I believe that they're right, that the biggest danger to mankind right now is man himself, population. A study in 1957 told them that by 1990 the world population would double. In 33 years. Can you imagine that? The world population of human beings doubled in 33 years. Mm-hmm. And they knew that it's an exponential doubling. Throughout history, every time it's doubled, the interval has gotten shorter. So that was 33 years. The next doubling will take place in approximately 28 years. The next one after that, approximately 24 years. Can you imagine if the world population...
Infowars.com! Infowars.com! Infowars.com, man! Woo!
Hey, why are you shouting that?
Infowars.com, because there's a bunch of people out here. I know about Infowars.com. 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 Also, show tell folks how to use the bullhorn. Never seen something like this, have you? Infowars.com. 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 Infowars.com.
You're a traitor, Alex!
Infowars.com.
Shit.
What is love? Baby, don't
I'm almost done here. You pretend to be a journalist. You want to look at people like me so you can say you're the good guy.
I think you're on trial though, right? For not having.
No, the corporate media is on trial, and so is the rigged judiciary here.
But you literally today are on trial.
No,
just to clarify.
You're on trial.
I'm not.
You're on trial.
Okay.
Failed Soros propped up corporate media.
All right.
Nothing but a pirate. Are you ready to talk?
Go to the other side of the Capitol. That's where Trump's going to be.
Love you, Alex Jones!
How you doing? Well, here we are back at the InfoWars studios. I thought it was bought by The Onion. I heard they bought it, or they got it at an auction. Turned out it was a rigged auction. Turned out the judge didn't authorize that auction. Turns out they colluded on the bids beforehand and not told the real people that came to bid. Turns out people are really interested to find out what's going on. So let it sink in, folks, that we're back at InfoWars. And the corporate media's got major egg on their face. And America's back. And Trump overrode the fraud. And the American people aren't your slaves. Follow me on X at Real Alex Jones. And in case they shut it down again, at AJN Live on X as well for the Alex Jones Network. God bless, and thank you all for your support. The federal courthouse in Austin, Texas, 115 plus days in the administration, still has up Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The arrogance of these Democrat Party-controlled courthouses is absolutely insane. This is mutiny. This is treason. This is sedition. What, will the federal court put an injunction in and say that Trump doesn't have the authority to make them put up his picture? Ladies and gentlemen, this is pure arrogance on display, and it must be stopped now. As many of you know, military bases across the United States that have Democrat Party DEI operatives in charge of them have refused months and months and months in the Trump administration to take down the pictures of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and put up President Trump and J.D. Vance and others. Well, now, the great investigative journalist Laura Logan just posted on X, you can see on screen, that at the federal courthouse in Austin, Texas, where I live, where the federal marshals have an office, they have left up 16 days of the administration, the old administration. This has never happened before. And imagine if they're this arrogant, out in the open about their rebellion against the voters of America and their bureaucratic, corporate, federal court coup against our president and against the people, that they would then actually not even put up the images of the president and the vice president. It just shows the insane level of their entitlement and their arrogance. This is pissing in the face of the American people. I mean, everything we've seen from these judges Only the Supreme Court is co-equal to the executive and legislative. The other courts, Article III courts, were created by Congress. We have the Judiciary Act of 1802, 1803, Thomas Jefferson, where they fired all those judges because they were setting up a dictatorship. They are unelected, and they've got to be held to account. I'm not saying all the judges in that particular federal court here in Austin, though it's very liberal and very leftist, are in on this, but this is not happening by accident in leftist jurisdictions. It takes 5 minutes to print off the new president, vice president, put it up. And 115 plus days in, it's not happened. So this is emblematic of the arrogance of the deep state, of the permanent state. And you've got James Comey, the disgraced FBI director, saying, you know, on X today, it's time to 86, 47, means sink him, kill him, destroy him. These people just have no shame. They're arrogant. They've committed so many crimes against America. They've got to be indicted for justice and for the victims, and so they don't continue to commit these crimes. Trump, if he wants to succeed, which he's succeeding on so many fronts, but really succeed saving America, the Justice Department must begin the indictments of these arrogant deep staters. You've got all the power to spread the word. You're the Paul Revere's. You've got to raise the alarm. We also have a new special, a flash sale at thealexjonesstore.com. You can get a bottle of ultramethylene blue. No, it's selling out. We sold out by Monday at current sales rates. And you get the next bottle for 50% off. So it's a great deal. And even though we're going to sell out of it, most people say, well, I'm not going to have it on sale. It's going to sell anyways. I want people that love a good deal to try ours. If you already love methylene blue, you're going to really like ours. Believe me. If you've never tried it, talk to your physician. It's very powerful. Again, people say, well, what is it? What does it do? That would take a long time to get into. Do your own research, consult your physician. And every person has been blown away because it turns up electrochemical activity in every cell in your body. And it cleans out the mitochondria. So half the people that take it feel electricity in their hands and stuff when they take it. That sale is live right now. Buy one and get the second one 50% off at thealexjonesstore.com. But the transgender cult, developed in the 70s and 80s by MI6 and the Tavistock Institute on record, and being deployed to the United States and around the Western world, is designed to confuse children and then run around parental rights and say that children have a right, because they know there's a proper taboo on pedophilia, that Clinton's Surgeon General, Jocelyn Elders, remember, promoted. We need to masturbate the babies. Reach down and masturbate them in the schools. There needs to be a masturbation time in kindergarten. Masturbate. Remember that?
She said masturbation.
And she said
masturbation, something that perhaps should be taught.
Our whole society has got to get busy in changing our thinking and changing our attitudes. We've all got to talk about it. We've got to talk about it at church. We've got to talk about it at schools. We've got to talk about it to their children, on TV. So the message that the children are always hearing is, I'm a sexual being from the day I'm born till the day I die.
I think I was really talking about teaching children about, that nothing terrible will happen to them if they, play with themselves or things like that.
99.99% of sex is about pleasure.
They've been trying this a long time, but that didn't work. So they go, whoa, we'll just cut their genitals off. We'll really destroy their sexual trajectory to have a family and have children and live. And all the big corporations pushing it with, Bud Light and Dove, despite Anheuser-Busch being wrecked by their actions. Well, it doesn't matter. Dove is doing the same crap. But the transgender cult, developed in the 70s and 80s by MI6 and the Tavistock Institute on record, and being deployed to the United States and around the Western world, is designed to confuse children and then run around parental rights and say that children have a right, because they know there's a proper taboo on pedophilia, that Clinton's Surgeon General, Jocelyn Elders, remember, promoted. We need to masturbate the babies. Reach down and masturbate them in the schools. There needs to be a masturbation time in kindergarten. Masturbate. Remember that? They've been trying this a long time, but
that didn't work. So they go, whoa, we'll just cut their genitals off. We'll really destroy their sexual trajectory to have a family and have children and live. And all the big corporations pushing it with, Bud Light and Dove, despite Anheuser-Busch being wrecked by their actions. Well, it doesn't matter. Dove is doing the same crap. And they're now still giving awards to Woman of the Year and these big doctorates to men that say they're women. I've got examples of that. So Trump cutting off the funding of this, billions and billions of dollars of it, has been really good. And the actions of the military. This military branch plans to change transgender service members' records to reflect their biological sex. And the Supreme Court's trying to hold up Hegseth and just banning it outright, but that's already happening. According to an executive report from Reuters, U.S. Army, after the records of transgender soldiers to show only their sex at birth. Oh, you mean to reflect reality? This internal guidance was shared with the outlet. That was, ooh, we caught them in something. The guidance listed steps that the branch will take to push transgenders out of the service. Commanders will take immediate measures to update personnel records and administrative systems to reflect biological sex with individuals. And right after Trump got in, people that said they were transgender that got new passports noticed it would put back on there what they were really born as. California and other states have passed laws that when someone changes their name or changes their sex, supposedly, it erases their old identity, including if they're a rapist, a sex offender, a pedophile. So, and Illinois is doing it too. I mean, this is just pure evil. The memo also stated that the use of so-called preferred pronouns would be no more. Look at this. Mr. Levine is back. Mr. Super Creepy. Woman's College in Massachusetts awards honorary degree to trans official from Biden administration. Smith College in Amherst, Massachusetts is historically all-women's college. This spring, they decided to give an honorary degree to Rachel Levine, the trans woman who worked in the Biden administration as a U.S. Assistant Secretary of Health, whose main target was your children. If there's one thing progressives in higher education love to do, it's virtue signal. Beyond that, it's the corporate globalist agenda. I love how all these other great populist, common sense, conservative, nationalist publications, they all still do it. Oh, the liberals are idiots. Oh, the liberals are dumb. Oh, the liberals are crazy. No, they're not. They're assaulting the foundations of society and our very biology. Look at this. High school female athlete stands in protest atop podium after taking second to male. How about you just boycott it? That's what everybody needs to do. The symbolic gesture on the medal stands at a high school track and field meet in California drew applause from the crowd. Yes, reality's popular. And praised on X from the female sports advocate Riley Gaines. Reese Hogan, 16, came in second in a triple jump during a track and field event in Southern California on Saturday. She finished a distant 4 feet behind A.B. Hernandez of Jerpa Valley, who also won the girls' long jump event, who is male. And the Supreme Court had to say that they can't take the voting rights of a representative in Maine because she dared to speak out against the transgender cult. Good news. They got a bunch of methylene blue in quicker than we thought. It may be sold out after that because it's medical grade and it takes time. But we've got a big shipment in, and so we're bringing back the sale that was so popular, the methylene blue mega sale. Buy 2 bottles, get 1 free that was so popular. But also buy 4 bottles, get 2 free. And when you subscribe, it never sells out. They hold it back, and you get 50% off locked in. Normally, it's 25% off when you subscribe. We're doing 50, so you get locked in forever. As long as the AlexJoeStore.com is there, 50% off. Incredible. So become a subscriber now on the Ultra Methylene Blue. Get the incredible Shilajit, the incredible Iris sea moss, the ultimate turmeric,
Optimal Human back in stock, all with big discounts, incredible new ball caps, the widest selection of Patriot apparel, and it funds the tip of the spear of the Second American Revolution. The Ultra Methylene Blue Mega Sale, buy two, get one free, is back for a limited time with 50% off on top of it for subscribers. So get yours now at thealexjonesstore.com. As I've been predicting, as Tucker Carlson's been predicting, building up to this summer, you're going to see all of these Hezbollah, Hamas, sympathizing leftist mobs that are completely allied of the Democratic Party with the communists and socialists of Europe that are funded by Soros and the Rothschilds, getting more and more violent. I predicted the Tesla attacks months before they began as well 6 months ago. This is all part of a dialectic problem reaction solution, and the very same globalist organizations are funding both sides, just like Israel founded Hamas in the late 1970s to destabilize Gaza and the Palestinian Authority. So this is all building up towards the pretext for a strike on Iran, and most people are either taking the side of Israel or taking the side of the Islamicists. And on the ground, it's real people fighting. And both sides think they're on the right side, but above it is a globalist dialectic of control. And Trump understands this, has really been pushing for peace everywhere. And he's really stopped Israel so far from striking Iran, saying we're not going to help them. But if you see more attacks on Jews, like we just saw at the Jewish Museum in D.C. last night with the diplomat and his wife killed, that will give Netanyahu and the Likudniks the pretext they need. Remember, it was the Likudniks, and Netanyahu was in power back on 9/11, with the neocons that were clearly heavily involved in 9/11. And I'll be detailing that more on my show today. I was already planning that ahead of the planned Israeli strike on their nuclear sites. Even though Trump's against it, they're going to try to drag us into it. So people have to be smart. They have to see what's going on. They have to understand that Netanyahu's not popular in Israel. He's maintained control off and on for 25 years with these manipulations. And this is a very, very serious point we're at, because the globalists want to control the narrative and stop Trump's global peace initiative and global stabilization plan. I am really asking everybody to be smart here, understand that violence is not the answer on either side, and to rise above it and see what this is really all about. This is exactly what we said was going to start happening. And the fact that this Hispanic socialist from Chicago just knew who to kill out of the hundreds of people that were there outside the building and then ran back in and waited for the police. The whole thing is just very, 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 very suspicious. And so when you hear all this talk about rise up and crush Israel and all this, Israel has nuclear weapons. They're not going anywhere. And these type of attacks only strengthen Netanyahu's hand in all of this, and it's really, really bad. So I'll be covering it all today at 11 a.m. Central. Harrison Smith will be covering it at 8 a.m. Central coming up here in just a little while at Infowars.com/show, and at Real Alex Jones on X at the top. You'll see the new feed that launches at 8 a.m. So coverage of all of this and the latest. Look for false flags and pretexts to keep the Ukraine war going as well. This man and his wife did not deserve to die, and Palestinians don't deserve to die just because they're Palestinians. This whole thing is just ancient tribal warfare, and the United States is being sucked into it. And Netanyahu wants to control the narrative and stop Trump's peace initiative in the Middle East. That's all come out. And it turned out that Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th because they didn't want a peace deal in the Middle East as well. We need the Abraham Accords 2.0, and we need them now. Thank you so much. Follow me on X Real Alex Jones. God bless you all.
Guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And if you try to take our firearms, 1776 will commence again, you baby-killing ghoul. You piece of shit. You keep babies alive and take their organs. You're a Joseph Mengele monster owned by foreign banks, and America's awake to you, you piece of trash. That's what I say to him. Yeah.
Say that this way. Say that this way. Say that this way.
I'm going to say,
you can do it. You can do it.
No, I mean, listen.
What do you think?
All these dictators and tyrants come around taking people's firearms. And if they think they're getting our guns, I'm just telling them 1776 is going to kick off again. Non-alcoholic Welch's sparkling wine here. This is 30 years on air today. I couldn't remember when, 6 months ago, I went and looked it up. So I want to bring in some of the crew. Oh, Owen Schroyer showed up here.
He's about to go live.
Are you kidding me?
He's about to go live in like an hour. We got Rob, we got Thomas, we got everybody here. And so, this is what it's all about. So I really appreciate all of you guys. Here is to 30 years of the InfoWar and all of our supporters that made it possible and God working through us. I love you all, and this salute is to all the viewers and listeners through the years that kept us on air. We've been totally vindicated. I love all our guest hosts and all our guests, like Gerald Salente. Let's punch him up. He's having a drink of real wine. Punch him up real quick. Can we guys punch Gerald up real quick? Punch him up. All right, salute. Everybody, we salute you. All right. Man, that's good.
Wrong.
That's right. We did it our way.
To 30 more, Alex. 30 more.
I'll be 80 on the air. I don't know about that. Here we go.
You'll look better than Joe Biden.
I'll be smarter, hopefully. All right. God bless you all, folks. We took the blows. Here's the blue eyes. 30 years, folks. 30 years, and we're vindicated and in ways stronger than ever and battle hardened. So, wow. I was just thinking like 6 months ago, how long have I been on air? I went and looked it up. It was April 15th, 1994. It was tax day. I was up there to take classes like, hey, you come in here and protest this with us. It was the first time I went on air. It was 30 years ago, and a few months later I got my license and got on Access TV. All right, love you all. War Room coming up 55 minutes. Gerald Salente takes over right now. Can't wait to hear what he says about the wars and the economy and all the craziness. But thank you all for keeping us on air. You're the reason we're still here, and we love you, and we appreciate you all. Great job, crew, and great job to my family. Nothing but appreciation.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com.
What do you think about aliens?
I don't think there are any. At one time, I thought that there were, simply based upon documents that I'd seen while I was attached to the intelligence briefing team, the commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet. At that time, and even for many years afterwards, I did not believe that the government would use me in that way. I had devoted my whole life to government service. I had been in the Air Force. I was in the Navy. I was a river patrol boat captain in Vietnam. I had proved myself. I had combat ribbons with the V for Valor. There was no doubt of my loyalty to my country. And maybe that's why it was so easy to use me, because I wouldn't doubt that what I saw was real. But over the years, I've done a lot of research. And what I've discovered is there's no proof existing anywhere that extraterrestrials are real, or that have ever visited this planet, or that they exist anywhere in the universe. There is not one shred of evidence anywhere. There is lots of evidence, tons of it in fact, that there are a group of people collectively known as the Illuminati who want us to believe in some extraterrestrial threat from space so that they can cause a world government, bringing together of all the people to resist that external threat. And the first time that I saw any reference to that, I was reading some papers from the Carnegie Endowment Fund, and there was a record of a speech. It was a dinner for Viscount Ishii of the Japanese delegation, the Japanese imperial delegation, in 1917. And John Dewey was one of the speakers. And the first sentence out of his mouth, as I was reading this, I almost fell out of my chair, because this was in 1917, and he said the best way to cause all the people of the world to come together in one world government and end war forever would be if we were attacked by some other species from some other planet. And boy, that just clicked with me, and I knew that that this is just another scam. This is the age of deception. There's no doubt about it. And then 8 times during Reagan's administration, he inserted almost the exact same phrase into 8 of his speeches. And it's a scam. That's what I can tell you. What they call UFOs, these craft that fly around the sky, are real. But they're not piloted by some little green guy from some other planet. They're owned and operated by the United States of America for one, the Soviet Union for another, probably Great Britain, Canada. I think the first really operable ones were probably manufactured in Western Canada, in the wilderness, in a place especially built to create those machines, like we created the Manhattan Project, and the same kind of secrecy surrounded it. So the technology is real. It's been kept secret, and it's been used to promote this concept that there's an alien threat to this earth. The cattle mutilations I've discovered in my research are nothing more than what's left after the government does its secret tests on the low-level radiation leakage from its atomic weapons assembly plants and atomic power plants. It's a low-level radiation monitoring project. And if you look at what's missing in the cattle, you'll see that it's just as clear as day. They take the lips, they take the tongue, they take a 6-inch patch of skin, they core out the rectum, the colon area, where those kinds of things would collect. They pass through the digestive system. On female cows, they take the udder to check for low-level radiation in the milk. This is being passed to the calves, and these are all grazing animals that graze on the grass where the radiation falls when it falls from the air, and it's just an incredible deception. And I'm just amazed that people have fallen for it in the manner that they have, in the absence of any proof whatsoever. I mean, they cite hearsay as proof.
Well, what about all of the alien abductions?
They're not abductions. They're the results of a tremendously successful and very sophisticated mind control operation, all of which has been in development. Well, they started working on those kinds of things since before World War II. But they have perfected them. On my website, I have a patent of a machine that can read your brain waves, can recombine them in a computer and send them back to you and make you think things happened that never happened. I mean, you can't get a patent for something like that unless it really works. You have to prove it to the patent office. It works. A patent was issued. And this is just one of the things that snuck by them that hasn't, because when people invent things like this, they're sucked up by the government immediately, and then they're put behind the veil of national security and classified, and then nobody knows about them. But every once in a while, something sneaks by them. And when you do these searches in the patent office and the trademark office and in the copyright office, you come up with some real gems once in a while, and that was one. Also, the congressional investigations into the intelligence community has revealed the existence of these programs, and there's no secret about it. It's documented. Project Artichoke, Project MK Ultra, MK Naomi. I could go on and on and on all day long. And if you had the time in your movie, we could lay out all the documentation, which is official government documentation, and prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that it's true. But that's what it is. It's not extraterrestrials coming down. The human body cannot pass through walls or roofs, or through windows that are closed. This is all the product of the imagination and people's willingness to believe something because they want it to be true. I don't know why they would want it to be true. You see, because if it were true, these are not friendly aliens. They're doing some terrible things to people. If I were to kidnap somebody, pass them up through the roof, and take them somewhere, and perform operations on them, and take samples of semen and ova from their reproductive organs, and plant thoughts in their mind, and all this kind of stuff, and then bring them back, guess where I'd be right now? In prison. It's kidnapping. It's criminal. It's a terrible thing. So there's a morbid sense about all this too, is that people want to be hurt for some reason. I don't understand that. But that certainly is something that somebody needs to look at. Why do people feel that this needs to be real? What in them says, I want to be abducted and abused and kidnapped and raped and all of this stuff against my will? because they seem to take some kind of satisfaction that this is happening. And nobody's talking about the fact that this is a terrible thing to happen. If I were to do that to you, you wouldn't be too happy, would you? But somehow it's okay if an alien does it? I don't think so. It's all bullshit. It's a lie. And it's...
So where do you feel the hope for America lies?
Oh, this is William Cooper, a man who received mainstream attention in 1994 when Rush Limbaugh read an alleged White House memo on the air calling him the most dangerous radio host in America. Maybe that's because his conspiracy classic is the underground bestseller, or perhaps it's because of the increasing popularity of his shortwave radio broadcast, which is also available on the internet.
Good evening. You're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm still William Cooper.
This was not an easy interview to net. He was the first person I asked, and after 8,000 miles and 6.5 weeks on the road, just about the last to agree. I guess he wanted to make sure I was serious. Nevertheless, I had to come alone, and I was required to follow clear rules of conduct.
Well, at this point, I've done so much research on this. I have to tell you, there's only one way this is going. There's going to be a civil war in this country. And I hope the outcome of the war will be the reinstatement of constitutional Republican government. But whenever you have a war like that, you're going to have competing factions to be the winner. And whoever really has the power in the end is going to institute whatever kind of government they feel should be there. There are people in this country who believe that a religious theology or theocracy should prevail. Well, if that happened, we'd have burnings at the stake again, and inquisitions, and heretics, and all of these kinds of things. So that can't be allowed to happen. Can't be. Doesn't matter what my religion is. It can't be allowed to happen. There are people who want a socialist government, much like the one in Sweden. There are people who want to create in the United States what the Soviet Union had hoped to be. There are real Nazis, all of them socialists. Hitler was a socialist. So I see the future as being tremendously dangerous for all of us. Me and many others like me are going to perform a valiant attempt to reinstate, restore legitimate, lawful, constitutional Republican government. Whether or not we're going to be successful, I can't tell you. But I will tell you that once this war starts, it's going to be terrible, it's going to be bloody, and it'll last for 10 or 15 years. That's the nature of this kind of conflict. If you look around at all these mountains around here, there's enough guns, ammunition, supplies, clothing, and food buried in these mountains to support an army for 15 years. And I don't think the American people realize that they're on the brink of a civil war. You see, there are many of us who took an oath when we went in the armed forces, and we meant it. We volunteered. We weren't drafted. We care about this country. And the oath was to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we will fulfill that oath, even if it means we die in the process of doing it. It's that simple.
The crash of 29, there was a terrible economic disaster in this country. They call it the Great Depression. In 1933, in trying to deal with this, the United States was actually on the verge of bankruptcy. There were a lot of unemployed people. They were trying to implement a beginning of socialism in this country. They implemented a law that was passed during World War I. It was called the Trading with the Enemies Act. It was determined that they could use this to fight the economic war, that it didn't have to be a shooting war. It could be any kind of a war or any kind of a national emergency. So they implemented by executive order the Trading with the Enemies Act in 1933, which literally put the United States and its citizens under emergency rule, which means the Constitution, habeas corpus, things like that are suspended. Now, they didn't tell the people that. And in the law, it specifically exempted the American people as being the enemy. Now, in 1937, they reissued the executive order again, only this time they left out that passage and the American people became the enemy. Now, we've been living under that declaration of emergency ever since then. So the concept that anyone in this country is protected by the Constitution today, or has been since 1933, is erroneous. It's false. And that's why they've been able to do many of the things that we've questioned. Like, how can they do that? That's against the Constitution. Obviously, that's against the Constitution. That's illegal. But they're doing things all the time, constantly, that tell us that the Constitution is no longer in force. Now, later, in 1945, Harry Truman signed the United Nations Treaty. It was ratified by the Senate, and they pushed through Congress, and Harry Truman signed the United Nations Participation Act. They immediately pushed through and signed the National Security Act of 1947 and created a veil of secrecy behind which they could operate to bring power into the hands of the United Nations and destroy the sovereignty of all the nations of the world. The Cold War was actually a manipulation of the people of the world to give them a fake enemy to pretend, so that the government could pretend that the reason that they were doing all the things that they were doing and building the military forces and developing the technology that they were developing was to fight this supposed enemy, this ideological enemy of the Soviet Union. And they were doing the same thing in the Soviet Union, telling the people there that we were their enemy. In reality, this had all been agreed on by the Big Three when they met several times during World War II. And during these meetings, by the way, the reason why after World War II there was never another big war, and all wars were surrogate wars fought in third world nations, the agreement was, according to the documentation that I saw when I was with the Office of Naval Intelligence, that for population control, to keep the attention of the public away from what was really happening, which was bringing about of a one world government, a totalitarian socialist world government, the destruction of sovereign nations, that they would fight these surrogate wars, and there would be no winner of any of these wars. And if you look since that time, no one has won any wars, and no one has gained any territory through fighting of these wars. When Kennedy became president, he signed the first executive order creating what's called FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It was put into place to take over local, state, and federal government in case, and this is the way it was worded, in case of invasion by a foreign power or nuclear attack upon the United States. Knock it off. Got my daughter and her dog in the studio playing here.
That's okay.
So anyway, he signed this executive order. This created the Federal Emergency Management Agency. They also began back in the 50s creating underground, literally cities. All across the country there are these underground cities that have their own water supply and everything. They're under a mountain in Virginia. There's a place called Mount Weather where they even have a government in waiting. They have a president there, which has not been elected. They have a full cabinet there. They have departments of all of the government agencies in the United States and down there waiting in this place called Mount Weather. And they also have a computer data bank with a master warrant list where they're collecting the names and addresses of known patriots and patriot leaders who will fight the overthrow of the Constitution overtly and the absorption of the United States overtly into the United Nations and the transfer of power of our armed forces to the United Nations, making them, in effect, a world police force along with the military forces of what used to be called the Soviet Union. Later on, Nixon elaborated on these executive orders. He changed them around, took out invasion by a foreign country or attack by a nuclear weapon. And it's worded very curiously now, and then Reagan changed it, but now the wording says, in case of internal unrest or economic instability.
Of course, they can generate that at any time they want to.
That's right.
This ain't always alright. We should be alone. Turning back your clitoris flaps. Cause the left didn't stop it with the godless potting. Oh, this Hillary Coffin. She's a literal vampire. Pop belly gobbling. Gobbling down. Chasing after your mama. Let's go give it to you. Subscribe for more. This is the
where I've been, meeting people who are trying to uncover the great conspiracy. The subject of David Icke always seems to come up.
So what's David Icke doing on TV? We have a lot of different producers. You just get tired of the real meat and potatoes, the real issues. So he's gone for all the ridiculous Hollywood stuff of David Icke and the blood-drinking lizard people. So what does David Icke do? He talks about the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, these global elitists, these power structures, all real, all true, all demonstrated by bills and executive orders and prime ministers and premiers and presidents. All real meat and potatoes, something you can bite into, something that is easily demonstratable. And then you've got David Icke at the end of all this. He says, by the way, they're blood-drinking lizards. Blood. Al Gore needs blood to drink. So does Prince Philip. I mean, it's asinine. And it's being picked up by people, and so it discredits all of the reality people are talking about. And that's the problem with David Icke. He's got a good line to a point, and then he discredits it all. It's like a turd in the punch bowl. That's his job. He's got this nice big thing, you know, this nice fruit punch, nice ice cubes floating around in it, you know, and then he takes a big dump right in the middle of it, and no one's going to drink out of that punch bowl.
But is he in league with them to do that?
I think he knows what he has to do in a controlled world to get away with what he's doing and be given attention. And he's either a smart opportunist con man, or he's completely insane, or he's working for them directly. But I tend to think he's just a con man who understands how things works and is just a real opportunist.
Good.
Okay, but
my family, your family, none of us are going to make it. There's a post-human era coming, the breakaway civilization. The deal's been made. It's not It's not in the third dimension. They've made frickin' deals with interdimensional aliens.
Okay.
And notice the media never attacks you for that, because that's the truth.
Maybe this
serious crap. I'm sick of being social engineered. It's there all the cross.
I'm a taggy tangerine. I'm on my mid vitality. Doing it up with Jakari. Oh, they say I'm the best. Oh, so good, so good. Make you want to fall in believe. Gonna wear my InfoWars shirt, skin tight. Going to up the subscription price. And telling everyone that it's the globalist Nazis. Cause I just wanna be good, produce good, produce. Oh, I just wanna be good, produce good, produce. Oh, let me show you how to be an info whore. If I tell the truth, I'll be out the door. It won't be good, produce good, produce. Let me show you how to be an info whore. I'm no better than that fat slob Michael Moore. He's also good, produce good, produce.
There were no Jews in Mesoamerica where they were chopping out some days 10,000 hearts a day and eating children like lunch meat. I am Jewish, but I just want to get that out of the way, that these are real phone calls here on air. Say, quit covering up for Israel just because I cover all the big corrupt forces that are out there. I mean, are you saying, sir, that every evil in the New World Order is flowing out of Jews?
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And so as their evil and their global plan becomes evident, and as everything that patriots before us warned us about comes true, and as the liberty movement's credibility rises, and as the public researches these facts,
The globalists are only going to intensify their operations, but that's only going to light a fire under everybody else's butt to take action against them. And if we all realize just how incredible this time is, we have a great chance of beating this, but it's the overwhelmingness of this program that is their greatest asset in the Bilderberg Group and inside the New World Order, because it is a dystopic science fiction novel. But you see them in all the movies programming us for the type of future they're building. 20 years ago, it's now reality. But if we wake up to it and have a seismic shift across the board and really make it the focus of our lives to get outside the box and make the focus of our lives to wake up others, they will fall. And in closing, I want to leave you with this. In closing, I want to say this to everybody that's out there. It is essential. Hey, if you don't yell back at provocateurs, you won't even be able to hear them. They just want to start a fight. Doesn't matter. Just a drunk guy. Hey, I think it's great. Anyways, getting back to what I'm saying. The most important thing is right here at the key point.
Are you making advertising?
All right, I will keep going here then. Since I tell you what, they told me I could go as long as I wanted. You just got another hour, bro. You just got another hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we've got going on here is people trying to disrupt this because they're afraid of the truth, and this information is obviously extremely frightening to them. And that's understandable, but I need to get back to the key point here, which you distracted me from.
Come on, please, come make some room.
Sorry for shouting, Alex.
Well, you distracted it very well. You did your job.
No, I know how. I've got a job.
No, we actually get in here.
All right, Luke Rizanzi, how you doing, man?
Guys, let's pull back. This is dangerous. Come on. I just don't want everybody to stand all over each other.
Guys, please move back, please.
Come on, man.
Thank you.
Question. But I answered it.
No, serious question. It's like paid for advertising.
Put out 7.
Yeah, you can see who my advertisers are.
Inside job.
Yeah, mate.
Alex, really appreciate it. Listen, Alex, yes.
Please.
So what did you want to accomplish today? What were you trying to ask Alex?
Well, I want to ask Alex. Basically, I have issues with a person who says there's a paid media when he is basically paid by advertisers to push a scaremongering agenda.
How should he eat and live? How else should he make money?
True, advertising is vital in a radio environment, but to the point that he maybe pushes this issue, that's where basically he has an issue with a non-free press. You know, people saying that the BBC are paid for or controlled. CBS.
What on they?
Yes.
Are you suggesting that he is?
Well, no, he's contradicting himself by basically being paid, or he sells advertising space to people who have a certain kind of product that's going to be very in his market, and it's just unnecessary, really. Essentially, if you're advertising constantly seed banks, chlorified water, ready reserve parachutes.
So you have an issue with the products he's selling? Is that it?
If you've got a big breakthrough saying, I've got some, I listen to his show all the time, right? And he'll quite often go, I've got some massive world-shaking news. I'll come back to you after the adverts. And then he'll go back to more adverts. And there isn't necessarily something wrong with that, because that's a general broadcasting theme, but he's peddling scaremongering to sell adverts, and adverts sell scaremongering, and that's the issue. I don't necessarily, I have no issues with what I believe that he thinks is going on, but I can't trust someone who is influenced by that, essentially.
Well, he was courteous enough to answer your question, right? He spoke to you in person.
He did just there, and he did say he's going to lose money this year, which, again, I don't know, but all I know, he's worth £5 million, and he reckons he's going to lose some money.
Is that bad?
No, it's not bad, but what is bad is when someone gains power, gains influence, and gains money like that. Did you not feel the almost Waco-style reverence that was going on during that speech? And the thing is, right, I have a different opinion to my friend here, right? I'm pretty much on board with almost everything that Alex Jones says, and but I think the cult of personality that's created up around him is unnecessary and unpleasant.
Do you think that's his fault, or is it just the society that we're in?
He definitely encourages it. He definitely encourages it.
There's no way he doesn't thrive on that, which is fair enough. I mean, I think it's quite a natural process to do. You know, if everyone was shouting his name, putting their fist in the air.
But that's just because people agree with what he says, and if he was going the other way, he would maybe have kind of security guards around him and sort of pushing everyone out of the way, and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, he's just showing that he's just another. He's just one of he's a guy that cares about freedom and.
Okay, maybe so, but he's brilliant at doing what he does by basically getting people to think they're thinking what he's thinking, but on their own. He'd be like, Foundation X is growing crops in here. Look at the articles on the website, and then it'll like quickly flash to somebody else, and then it'll go, yeah, but do your own research. And then
for example, when we were driving down to Watford 2 days ago, we were listening to his live InfoWars radio station, and he had a caller on, and and they just talk such appalling crap, and he just does nothing except quantify it and build it up. For example, they were saying that in the NHS, everyone in England knows several people whose babies have been snatched by the NHS, and they're all trying to kill us with death squads. What utter horse tribe! And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, completely, yeah."
The government obviously controlled the NHS. I know it's quite a fantastic conundrum for the Americans to understand that the NHS is there for actual
benefit of the people.
Yeah, not controllability. I know that's quite hard for them to understand. It's a massive flip side, but for him to go onto his radio show and to have a person come on and go, a lot of people in England know people who've had their babies snatched, and everyone, and a lot of people's mothers died after simple operations. Look, you're English.
All right, thanks, guys.
Before we get started, I have to clear up a little discrepancy here. Apparently the other night, or within the last week, because I've been getting a lot of email about this, and I even received one telephone call. Apparently somebody called the Alex Jones broadcast and asked him why he didn't have me on the air, or asked him something about me. Alex Jones said he had me on the air once before, several years ago, and had to cut me off the air because of the foul language that I used. So on the air tonight, I'm going to tell you, Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, miserable, stinking little coward liar. Now let me say that again so there's no mistake about it. You can all tell Alex Jones that I said this, and I suspect he's listening because he does. Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, stinking, rotten little coward liar. I was only on the Alex Jones show one time. It was years ago, when I didn't know who he was, when I didn't realize what a liar and a coward and a sensationalist bullshit artist that he is. He was on one little FM station down in Texas. He wasn't on all the stuff that he's on now. And I agreed to be on his broadcast. That's when I was doing guest appearances on broadcasts, years ago. I was not cut off. I did not use any kind of foul language whatsoever.
He treated me very well, and I stayed on for the whole show. Some of you in Texas know that that's true because you heard the broadcast and you taped it. Later, when I found out who Alex Jones was and what he was doing to the truth, and what a cowardly liar and sensationalist he really is, every time he called me after that, I have always refused to appear on his broadcast. Absolutely refused to lend him any credibility whatsoever by appearing on his broadcast. And that made him very angry. I've also revealed him for the lying sensationalist bullshit artist that he is by every once in a while bringing to your attention the lies and the deceit and the rumors that he spreads over the airwaves that are not good for any of us, and they're not good for the nation. They are especially not good for militia and patriots. The most disgusting broadcast he ever did was on New Year's Eve, the year 2000, the New Year's Eve, 1999, bringing in the year 2000, which he went completely out of his mind and claimed that Russia had launched intercontinental ballistic missiles with multiple warheads at the United States of America and actually panicked millions of people who were putting their children and their belongings in their cars and heading for the hills. Now, there's lots of things that can be said about me. Nobody needs to lie about me. Sometimes I am irritating. Sometimes I absolutely will not suffer fools and am just as rude as I can be. Nobody has to lie about me, Alex Jones. So I suggest that the next time somebody calls your broadcast and asks them about me, you tell the truth. There's lots of truth that you can tell about me. But don't ever lie on me, buddy, because I'll chop you off at your ankles. I will chew you up. I will spit you out for the lying, stinking, rotten little coward that you are. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all I have to say about Mr. Sensationalist, lying, rumor-mongering, bullshit artist, Alex Jones. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Cooper.
Hi.
Listen, that Alex Jones interview was directly after you published the Veritas June 26, 1998 issue about the Cooper family being targeted by the feds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
And
back in 1990. So did he kick me off the air?
No, he's a liar, and you pointed it out, and I heard that interview, and you were nothing but cordial.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth.
That's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia.
Bye-bye.
Alex Jones is a miserable, rotten, little, stinking, cowardly, bull-faced liar. Boy, you know, all of these people ought to know better than to mess with me, because I don't take any crap from anybody. And if I'm not afraid of the whole machinations of the entire government Gestapo, what in the hell makes Alex Jones think that I would ever be afraid of his cowardly little rotten butt? Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to let you know I verify what you said about that Alex Jones interview. They had it archived on the internet at one time, and I did hear that interview, and there was nothing wrong with what you did.
And I wasn't thrown off the air, was I?
Not a bit.
No. And that's the only interview I ever did with Alex Jones. As soon as I found out what he was doing and who he really was, he's called me back at least 100 times since then, and I've always told him to take a hike. So anyway, thank you.
Over time and time again on these things as you're trying to get the word out that, you know, you're a pretty aware person, you know, as far as that, but you just like go, well, I'm trying to get the word out, maybe I'll get screwed, maybe I won't, but I'm just going to go for it anyway. Is that your attitude, or what?
Well, it's been my attitude. Now my attitude is I just don't want that to happen anymore, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very reluctant to believe what anybody tells me anymore.
But have you developed an intuitive sense, perhaps, now? I mean, because you know how that can do. It can start shutting you down from certain experiences or certain places where you might need to be.
That's true, and to a certain extent, I have an intuitive sense of where somebody's coming from, but it doesn't always work. You know, that's what makes a con man a good con man, is that you get the perception that they're telling you the truth.
Okay.
And so someone who's really good at it,
right,
can snow you. Or me, anyway. I don't know about you.
Hold on 1 second. Let me grab my...
Yeah, you want to wipe your face or anything?
Yeah, fine.
You got it? Okay. You all right, Robert?
Mm-hmm. Robert, you set? Yes, I am. Scott, you're set?
Yes.
Bill, you ready?
Yep.
Bill, well, thanks for agreeing to the interview. First of all, a little bit about your background. You had extensive military service for many years prior to 1970, where a certain aspect of that military service kicked upstairs, so you were able to see certain things that you were not able to see beforehand. Would you tell us a little bit about that?
It actually started much longer in my past than that. I was reared in a military family. My father's an Air Force colonel. He's retired now. He was a command pilot. And as a child, I remember sitting around I remember the pilots at our house sitting around the kitchen table talking about their exploits in the cockpit and what they had seen in the skies. And some of that talk involved UFOs and what some of them called Foo Fighters. And I traveled all over the world, lived on military bases for most of my life. I was really an indoctrinated individual, you might say. I was as establishment as you could get, as gung-ho, pro-government, pro-America, pro-military. And that's why I went into the military, because that had been so much of my life. I went into the Air Force. I was in the Strategic Air Command for 4 years as an aircraft and missile hydraulic technician, which is, I worked on the pneumatic and hydraulic systems of B-52 bombers, KC-135 aircraft, and Minuteman missiles. I had a secret security clearance. That's where I saw my first atomic bomb. I mean, we worked around on these planes, especially the ones on the alert pad, were always loaded, ready to go drop these bombs at a moment's notice. But while I was in the Air Force, I met sergeants, men who were older than me, and had been in the Air Force for quite a while, told me that they had participated in projects that had recovered crashed extraterrestrial craft, what you call UFOs. And they never told these stories unless they've had quite a bit to drink. So I never really believed it. I thought, well, these guys are running a scam on me, you know, even though I'd heard about these things when I was a kid. I just still didn't believe in them. They're just so far out in left field. It's not something that you really give any serious thought to until something personal happens, which came later. While I left the Air Force, I went into the Navy, which is really where I wanted to be in the first place. I'd always had this tremendous feeling and connection with the ocean. I was an excellent swimmer, but I had a problem as a child. I had chronic motion sickness. If I got in a car and we went on a long trip, I got deathly ill, and same with boats or anything. I couldn't ride on the things at the carnival that went around and round because it just made me tremendously ill. But I decided after I had gone through the Air Force experience that, sick or not, you know, I was going to go in the Navy because that's really what I had wanted to do. So I did. Volunteered for submarine duty and was assigned to the USS Tyru, SS-416, which was a diesel-electric boat, World War II type, that had been reconfigured. When I went on board the boat, it was in the dry dock at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard and had literally been cut in half. And they put in a 12-foot sonar section and then 3 domes on the deck for triangulating targets using sonar. And this was really one of the most up-to-date electronically submarines that we had. Wasn't a nuclear submarine, but as far as the ability to approach, get close to a target and destroy it, it had a better capacity to do that than any other boat that we had. while we were on a transit from the Portland-Seattle area on the surface, I actually saw, I was the port lookout, and I saw the most incredible thing that I think I've ever seen in my life. And it had such a profound effect upon my view of the universe and the world that we live in, that I wish everybody could experience this. I saw come up out of the ocean, from beneath the surface of the sea, a huge disc-shaped craft about the size of a Midway-class aircraft carrier, which is tremendous in size. Even though that's one of our smallest carriers, or was then, it's still a huge, tremendously big object. Came up out of the ocean and rose into the air and tumbled on its axis and went up into the clouds, and I was awestruck, dumbstruck. And I mean dumbstruck, literally. I could not utter a sound. And my first impulse was to tell the officer of the deck that I'd seen a flying saucer, and then luckily for me I couldn't talk, because on second thought that's not what I really wanted to say, because I didn't want to be the only Looney Tunes character on a submarine with a tight-knit crew that you had to live in close quarters with, because that's a hell of a way to live. So I told the officer of the deck that I'd seen something about 15 degrees off the port bow at a relative distance of about 2.5 nautical miles. And he began to look in that area. And the starboard lookout had heard me tell him this, and he began to look over there. And while we were all three watching, either the same craft or another one exactly like it came down out of the clouds, tumbled again on its, why it did this maneuver, I don't know, but every single time it did it. It's like it came down in this attitude, and then it flipped over, and then entered the water. And the water just appeared to open up in front of it. It's just like the account in the Bible about the parting of the Red Sea. That's exactly what happened. The sea actually parted, and this thing went into the water, and then it closed up behind it. And this big spray went up into the air. But it wasn't a spray from the craft hitting the water. It was a spray from the water coming back in to fill up this hole that had been created. And again, I'm thinking, this is incredible. What are we looking at here? And it was metal. It was a machine, and it wasn't glowing or anything like that. It didn't have any lights on it that we could see. But it was obviously metal, and it was obviously a machine. And although I can't tell you that there was anyone inside of it, I believe that there was. And it did something that, as far as I knew, was absolutely impossible. I'd been in the Air Force. I'd worked on the state-of-the-art of our aviation capabilities. And here I was on the deck of a submarine in the conning tower, and I knew what we had to be able to have to go underwater, and I knew that the two were incompatible. Here's something that came from under the water and flew in the air and performed maneuvers, and then came back down and interfaced with the water at tremendous speed and remained intact, which realistically it never touched the water. The water sort of magically opened up in front of it, but something had to interface with that water. Anything that we had that interfaced with the water in that manner would have been disintegrated. It's like hitting a brick wall. So I was looking at a technology that, as far as our laws of physics and what we knew at that time, didn't exist. This was in 1966. Ensign Ball was as shocked as I was. He called the captain to the bridge, who came up with the chief quartermaster, who brought a camera. And we all stood there and watched this occur over and over again for about 10 minutes. And I still, to this day, don't know if it was the same craft or a whole bunch of different craft going in and out of the water. But it seemed like that there was a hell of a lot of traffic on that freeway right there. And we were watching it as we went by. We never changed course. We never lowered or increased our speed. We made no attempt to communicate or signal. We made no attempt to get closer. And eventually, it just stopped. We were told not to discuss it with anyone, not even amongst ourselves, which was incredible. I never had been told anything like that in my life. You can't talk about something. And to be told that we couldn't even talk about it amongst ourselves was even more extraordinary, I thought. But we didn't. We didn't talk about it. when we got to Pearl Harbor, all the time the chief quartermaster was taking pictures of this, so I know photographs were made. What happened to those photographs, I have no idea. But when we reached Pearl Harbor, we were not allowed to go ashore to go on liberty, even though we didn't have the duty. And about 2 hours after we berthed at the submarine base, a commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence came on board and debriefed each one of us individually in the captain's stateroom. And the ultimate outcome of the debriefing was that we didn't see anything, we didn't hear anything, and we had to read rules and regulations that told us that if we ever talked about what it was that we didn't see, that we could be imprisoned, we could be fined $10,000, we could lose all pay and allowances due or ever to become due. And I learned at that moment that the United States Navy didn't want anybody to know about what we saw, and that severe consequences could come down around the neck of anybody who did. And that was when I understood fully that, yeah, there's a real cover-up. These things do exist, number one, and at least the United States Navy doesn't want anybody to know about it. And there's stiff penalties for anybody who bucks that.
Mm-hmm. Moving forward a few years from, 1966, I believe, you gained a special security clearance that revealed to you certain documents, or were revealed to you, or that you saw relating to this very cover-up.
To this and many other things. I was eventually trained by Naval Security and Intelligence, and I was given a secondary NEC, which is Naval Enlisted Code, which was 9545, which is Internal Security Specialist. And an internal security specialist is someone who protects classified information, and protects areas, so to speak. And I had a specialty, which I was trained in, which was Pacific Area Intelligence Briefings. And I was eventually assigned to the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet, who was Admiral Bernard Clary at that time, and served as a member of his intelligence briefing team. And basically all that means, we really had a wonderful job. You come in about 4 o'clock in the morning and you go through all the message traffic and everything. And what you do is what we did was that we prepared an updated briefing on everything that was happening in his half of the world, which he commanded the naval forces and marine forces, as a matter of fact. And put all this together in a briefing where we would update him on ongoing operations, brief him about operations that were scheduled to begin, political situations, deployment of Soviet forces, naval forces, everything. And after the briefing was finished, between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning, then we were done. We were finished. So it was what you call fat cat duty or geedunk duty in the Navy. It's got all different kinds of names. It's just really a wonderful job. Now, to be able to function in this job, I had to have a security clearance, which gave me access to the information that I had to need to know to help prepare these briefings. And when I first was assigned to the command, I was attached to the OPSTAT office under Lieutenant Commander Mercado, which was operational status reporting. And while I waited for my security clearance, and it took 6 months to get it, what I eventually ended up with was a top secret Q clearance with an SCI attachment, which means sensitive compartmentalized information, and there were no blocks. In other words, there was nothing confining me to only certain compartmentalized information. I had access to whatever the Admiral and his staff had access to, because we had to prepare briefings and brief these people on all of these things. And I'm sure that at first I was tested and wasn't shown a whole lot, but eventually when they began to have confidence in me, I began to see things coming across my desk that were just absolutely incredible. And a lot of it is really hard to talk about because it's so far outside the normal concept of reality for the average American that they're going to find a hard time believing any of it. But I saw documents that were labeled under the classification top secret, and the compartmentalized, or the compartment that was put into was called MAJIC, M-A-J-I-C, which told me that UFOs are real, which I already knew. I'd seen one.
Right.
But this went farther than that. It told me that they were extraterrestrial in origin, that there were 4 different extraterrestrial species or races visiting this Earth, and that they had actually entered into an agreement with the United States government with one of these species of alien beings to exchange technology, and it told me all the projects that was underneath this. Project Red Light was actually the testing of extraterrestrial craft. Project Plato was a diplomatic project. Pounce was the recovery of technology. Pluto was the application of that technology to our own secret space program, not the public space program. There are 2 different space programs. One is what the public gets to see, which is overseen by NASA, and the other one is a secret space program that nobody gets to see, which is really overseen by the Navy Department under specialized, compartmentalized black projects. And what these people are doing in secret is just absolutely incredible. I also saw documents under an operation called Operation Majority, which outlined the plans to bring together a one-world government, and also included extraterrestrial information within that. Project Grudge, which was the second project. First was Sign, and then Project Grudge, which contained all of the extraterrestrial information up to a certain point. I forget the year cutoff. And then it was contained after that in another project called Project Aquarius, which was the accumulation of the whole history of alien interaction on planet Earth. But I have to say at this point that I don't know if those documents were really telling the truth or not. They could have been showing me these things so that eventually I would go out and talk about this. And maybe that'll become clear to you later why they may have done that. It could be real. So. But
at this point, from a personal standpoint, what was it that, based on your experience in '66, and they said, absolutely do not reveal this to anybody, and here we are a few years later, and you're seeing documents that prove that what you saw was real. What was the one factor or a number of factors that led you to the decision to say, I've got to get this out, I've got to tell people about this?
I saw contingency plans called Majestic. And these contingency plans were to, first place, a contingency is a plan that can be implemented if certain things occur. And the certain things that would have tripped this contingency plan are, number one, the public sector is getting too close to the truth, so they have to implement this to get them steered off the track. Or number two, we don't want to tell the public the truth about the alien presence, but there's so much alien activity occurring that the public is on the verge of finding out anyway. Let's tell them this story so that it doesn't cause consequences that we don't want. And that plan was called Majestic. I was in a bookstore one time. I'd never seen UFO magazine. Didn't even know it existed. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a UFO culture in the world of people who study UFOs or worship UFOs or have little UFO meetings. I had no idea that was occurring. I was in a bookstore one time, and I was looking at the magazine rack. I'm an avid reader, and I'm always in bookstores. And this one day, I saw a magazine just popped right out at me at UFO. And I picked it up, and I looked inside, and here is Majestic, all right there. And even the people who had been named to implement the plan were the ones who were actually implementing it. William Moore, Stanton Friedman. I'd never heard of Jamie Chanderay, but he was named, and they had brought out a supposed genuine document called the Eisenhower Briefing Document, which in reality is a fraudulent document. It's a fake, and it was created to implement the plan Majestic to either indoctrinate the public what the government wants the public to perceive is happening, or to steer researchers away from the truth, or both.
So this wasn't revealing the plan of Majestic, but it was actually implementing the plan.
Implementing the plan against the public. It was a psychological operation against the public.
So this is what you saw.
So immediately my head began to spin around, and I began to think, God, I've got to tell people that they're being manipulated. This is a lie. And it really, if the public were using their own intellect, they would know that it was a lie. The executive order quoted for this document was in the 92,000 something. I believe it was 92447, which is 92,447, and it was supposedly written by Truman. But Truman never wrote an executive order higher than 9,000. I mean, even today, there's no executive order with the number 92,000 on it. They've been consecutive since the beginning.
So it was clearly fraudulent.
So it's clearly fraudulent, but the public doesn't catch on to this. And here you got Stanton Friedman, one of the guys who implemented the contingency plan, Majestic, running around the country telling everybody it's not an executive order, it's a date, September 24th, 1947, which it very well could be a date. But it's listed in that document as being an executive order of the President of the United States, Harry Truman. And because of that, it's fake. And many other things. But specifically, that is the most glaring proof of fraudulent intent in the document. There are many other things in the document that also prove it's a forgery. But here they are. They're running this contingency plan, and here I am. I know all about it, and here's the public out there biting on it. They even ran that thing in the New York Times, like a 2 or 3 page spread showing all the documents. So it had tremendous credibility lent to it by that action. And so I decided that I had to tell the public and get people on the right track, which is, the right track is don't believe anybody. Okay. Don't believe me. Don't believe George Bush. Don't believe anyone. You got to go out and you got to get proof in your hand before you can believe anything. And to do otherwise today is the biggest mistake that anyone can ever make. You begin believing people, putting your trust in them, that they're telling you the truth. I guarantee you're going to take a ride on a roller coaster you don't want to be on.
Mm-hmm. Now this controversy, and I say the very understatement controversy.
Yes.
It also is now extending, based on some things that you're revealing, into the Kennedy assassination.
Yes, in the set of documents, which really was literally 2 or 3 file cabinets of documents, called Operation Majority, I saw documents which told me what happened in Dallas and why. And basically what these documents said was that the intelligence community felt that John F. Kennedy was a threat to the national security, which translated into reality means was a threat to the New World Order, the one world government which they were actively in the process of forming.
Was there anything on record that indicated that he was out to, things that he did would threaten that New World Order?
Oh, absolutely. He had written an executive order. I don't remember the exact number now, but it's available to anybody that wants to go look it up. He had written an executive order ordering the printing of United States notes, which would have broken the back of the Federal Reserve, which is one of the major instruments of propelling the United States into the New World Order by destroying our economy, the basis upon which we live, the basis upon which our whole society is founded, is being ripped right out from under us. That was one. Number 2, he refused to provide air support for the invasion of Bay of Pigs, which ensured that would be a failure. He had threatened publicly on several occasions to disband the CIA and scatter it to the 1,000 winds. He had ordered, in the documents that I saw, he had ordered the intelligence community to prepare a plan to disclose the truth about UFOs to the public. Now, I don't know what that truth was. Could be that maybe there are no extraterrestrials. But whatever the truth was, he had ordered a plan to be prepared that disclosure was going to be done according to that plan within the following year. And the intelligence community considered that to be out of the question. And according to the documents that I saw, his assassination was ordered by the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group, which is really the secret world government, and was carried out by agents of Division 5 of the FBI, the Secret Service, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Office of Naval Intelligence, of which I was a part, in Dallas. And it said that the assassin, the man who actually administered the head wound, was the driver of the car, William Greer, a Secret Service agent, who used an assassination pistol built by the CIA for assassinations that was really an air gun that fired an exploding pellet or could fire a small hypodermic needle or a poison dart, using any one of many different deadly poisons. Specifically, it said that he fired an exploding pellet which contained shellfish toxin, and that the act was plainly visible in a film withheld from the public. I looked for 16 years to find that film, and I finally found a copy that showed William Greer turn around and shoot the president. And since 1988, I've been showing that film wherever I'm able to show it to wake people up. It is not our government, though you have to understand, that is doing these things. It is not our government that's failing us. It's not the Constitution or the Bill of Rights that's a bad instrument. It is a group of men who belong to secret societies who have infiltrated our society and our government at all levels and are destroying it and subverting it from within. And every member of naval intelligence that I knew who was an officer was a 32nd or a 33rd degree Freemason. And I asked my commanding officer at one point, I said, why are all you guys Masons? He said, Masons are used to keeping secrets. It's part of their fraternity. So if you want someone who already knows how to keep a secret, you recruit Freemasons. Well, later on, I found out what the truth is. The truth is you're not going to be a naval intelligence officer unless you are a Freemason or a member of the Ancient Order of the Rose and Cross, but you have to be high degrees for that. I think the reason I was selected as an enlisted man is because I had belonged to the Demolay Society.
Which is what?
As a teenager. That's sort of the first level of Freemasonry. That's how they recruit teenagers and indoctrinate them into their principles so that they go right into Freemasonry when they become an adult. So basically that's the story. Yeah.
Okay. Well, based on the information that you're revealing, which would seem to be equally or if not more of a threat than what Kennedy was originally planning on doing, is actually revealing the underlying cause of all of this. Why is it that you are here today, or how is it that you are here today and you're not, conveniently taken away and put in a padded cell somewhere so that you can't speak of these things?
Well, I really don't know the true answer to that question, because you would have to ask them to find out why they haven't done anything. But I can tell you this. I began to reveal information in 1976, and I was physically attacked on 2 occasions. My skull was caved in. That's what all these scars are here. On the second attack, I lost my leg. They visited me in the hospital. They had no intention of killing me. They were delivering a message to me. Shut up. And that was the message that came through loud and clear. And 2 men who identified themselves with identification cards who belonged to the Defense Investigative Service, which is really the Defense Intelligence Agency, asked me if I was going to shut up or they were going to have to do it right. And I told them, I said, you don't have to worry about me. I'm going to be a good little boy for the rest of my life, and I'm going to shut my mouth. And I did for 16 years, kept silent until I saw this UFO magazine in a bookstore, which indicated that they had implemented the contingency plan called Majestic. But if you want to know what I think the reason is, I believe that there are several. One, they've had a plan that's been in force since the 40s to debunk, ridicule, destroy anybody who ever talks about these subjects. And the public has been thoroughly indoctrinated that if you talk about any of these things that I'm talking about, you're just another nut. So the public, by and large, doesn't pay any attention to it. So in that sense, I'm not a threat. If the president had come on television and said, hey, this is what's going on, then they would have listened, and they pay attention to it. But people like me, they perceive me as being just another loony bin, fruitcake, nut, which I assure you I'm not. But that's the perception that they've been brainwashed into believing. And so that's what they believe. Number two, I'm so much in front of the public from the very beginning when I began to talk. And that's how I protected myself, or at least that's what I thought would protect me, and so far it's proven to be right, was that if I got literally in front of the public overnight, in front of a large public, that they wouldn't do anything to me because it would substantiate what it was that I'm saying. And they certainly don't want to do that. It would also create a martyr. And martyrs create tremendously dangerous political movements that they don't want that either. So literally within a 24-hour period, I spent $27,000 mailing a thick packet of information all over the world to people I'd never heard of, didn't know. We went down and got some mailing lists and just mailed this stuff all over the world. And so literally, when people opened these packages in their mailbox, and it was a perfect plan because they couldn't stop it. They didn't even know I was going to do it in the first place. And since we sent it all over the world, once it was out, there's no way they could retrieve it. At least no way that I can conceive of. So literally within 24 hours, I was a public presence. And people were asking all over the world, who's Bill Cooper? Is this true? Look what I got in the mail. And just literally flipped the world over on its ear. And I've been in front of the public ever since. So I think basically those are the reasons. They don't believe that the public's really going to listen to me, and so far that's been true. There is a small group of people all over the world who are awakening, who are beginning to understand that they've been living their life in fantasy land, and who are actively seeking the truth. But by and large, when the secret power structure says, as I've put in the first chapter of my book, right out of one of their own technical manuals, that a nation or world of people who do not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence, and thus are stakes on the table by choice and consent, they're absolutely right about the majority of people. It's one of the things that has been an illumination to me, is that they're not always wrong. And many of their goals are the right goals, but the method that they're using to reach that goal is the wrong method. In other words, if you set out to create a perfect world where there will never be any more killing, but to reach that point, you kill 2 billion people, you have become what you're trying to avoid. Right. And it can't happen that way. If you want to create a world of peace, it has to be done by peaceful methods. Yeah, if you murder someone to destroy a murderer, you have become what it was you set out to destroy, and thus it wasn't destroyed at all. It was perpetuated by that very action. And that's what these men are doing. They rationalize everything they do so that they feel better about it. But what they are doing is becoming what it is that they want to get rid of, and the world will never be a safe place for anyone as long as there are men who do these things.
Very eloquently said. Thank you. Now, your message to people, once again, is don't believe anything. How is it that the public can find this and search for this truth on their own if they can't believe anything or anyone? What can you do?
It's all in the public sector. It's all available to anyone who actively and diligently seeks it out. Everything that's in my book, Behold a Pale Horse, is everything in here, all the documents that are in here, everything that's in this book is in the public domain.
Can be substantiated?
Yes, and I intentionally wrote this book not using anything that wasn't available to the public to show people that, yes, if I can find this information, so can you. I have tons of stuff that's not available to the public. But as you can see by reading this book, you don't need that stuff because it's what you need is available to you. Public libraries are overflowing with the proof of what's really going on in the world, but nobody really utilizes it to the extent that they're able to pick this out and put it together. Another thing I've done for people is I've put it together for them so that they can see the overall picture rather than looking at small things and thinking that it's isolated. Nothing is isolated. It's all part of a big puzzle. And the puzzle is coming together. And when the puzzle is assembled, it's going to be a one-world totalitarian socialist government that nobody's going to like except the people that are running it. It's Hitler all over again. And the rationalization is we're going to create the world without war.
The utopia.
The utopia. But they will never create that utopia because they're not dealing with the problem that makes them want to create it, and that is the inherent flaw in each individual human being that makes us do the things that we do. Until that's overcome, there's never going to be a world without war or without rape or without killing or without robbery, and anybody that thinks that there is has already gone off the deep end.
So the method is, here, I'm going to hold a gun to your head so you won't rape, you won't kill.
That's right.
Yes, okay, I understand. The title of your book, Behold a Pale Horse, what significance does that have? What are you saying with this title?
This title is from the book of Revelations, because I have to tell you this, and you may think I'm nuts if you want to, but this is the truth. Either these men are following the book of Revelation as it is in the Bible. They're either following it just like a plan and bringing the prophecies in there to pass to manipulate and control those who believe in those prophecies and neutralize them, so to speak. In other words, if this is written in the Bible and God has ordained it, who am I to resist? It must come to pass, so I'm not going to try to stop it.
Okay.
What a perfect way to neutralize the opposition right off the bat. Or there really is a God, and what he said was going to come to pass is coming to pass. And I named this, Behold a Pale Horse, from chapter 13 of the book of Revelations. The fourth horse, the fourth horseman of the apocalypse is the pale horse. And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat upon him was Death. And hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with the beasts of the earth. And that is taking place now today. The fourth horseman is riding across the world now. That's what AIDS is all about. That's what all these little brush fire wars all over the world are all about. That's what's happening. That's why cancer cures are suppressed. Is because they fully intend to kill a minimum of 2 billion people by the year 2000. AIDS is an invention of man. It is not a natural disease, and it has been implemented and placed into the population as a population control. And when they did it, they had the cure before they did it. And when they deem that enough people have died or been killed, they will say, we have a cure for AIDS. And everybody will be called to report to some place to get an inoculation, which is going to do two things. One, it's going to stop AIDS in its tracks. And number two, it's going to implant a device which will be able to be used to track each individual person and maybe even to control those people. And that's what the pet implant program is all about. It's not about finding lost pets. They don't give a damn about pets, and they would never put a satellite in orbit to find a lost pet. But yet there's a satellite up there that they're using to find pets that have been implanted with these devices. They're testing this program on pets that's going to be used in human beings. And in the Los Angeles Times in 1989, they ran an article. It was 10 forecasts for the coming decade, was the title of the article. I have a copy of it in my research center. And number 5, I believe it was number 5, in those 10 forecasts for the coming decade was chemical or electronic implants to control individual behavior on a 24-hour basis, unquote. So it's not hidden at all. It's there for anybody who wants to look.
But nobody's looking.
Nobody's looking. They believe, and I believe that they're right, that the biggest danger to mankind right now is man himself, population. A study in 1957 told them that by 1990 the world population would double. In 33 years. Can you imagine that? The world population of human beings doubled in 33 years. And they knew that it's an exponential doubling throughout history. Every time it's doubled, the interval has gotten shorter. So that was 33 years. The next doubling will take place in approximately 28 years. The next one after that, approximately 24 years. Can you imagine if the world population doubles again in 28 years from 1990? In other words, in the year 2018, the world population doubles. And we're having problems with food supplies and timber and clean water and clean air now. And then after that, it doubles again in another 24 years. That's why they created AIDS. Because they didn't want to have to go around the world and say, you, and you up against the wall, you've got to die today, and shoot them. They did it in a manner to where they could target what they consider to be undesirable populations. And I want it very clear that I don't agree with them on this. They specifically targeted blacks, Hispanics, and homosexuals for complete eradication. And AIDS is really going through those populations, and it's really doing a number of blacks, Hispanics, and homosexuals.
That theory has made news. I've heard that before, and
this
it's been
isn't a
debunked
theory.
very clear by the public, saying, "Oh, that's ridiculous." But you're saying that that may indeed be the case.
It's not ridiculous. I actually saw this in documents, and the project name was Project Naomi. MK Naomi was the name of it. It was a CIA project. The AIDS, whatever causes AIDS, whatever that turns out to be, according to those documents, was developed at Fort Detrick, Maryland, under a CIA project called MK Naomi. It was financed by $10 million for the Department of the Army's biological warfare programs. It was carried out, supervised by the CIA, carried out by scientists who worked for the Special Operations Division of the Department of Defense. And it's doing its job.
And would you assume if AIDS doesn't work, there's a contingency plan for that even?
Well, I think that they have other things out there working concurrently. One thing I've learned about these men is they don't just do one thing. In case the public discovers what they're doing, or discovers that somebody's doing, whether they know who's really doing it or not, and stops it, what they have running is several concurrently running plans, so that if one or two fail, the other ones are going to take care of the problem.
It sounds pretty hopeless. I mean, based on that scenario, is there anything, any uprising or what?
Yeah, there is, but it requires that people wake up. It requires that they really learn the truth instead of live their life in fantasy land. You see, because nothing can exist without the consent of the people. Unless they buy it, it's not going to happen. And all of these plans lead to the public's ultimate acceptance of what they're going to do. In fact, they're designed to make the public ask for it. For instance, the burning of the rainforest in Brazil. I know people who are just up in arms. Stop this. We've got to stop the burning of the rainforest, which is exactly what the burning of the rainforest is designed to do. Because Brazil is a sovereign nation, right? How can you tell a sovereign nation to stop burning its own forest? You can't. What they're asking for is control over a sovereign nation by a world governing body who can then send troops, a police force, to make Brazil stop burning the rainforest, and that's why they started the burning of the rainforest in the first place. You see, they went down there and they built a road across the Amazon jungle that went nowhere. There was no reason for this road to be built. There was no place to go. It doesn't go from here to a city on the other side. It just goes across the jungle and ends. And they built this road on purpose because they knew that most of the people in Brazil are so dirt poor that they would see this road as the answer to their prayers. Free land, free timber, a way to support their family, a way to become wealthy, or at least more wealthy than they were, which was no wealthy. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what happened. Millions of people headed out down this road and staked out some land and burned the forest and tried to grow crops. And they found that rainforest is no good for growing crops. It'll grow one crop, and then you got to go burn more trees and plant another crop because the soil is poor. And that's what's happening. And that's why the forest is being burned. And it was done intentionally to create the scream of stop burning the rainforest, so that then they could offer the solution. The solution is a world governing body that can then order and enforce that order of Brazil to stop burning
So
the rainforest.
the green movement worldwide is
As a
now
manipulation.
just a manipulation.
Yes.
Of now it's been proposed time and again too that big business is behind things like this, and that would represent a capitalist approach. But what you're saying is we're heading toward a socialist approach based on this scenario.
You have to understand the difference between capitalism, socialism, communism, what all of these things really mean. You have to understand what the difference is between right wing and left wing. People, they use these phrases all the time, and they don't even know what these things mean. And it's just incredible to me to hear a socialist calling someone else a Nazi. Because Nazi means National Socialism. So here's a socialist calling a right-wing guy a Nazi, when what he should be calling the right-wing guy is anarchist. People on the right want no control. They're really anarchists.
So they would, in theory then, or in fact, be in opposition to this ultimate movement.
Yes.
Whereas in appearance, they would be the ones behind it.
Well, when you have a misunderstanding of what the terms mean, yes.
Okay.
Right wing, on the far right, is total anarchy. They don't want anybody controlling anything that they do, and they believe that people are responsible enough that the world can exist without government.
Okay.
Or the very minimal government that it would take to. On the far left, on the other hand, they believe that the government should be in total control and should be supply man with all of his needs.
Well, creating a whole society that's dependent.
Right. A republic is somewhere in the middle. It's governance by laws. Laws are decided by representatives who are elected by the people. And according to the theory, the representatives will do what is right, whether they get elected or not, because it's not really a democracy. A democracy is far left. People don't understand. We don't live in a democracy. This country is not a democracy. It is a republic. A democracy is ruled by the mob. The mob always votes themselves every kind of benefit that they can vote themselves. And whenever you do that, it means large, tremendously overpowering government in control.
They vote themselves into dependency.
That's it. They vote themselves into a dictatorship is what they do, where they lose all of the benefits that they intended to vote themselves into in the first place.
Okay.
And democracies are extremely dangerous to minorities, because if the majority of people don't like you,
right,
they're going to vote that they kill you, and they can, that's it. Democracies are dangerous. Democracies are socialists. Democracies are communism. That's what communism is. The definition of communism is everybody doing according to their talents and receiving according to their need. And it doesn't work. We already know it doesn't work. Man, by his inherent nature, is greedy. So those at the top always end up having everything, and those at the bottom end up having nothing in communism. Socialism is different. Socialism usually ends up in a dictatorship, in a very controlling dictatorial government which even owns the people that it governs, so that those who live in fear of not having are provided for what they need, and in turn they worship this oppressive government. Socialists are children who went out into the world, took a look around and said, I can't handle it, and went home to Daddy.
Okay.
Daddy, protect me. Daddy, feed me. Daddy, loan me your car. Daddy, tuck me in at night. Socialists are scared little children who are irresponsible, can't stand on their own 2 feet, and need Daddy to take care of them.
Okay.
Okay?
Now we got the...
But what happens when you go home to Daddy and Daddy does all these things for you? Tell me.
Well, you never leave the home. You've got no reason to. In other words, if you're being provided for in that way.
You're being provided for, but what does it mean? Doesn't it mean that you have to do what Daddy tells you to do?
True.
Doesn't it mean you have to be in when Daddy tells you to be in? Doesn't it mean that you can't drive the car to the next town if Daddy tells you you can't? Doesn't it mean that if Daddy tells you to take out the trash, you better take out the trash? Are you beginning to understand the concept? When you ask for favors from Daddy, you have to give up freedom in return.
Right. Okay.
So socialism always leads to repression of liberty, freedom, equality. All of those things fly out the window so that you can have free health care, so that you can have a place to live but you don't have to pay the rent, so that you can have food given to you by the state. And that's where we're headed. Right in this country right now, we're almost totally socialist, and now people are screaming for a national health care policy.
Right.
Health care insurance.
Now, the other aspect, once again, I'd like to go into is the anarchy or the right wing, which we just into that similar.
Anarchists believe that they can be responsible, that they won't hurt other people.
Okay.
That your freedom never ends until it begins to infringe upon someone else's freedom. And that no one should have any control over that. That there should be no speed limits on the highways. The problem is that, again, just like on the socialist side, you have people over here that are human. And human condition means that ultimately somebody's not going to be responsible, that they're going to drive too fast when they've had too much to drink, and they're going to kill innocent people. The answer is a balance. You know, the law of the universe says this. It's a law of physics, really, and everybody can understand it. For every action, there is an equal but opposite reaction. There can be no good unless there is evil. There can be no man without a woman. You understand the concept?
Based on that, the theory of a utopia here on Earth is corrupt right away.
Absolutely.
It goes against the laws of physics.
It goes against the law of the universe that there must be two opposing forces all the time in every instance, because that's what makes the universe work. That's what makes everything work. What we need to do is stop trying to go way over here and establish some utopia of freedoms, or way over here to establish some repression of freedom so that we make sure that we got something on the table to eat. And strike a balance between the two that works. And stop withholding information. What makes it difficult for anyone to succeed or live, or for us to really come together and have peace in this world, are all of these people who think that they are the guardians of the secrets of the ages and have only them have truly mature minds, so only them are worthy of knowing the secrets and the real science and the real metaphysics and all of these things. So they repress it and they keep it secret. So the rest of us live out our lives and we don't know the truth of what life is really all about. Therefore, we're always stumbling over each other and getting in each other's way and doing the things that we profess that we don't want to do, simply because we don't have access to the truth. If we had access to the truth... Now, I got to tell you this. Back when these men first began establishing these societies, these mystery schools, and suppressing information, the common man was uneducated, did not have an intellect capable of understanding these secrets. They were really beasts of burden, for the most part, and they lived their whole life in toil.
Right.
But things are not that way now. Most people have a good education. They have a good mind. They're capable of understanding if they're taught, and if they're taught correctly. And I think it's time to teach people what the truth is and quit hiding it, so that we can come together as one humanity and make a balance and live together in a balance. You know, evil's never going to disappear. Neither is good. But we can maintain a balance and life can be good. Instead of swinging back in this tremendous battle between these two opposing, radical, extreme ends of the scale. That's got to stop. I've never understood why somebody would join together in this band of people and call himself a Democrat and not vote for anybody else if they're not a Democrat. That concept is beyond my understanding. And Republicans and Libertarians and Populists and Communists and Socialists and this and that, and blacks and whites and the Indians, and there are so many sects and groups and segments, and we're so fragmented that getting together is going to really be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got to do it. Because if we don't wake up and do it ourselves, these men who meet in secret and plot the manipulations are going to do it whether we want it or not, and they're going to do it at the point of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to take away everybody's freedom because they don't consider us responsible.
Capable of having that freedom.
Are capable, or even of using our intellect. So they'll put us in shackles and control us and force us to be peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the plan is, and that's what the New World Order is all about.
Well, we've run from UFOs right to this, and at first a person might watch this and say, "Wow, this is really strange." But where we've come down to, based on that beginning, is quite in the realm of common sense.
Well, it's not strange at all. It's what they've been trained all their life, that if they hear these buzzwords,
Mm-hmm.
they're listening to some loony idiot talk, and it has no substance to it. Once they get into it, though, and begin to understand that everything is interconnected, it's leading us toward one end,
Mm-hmm.
a one-world totalitarian socialist government, and begin to see it coming to pass all around them in their life, and understand that nothing happens by accident. It's been planned for many years. Then they begin to understand that UFOs play a big role in this. Because if they're real, it's the most significant thing that's ever happened in the history of man, and may be the driving force behind locking up the human race.
Mm-hmm.
Because how could a UFO land in a place like Macon, Georgia, and somebody who doesn't look like us get out, and walk down the street? And I'm not trying to insult the citizens of the state of Georgia. What if they landed in Newark, New Jersey, and got out and walked down the street in a society that kills people because they sit in the wrong seat on a bus?
I'd assume now that they'll know about us.
Of course they will. They probably already know about you if you've been exposing the truth on your show.
Would you assume that our phone lines would be bugged at this point?
I don't know. I doubt it. They don't really consider you to be a threat unless you develop a large political following.
Oh, okay.
So, unless you have a large political following, you're not considered to be a threat to them. Because they figure that the people are too stupid to listen to you anyway. And generally, they're right.
So we're in the process of educating people then.
Yeah.
Is the best thing.
Education is 60 or 70% of the battle.
Yeah.
Because people automatically begin to do the right things once they learn what the truth is.
Are educated to it.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, I got it.
Ready?
Ready. Okay, go ahead.
Let's go back into the Kennedy situation here. Now, the Warren Commission was highly publicized. All the things that went on there. I was shown a videotape just yesterday of was it a Zapruder film?
It is the Zapruder film.
Okay, and it clearly showed to me that a number of things. One in which that the film was obviously tampered with.
Absolutely.
but not tampered with to the point where I couldn't tell that the driver of the limousine was pulling a gun, or what appeared to look like a gun, around his shoulder and shooting President Kennedy in the head. That caused his head to snap back. Did the Warren Commission see this? It seems so.
The Warren Commission never looked at the Zapruder film, ever. So they never saw it. Now, I don't know who testified during the Warren Commission about the Zapruder film, if anybody did. But I do know that later at the investigations of the House Select Committee on Assassinations, that a man was specifically hired as an expert witness to view the Zapruder film and tell the committee what it showed. And that man's name is Robert Groden. He wrote High Treason, which is a bestseller out now on the Kennedy assassination. And he was one of the many so-called technical experts for the making of Oliver Stone's film called JFK. He's also a fake, a fraud, a traitor, a liar. He was hired by the House Select Committee on Assassinations based upon his resume, which says, very simply, that he is the world's foremost #1 photo analyst, which is a lie. He never went to school in photography. He never was a photographer. He never was a photo analyst. And I got to tell you right now that the world's #1 foremost photo analysts are all come out of the military intelligence community, who are trained to interpret high altitude photography and learn what really is there. He never served in that capacity either. He looked at the Zapruder film and he told Congress, he told the committee in testimony, he testified both in written and in verbal form that William Greer never took his hands off the steering wheel. And that's a blatant lie. I mean, anybody can look at the Zapruder film and see that William Greer takes his hands off the steering wheel. And even if you couldn't see it, if they cut out the frames, you can still see that William Greer, if this were the seat of the car, is turned all the way around with his right side against the rear cushion of the front seat, looking directly at President Kennedy in this attitude, and it is a physical impossibility to have both hands on the wheel in that attitude. So we know that Robert Groden, #1, was not who he said he was, had no expertise to be doing the job that he was hired to do. #2, even if he had no expertise, it is plainly visible in the film that William Greer could not possibly have had both hands on the wheel. So we know that Robert Groden didn't make a mistake. We know that he intentionally lied to deceive Congress and thus the American people. And what's real strange about it is he's been very active in the research community, supposedly exposing the assassination of President Kennedy. But if you look what he does, he is constantly coming up with new theories, supposed new evidence, most of which is fake. And in his book now, High Treason, he makes a statement that Kennedy was probably hit from the front and the rear at the same time. His job is to keep the American people confused and propagate the lie that our government is no good, that it's our government who assassinated John F. Kennedy. And I'm here to tell you, it wasn't our government. It was the secret societies known as the Illuminati, the Knights Templar, the Freemasons, who assassinated John F. Kennedy. And the proof is right there for anybody who wants to see it. William Greer was a Freemason, #1. He was the Secret Service agent who shot Kennedy. #2, in Dealey Plaza, there's an obelisk, a monument commemorating the location of the first Masonic temple in the state of Texas. Dealey Plaza is on the 33rd parallel, which is one of the sacred numbers in Freemasonry. He was assassinated in a manner that assured the greatest flow of blood, which is called blood atonement, which was practiced by Freemasonry in the early days and supposedly is not practiced now. But in reality is the method of choice of execution, trial and execution by Freemasons. The Bilderberg group that orders his execution is the Supreme World Council of Freemasonry and consists of 39 permanent members, which is 3 times 13, which is also the exact number of men who signed the Constitution. 39. You see, our forefathers were also members of this secret group, and this country was founded to bring about the New World Order. And it's all in the Great Seal of the United States, which was, and that the design of the Great Seal was made law in 1782. It's just absolutely incredible that the American people don't understand that groups of men don't get together and meet in secret and take blood oaths which say that they can be cut open and their heart ripped out of their body and their intestines scattered over the floor if they talk about the secrets. That's not a benevolent fraternity. That's a dangerous group of men. Grown men don't play games like that. They're serious. It's the secret societies who are bringing about the New World Order. They're the ones who killed John F. Kennedy. There's nothing wrong with our Constitution or our Bill of Rights. But Americans are going to be convinced that our government sucks. And that's what all this stuff is all about.
So at the beginning, the founders of this country actually did create what was I guess you could say, an above-board good government basis for a good government.
Yes. They gave us every tool to ensure the success. But it was an experiment, you see, because man had always claimed that he could rule himself, but had never been allowed to do that. Even in ancient Rome, they call it a democracy. The man didn't rule himself. He was ruled by other people who made man think he was ruling himself. But the truth was, a Roman centurion could march down the street and grab anybody they wanted to and make you do whatever they wanted to, or just execute you on the spot. And that was the truth of the matter. Those weren't free people. In the history of the world, there had never been a people who were truly free or who truly ruled themselves until the United States of America was created as a republic by which we ruled ourselves through elected representatives whom we sent to the State House, either in the States or to Congress, to do it. They also gave us every tool by which we would destroy ourselves if we weren't capable of doing it. The United States and France, the revolution in this country and the revolution in France, were created to bring about governments which would function as the antithesis to the kings and queens of the world and cause them to topple off their thrones. It also gave man a chance to prove once and for all whether he could rule himself or not. And if he could, fine. That would be the New World Order. If he couldn't, they built the tools into the Constitution to allow them to take it away from us. And those tools are the creation of the federal democracy within the boundaries of Washington, D.C., and the right to contract, through which, if we were irresponsible, we would contract to receive rights from that federal democracy and thus, in return, give up our freedom. And that's exactly what's happening. It's exactly what we've done. John F. Kennedy was short-circuiting the New World Order. He had ordered the printing of constitutional money, United States notes, which would have destroyed the Federal Reserve, which is not an agency of the United States government. It's a private corporation owned and operated by the world bankers, controlled by the Illuminati. And its purpose was to destroy the middle class in this country and thus our economy, and throw us at the mercy of the New World Order.
And we see this unfolding now.
You see it unfolding now. You are seeing, and I predicted this well in advance, you are seeing the destruction of the economy of the United States. And it will continue. It will not get better. It's downhill from here on out. Unless we nationalize the Federal Reserve, lock up the criminals who own it, cancel the debt, which will then bankrupt the Illuminati, which is exactly what we ought to do, print constitutional money, which cannot be usurped, which cannot lead to our destruction, and go back to what we're supposed to do, and quit contracting for benefits. We're escaping from the laws of nature, and there's a terrible consequence for that.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible consequence. We have to function within the laws of nature. You can't contract for somebody else to keep you alive. You have to be responsible within your life to keep yourself alive.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't do it, then you have to die. That's the law of nature. You see. Kennedy also did a lot of other things. I mean, he was a believer in the Bible. These men who are bringing about the New World Order don't believe in the God of the Bible. They believe in the God of light, Lucifer, the angel of light, who was flung down to the earth and became the Lord of the world. That's their God. That's why everything they do goes against what people know to be the right thing to do. They believe that man was held prisoner by a vindictive, cruel God named Jehovah in the Garden of Eden. And that Lucifer, through his agent Satan, set man free from the bonds of ignorance to which he was chained to the Garden of Eden, and thus brought the gift of intellect, wisdom, to man, and thus is the true benevolent God. And man, with his intellect and his wisdom and his knowledge, will create technology which will elevate man to the position of God. And all this is allegorical. Don't take the story literally, you see, because it's all allegorical. They believe that intellect, reason, is the light, is the true God, is what makes man God. And I'm not going to debate the right or wrongness of that, because who the hell knows. But I can tell you that they pervert whatever it is that might be divine about their philosophy by becoming what they profess to destroy.
Yes.
And so, in their zeal to bring about the New World Order, They destroyed the political will of the nation when they assassinated John F. Kennedy, which has furthered their goals because it made a lot of people feel so helpless that, God, if they can kill the president, who am I? You know, what can I do? I'm just one lonely, helpless person. So they quit voting. They abdicated their power. And, of course, through agents like Robert Groden and many others, Oliver Stone, they're being convinced that our government sucks, that our government is the problem, that the Constitution doesn't work, that the Bill of Rights aren't real.
We're playing right into their hands, in other words.
We're playing right into their hands because there's nothing wrong with the Constitution or the Bill of Rights or our government.
The people.
You see, it's been infiltrated. And from within, they are eating at the heart of this nation like a cancer, this secret society. They are destroying it. They are subverting it. Our Constitution has not been allowed to work since 1945 and maybe even earlier. And they have been working behind the scenes to bring about a one-world totalitarian socialist government with the Communist Manifesto as its platform through the United Nations, which was created by this nation from an older organization called the League of Nations, which was the original foundation. And at the highest levels of our government, the Constitution's already been scrapped, and they are working under the aegis of the UN Participation Act and the United Nations Charter.
Which says what?
Which says that there are no rights, there are only what you call privileges. And privileges can be granted or taken away at will by the state.
Quite a frightening scenario.
It's a very frightening scenario, and people better wake up to the fact that unless they wake up and do something about it now, there's only going to be one alternative. And that's either take up arms, restore the Constitution, and the blood will run in the streets of America, or reach down and put the shackles around your own feet and march off into slavery peacefully. It's not going to be easy the coming years.
Wow. Now, historically, this may or may not relate, but at least modern world, contemporary world history does not include the stories of Atlantis and Lemuria that go predate. How does that history, and why was that suppressed, or why is it still being suppressed? How might that affect what we are understanding is going on today, or is it related?
Well, I'm not sure if a place called Atlantis or Lemuria ever existed or didn't exist. I don't really know. But I do know that the story that is told about the civilizations that lived there are something that we should listen to, because this whole scene may have played itself out before on this earth. And if you understand the theory, which I believe has been accepted as fact now, of continental drift, there may have been an Atlantis and a Lemuria, which had tremendously developed technologies and societies. And the same scenario that we're playing out now in this great stage called the world may have played itself out over and over again in the past for millennium. In my investigation of the mystery schools, the secret societies that are bringing all this about, that really control everything behind the scenes, I found that this is all about religion. And it's all about a recurring theme that is penetrated and is at the heart of every religion in the world. And that is a creator or a creatress who has a son that is sacrificed and then is resurrected and saves the world or saves humanity. It seems to be an archetype that is within us. And so that you don't go flipping out watching this tape. I'm a Christian. I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ, even though it may turn out that he may have never lived. The scene, it doesn't matter. When you read his words, and you can go back through history and find these are the same words that were spoken by every Savior that there ever was, are the most beautiful, most profound, most affecting words that have ever been spoken on the face of this earth. And when I get down and almost get to a point of hopelessness, I just go read the Sermon on the Mount. And I come back up again. Because in the end, it's not going to matter whether Jesus ever lived or didn't live. The story is real, and it's within all of us. And it brings us to something within ourselves that is good. But these men don't look at that. They believe that the end justifies the means, that these stories are just stories, and that the real meaning behind it all is that man can transcend his animal state through the realization of intellect and the overcoming of all of his emotions and feelings and morals, guilt, all of these things. And I just can't go along with that because I believe it's our emotions that tell us when we're doing wrong. We feel it within ourselves. And a person without that capacity to feel when they're doing wrong becomes a sociopath, which is someone without a conscience who really believes that the end justifies the means and therefore has no pangs of conscience nor no reluctance to murder someone who gets in their way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's extremely dangerous.
Now, do these people recognize the continuity of life? In other words, you have told me earlier that they're after physical immortality.
They believe that through their technology, man will become God. With the power of reason, through technology, man will himself become God. They will engineer, just like Hitler wanted to do, the super race who will live forever. And the concept is the same, and the men behind it are the same as Hitler was. When they killed John F. Kennedy, it shows you what kind of men they are, because they would not stop to kill anyone who gets in their way. And they've never stopped at it. Their goal, literally, to bring about the New World Order will be to kill approximately 2 billion people before the year 2000. AIDS is one method of doing this. There'll be many more. As they solidify their control, everyone will be given a choice. They'll be presented with a new world religion. They'll be told to renounce Christ, renounce Buddha, renounce Muhammad, join the New World Order, join the New World Religion. If they refuse, they'll be executed. Very simple. And it won't bother them a bit. In fact, according to their belief, they believe they'll be helping these people. And in reality, they will. Because those people will transcend this physical state while they're prisoned here living forever. I feel sorry for them, because those of us who will eventually die will transcend the pain and the suffering that goes along with this world.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so egotistical that they preserve whatever they do so that the diligent can find out what kind of men these men really are. For instance, the Kennedy assassination, I've been showing a film for 5 years that shows exactly who did it. I show you exactly where Oswald is on the film. He wasn't even on the 6th floor. He was standing in the doorway of the book depository building watching the motorcade go by. And it's incredible.
At the same time, you said they would have everybody renounce religion.
Yes.
Have they as well been using it as a tool for their means?
If you're a Christian, you'll be required to renounce Christ and join the New World Religion. Now remember I told you before, that no matter what your religion is or what you think, they are following the scenario in the book of Revelations to a T, right down to the last little bit. If you want to know what's going to happen in the future, if we don't wake up, and through the power of those, see, not one drop of blood ever has to be spilled, and no one has to ever put any chains on their legs or their arms, ever. If people just wake up and exercise what was given to us in our Constitution, the power of the vote, while we still have that power.
So you say there is still a possibility for like one individual watching this tape to actually make a difference?
You better believe it.
How
Yes.
would that be so?
Well, number one, learn what the truth really is. Get away from the fantasy that you've been living. Educate other people, those you know, your family. Once that begins to happen, it spreads. And then if the people decide that they don't want what they have in store for us planned, just through the power of the vote, they can make this country and the world whatever they want it to be. Whatever they want it to be. And there are no limits on that, except to understand that you can never make everything all right, and you can never make everything all bad. Both must exist, and we must maintain a balance.
Mm-hmm.
And we must become responsible. If each individual on this earth learned to walk in a divine state of grace, responsible for themselves, their family, their city, their state, their country, and for the world.
And to the laws of nature.
And to the laws of nature. And actively participate in solving the problems of yourself, your family, your city, your state, your country, and the world. There could never be a group of men meeting behind closed doors in secret that could ever control anybody. But by abdicating responsibility, by not walking in that divine state of grace, makes possible anyone meeting behind closed doors to bring about the world that they want. And the world that they want may not be the world that you want, or that I want, or that these people watching might want. If you don't participate, you can't complain. If you don't help cook the meal, you got no right to bitch about it. You got to sit down and eat what's put on your plate. If you don't like that, then you should have been in the kitchen helping to prepare the meal, helping to plan it, helping to prepare it, helping to serve it. If you want to sit on your butt in the living room while somebody else prepares the meal for you and decides what it's going to be and puts it on the table, it's too late to say that's not what you wanted to eat. It's too late to say it's not cooked the way you wanted it to cook.
Well, that's very simple to understand. And
that's right. You got to eat it because you have to eat to live. And I think that anybody can understand the meaning behind that little story.
Okay, let's take a step back to the Kennedy thing now.
This is all about the Kennedy.
Well, yeah, it is. But just specifically about, once again, I want to bring up the film as well. Another thing that came to my mind when I viewed it is that the two Secret Service men, the driver and the person sitting next to him in the front, regardless of what they claim happened, obviously did not operate in a way that you were trained as a Secret Serviceman to protect the president. Shouldn't they have just driven that car right out of there, and the other guy should have done something to protect or look for who's shooting? You know, it just didn't seem to make any sense. How would the Warren Commission not? They didn't see the film, so I guess
they didn't see the film by design, because if they saw the film, they'd have to be responsible for the decision that they made that Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone assassin.
Okay.
So I think they didn't see the film on purpose because they didn't want to have to be responsible for saying, "Hey, look, the driver did it." You know, they didn't want to make that decision. And in a letter that Lyndon Johnson wrote to the Warren Commission, he specifically said in the letter, you must quickly identify Lee Harvey Oswald as acting alone with no conspiracy so that America can get back to business.
Was Lyndon Johnson acting on behalf of the secret society, or was he concerned
of course. He had to know all about it and approve of it because he was going to be the new president. And the new president would be in charge of the investigation.
How high up a government official do you have to be before you're briefed of this? You know, the total of all the things that are going on, the reality behind them.
Well, you have to understand that nobody exists on a high level in government who's opposed to the New World Order. Nobody. Our government has literally been infiltrated. And there's a cancer within our government destroying it, eating it, nibbling away at it, hacking off its limbs.
And you said this started in 1945?
1945 was when the overt destruction began to occur, when Truman signed the UN Participation Act and the United Nations Treaty. It actually began long before that, when these secret societies began to infiltrate the government and appoint their members to important posts. Infiltration is easy. If one gets in, he can then appoint and hire others to replace people who are not members below him.
So now we've had over almost 50 years of this going on.
At least. I believe that it started back probably 1913, 1917, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, when the Council on Foreign Relations became a reality in this country. And you can, by diligent research and study, you can see when it happened, where it happened, who did it, and how it was done. It's imperative. When they say there's no conspiracy, I mean, we talk about a conspiracy. It started out as a conspiracy. But when they say today there's no conspiracy, that's not a lie. It's the truth. They're doing it right out in the open, right under our noses, and we're too stupid to know it, to see it. So it's not a conspiracy now today at all. It's right out in the open. They even published their plans. I mean, here Carter appointed Zbigniew Brzezinski as the National Security Advisor, who just wrote a book before he was appointed, declaring himself a Marxist. I mean, you read that book, this man believes in Marxism. This man is a socialist. Not only a socialist, he's an international socialist. He's a globalist. His goal, stated in his book, is to destroy the sovereignty of nations and bring about a one-world Marxist government.
Now, the Carter administration was one extreme, and then we came into the Reagan administration, yet
nothing changed.
Nothing changed. What you're saying is that no matter what the political leanings, they seem to be playing the same game.
As long as you're playing their game, it doesn't matter who you vote for, who you put in office. They all belong to the other side. They're in the pockets of the Illuminati. When you quit electing professional politicians, when you quit electing the guy who looks nice on television because he speaks good and he looks like the guy you wanted to marry or something like that, you're playing right into their hands. You know, they made it so impossible for another Abraham Lincoln to get elected to the office of president that it's a wonder that we even have a chance at all. We need to send people to Congress and to government who are going to clean house. Kick all the members of secret societies out of the bureaucracy. Lock them up. Try them for treason. Because they are traitors.
So one thing that may help is term limitations.
We must have term limitations, and it must be only one term. And forget all this nonsense that anybody goes to Washington and don't know what's happening. They don't know what's happening simply because they haven't taken the time as citizens to understand how our government works before they ever go to Washington. You see, it should be a process that starts in infancy. It works its way up. And everybody should be taking part in the government.
Now, if someone came in to office with this kind of knowledge and with this kind of intent to really push these people out, would they not be eliminated immediately?
Not if they have the people behind them, because what the people would do in one fell swoop, in one election, would elect people who've never served in government before, kick the incumbents out, send citizens to Washington. And here's the way it has to be done. You know, right now, you don't even pay your congressman. You know who pays your congressman? The federal democracy of the District of Columbia. The federal government pays your congressman, who's supposed to be representing your state and you. The federal government is a foreign country to your state. Why should he represent you? Not only that, but he moves to Washington, D.C. He maintains a residence here, but he doesn't live here. And as long as you re-elect him, he continues to live in Washington, D.C. forever if you keep re-electing him. So they lose all touch with what's back here. They're paid by a foreign government, the federal government. They're not paid by the sovereign state of Georgia or by you. They have to be paid by you. And they have to live here. They can't move to Washington, D.C. They go to Washington, D.C. for one term. Okay? One term only. When that term's up, they have to come back. And you don't pay them exorbitant funds. You pay them just enough to live on comfortably while they're there. No fancy giant cocktail parties, none of this crap. And you take care of their family. See, they don't take their family either. That's the other clue. They leave their family here where they live. You, the people of Georgia, take care of their family and their business or their farm or whatever it is they have while they're gone. Now do you think they have a vested interest in representing you? They sure would under those conditions. But under the conditions they go under now, they have no interest whatsoever in taking care of you.
Now let's look at the current...
They're taking care of themselves.
The current crop of presidential candidates. Is there anybody even running that represents something that we're talking about here?
No, all of them are New World people. Tsongas, in his book, everything that he's written touts the New World Order. All of it, right for Tsongas' literature. You're going to see New World Order, New World Order, New World Order, New World Order. Clinton, the governor of Georgia, was selected in 1991 by the Bilderberg. Governor of Arkansas was selected in 1991 by the Bilderberg group in Baden-Baden, Germany, to be the new president of the United States. Remember what happened to Gary Hart What did he do? He went out on a boat with a woman who wasn't his wife, and he was destroyed. Look at Clinton. What's happened to him? Nothing. The press is on his side. They're helping the guy. You know why? Because he was chosen by the people who own the press to be the next president of the United States. Now, I don't know if he will be or not. That's up to the American people.
Mm-hmm.
But if they get their way, he will be. Bush is one of the most heinous criminals that's ever walked on the face of the earth. Bush is the man who's been a CIA agent since his college days. He's a member of the Skull and Bones, the Russell Trust. He was initiated in a casket with a ribbon tied around his genitalia, which symbolizes that he's a priest in the temple of Isis. A pagan, this guy. This man is a member of the mystery schools.
Well, he has the outward appearance of a good Christian, church-going Christian, no?
They do whatever they have to be approved by the people, but in secret, they're not at all. This is a man who practices pagan religious rituals, magic. Doesn't matter what you think of all these things. I'm just telling you, this is what he does in secret.
Mm-hmm.
He is the man who, when he was chief executive officer, when he was president of the offshore division of Zapata Oil, organized and began the first large-scale drug smuggling operations into this country. George Bush is the one responsible for the drugs on the streets. And the war against drugs is not a war against drugs, it's a war against the Bill of Rights. We've already lost the Fourth Amendment in this war.
That's true.
And we're going to lose everything else. You watch on, it amazes me, people watch on Saturday night, cops, top cops, tough cops, 911. All of these stories that are glorifying the police state and they're falling right into the manipulation. As they watch police with no search warrant, with no court order, break down people's doors, tear out their walls, rip open their mattresses. All in the name of the war on drugs.
Pretty sneaky.
It's pretty sneaky, all right. You see them stop people in the streets, and the guy's got $400 in his pocket. They don't press any charges. They didn't even have any reasonable suspicion to stop the person and search him. And what do? They take their money. And they don't give it back. And America's watching this. And the stupid idiots, yes, you stupid idiots, you sit there and watch it, not realizing that when you take away that man's freedom, you've also taken away your own. You see, because they can do the same thing to you. Just because you talk a way that they don't like you talking, or because you wear red shoes and they don't like red shoes, they can do the same thing to you. And under the new law, without a court order, without a search warrant, they can break down your door, they can rip open your mattresses, your couches, your walls, they can trash your house. All in the name of the war on drugs. And let's say they don't like the color of your shoes. All they have to do is drop a little pouch of cocaine in your living room, behind your couch, and find it and say, aha, you're a drug dealer. What happens then? Now they can confiscate your house, all your possessions, all your property, all your bank accounts, all your cars, boats, vacation cottages, whatever you have. And they can auction it off within 24 hours without ever even pressing charges against you. Without a court order, without due process, without just compensation. And there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. Not a damn thing.
At least right now.
At least right now. And the reason you can't do a damn thing about it is because you're the one who brought it about through your stupidity. You're mentally crippled. You're operating from a position of ignorance, apathy, abdication, irresponsibility. And we're losing our country, our freedoms, everything.
Now, these are strong accusations of the American public. What do you hope to accomplish by angering the very audience that you want to watch and listen to you?
Go prove me wrong. Go make me the idiot. In so doing, you're going to find out what the truth is, and maybe you'll wake your up. And if you do, maybe we can save our country. Because I don't really care at this point whether you get mad at me or not. My country's disappearing. My freedoms are disappearing. My daughter's going to live as a slave in the New World Order if you people don't wake up and help me. So, if I had a 2x4, literally, I would smack you upside the head with it. I don't care if you get mad at me. It's beyond that state. You know, I'm willing to put my life on the line. Why would I care if you get mad at me?
Mm-hmm.
You know? People say, well, don't you feel threatened? Don't you feel like your life is in danger? Are you kidding? You're the people who sent your sons and daughters to fight an illegal, immoral, unjustified war in the Middle East? And that didn't bother you a bit that they might have got killed over there? And you're worried that I might get hurt or killed? Right here, really defending my country? Really fighting in defense of the Constitution?
Right. You brought up the Persian Gulf War. That's something that's still on a lot of people's minds. Based on what you're saying, what was the reason for that war?
They should feel really guilty. They should feel really bad about that.
I mean, what about a Saddam Hussein that everyone seems to agree is you know, the evil man here, that we had the right to go in and punish, destroy, or whatever?
Well, it's funny that the man who purported to want to destroy Saddam Hussein was the man who really built Saddam Hussein when he was in the Central Intelligence Agency. We have been building up Saddam Hussein's arsenal. His technology comes from us in the Soviet Union. We built him up to create that war. We did it for a purpose, and the purpose was, look at this, if George Bush knew what he was doing, how come he didn't know what he was doing? Here's what he said. We've got to send troops to the Middle East because we can't afford to pay $26 a barrel for oil. That's on tape. Next he comes out and he says, no, it's not about the price of oil. It's because Saddam Hussein's not going to stop at Kuwait. He's going to go into Saudi Arabia, and those are our friends, our buddies. So we got to go defend Saudi Arabia. And then James Baker says in a press conference, nope, it's not about Saudi Arabia. It's not about $26 a barrel for oil. It's about jobs. Folks, we're going to get you a job, and to do it, we're willing to kill your sons and daughters. Yes, sir, we're going to send them off to get killed so that you can have a job. Prosperity. That's what it's all about.
Well, what was the actual scenario if we hadn't have gone in?
Well, see, that's not the end of it yet. Then George Bush comes out and says, whoa, the White House is flooded for telegrams. They don't want their sons and daughters to get killed for a job. It's not about jobs. It's about naked aggression. Yes, sir, there's a little Hitler over there called Saddam Hussein.
Yeah,
and we're going to go destroy him because the world doesn't need another Hitler. Never mind Pinochet in Chile, who's another Hitler. Never mind all the other Hitlers in the world.
Was that
Never mind Tiananmen Square.
Well, then, you know, then people would say, well, the American government's not interested in that because money is not in you know, it's the oil here. We're talking about money.
No.
So you're saying it's not even that.
No. They've been planning this war for years. In fact, Arco Press wrote a book about it. The name of the book is Rapid Deployment Forces. It was published in 1985. It names Kuwait as the country. It talks about Operation Bright Star, where they've been practicing the war every year since the early 80s, sending troops over there practicing the war, liberating Kuwait. It's even named in the book. The whole thing was spelled out years ago. What it was all about was to establish the New World Order. You see, because for the first time in the history of the world, it's established the legal international precedent that the United Nations could pass a resolution and send its police force to enforce that resolution, and that the member nations would have to pay for that action. And George Bush said it very clearly, but nobody was listening, when he said, no longer will any nation stand against a world united. And with that action, he established the legal foundation in international law that the United Nations is now legally and overtly the one world government, and that the United States military forces and the other forces that were sent by other countries were established as the one world police force under the United Nations. Have you seen the new Air Force uniforms yet? Nowhere on them does it say United States or U.S. They are United Nations uniforms. Go look at them.
What role in the Middle East, again, does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right.
Now, I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality. Not because two nations got mad at each other and decided to fight, and that's why Saddam Hussein was not destroyed. He will be the instrument that will bring that to pass.
Right. Yeah, they purposely did not go in and do that.
Saddam Hussein will be portrayed as the Antichrist. Babylon is in Iraq. Read the book of Revelations. Whether you believe in the book or not, read it, because the men who are bringing this about are using it as their script.
Well, the UN did indeed charter Israel as a sovereign nation. They were the ones who created this state.
That is correct. It was really created by Great Britain and the United States, with the United States being the major instigant.
Okay, and the Jewish people were then being manipulated into believing it was for some other reason.
That's correct. They've always been manipulated. And I get people who still come to me all the time and say, Bill, you're all wrong. It's the Jews. The Jews are subverting the world. Man, it's not the Jews. It's not the Catholics. It's not the blacks. It's these men who belong to the ancient mystery schools, who meet in secret and decide the fate of the world. And they belong to all different races and all different nationalities and all different religions to the public point of view. But in secret, it's a different story.
How about the European community? Here seems, based on your theory, another group of sovereign nations coming together to form one government.
The European community, the EEC, was created by the Central Intelligence Agency, working through a lodge in Italy called the P2 Lodge. Propaganda 2 is the name of it, which is the intelligence arm of the Vatican, and Prince Bernhard, who is the leader of the secret World Council that controls these secret societies around the world, called the Bilderberg Group. And that's the truth of the matter.
And well, during its creation, they just threw out Margaret Thatcher. She was really opposing this.
Yes, she was, and that's why she got ousted.
Okay.
So did the Shah of Iran. So did Marcos. Anyone who opposes it gets ousted. That wasn't an overthrow of Marcos by the people in the Philippines. It was organized, instigated, and carried out by agents of the Central Intelligence Agency and the KGB. The overthrow of the Shah of Iran, our intelligence community is trying to tell us they didn't know anything about it. They didn't know what was happening. Bullshit. They organized it. They instigated it. They are the ones who caused it to come to pass. You see, because we didn't have a National Security Agency or a Central Intelligence Agency before the UN Participation Act was signed. And these organizations were created to bring about the one world government, the New World Order. And it had to be done in a manner that the people would not know that it was being done, and the only way they could do that was hide it behind the veil of national security. And the Cold War was a manipulation maintained to bleed the people of tax dollars to fund the creation of the police force of the New World Order, which is the Army, Navy, and Air Force and Marines of the United States and the Soviet Union. And the people didn't rise up in the Soviet Union and overthrow communism. It came from the top down because it had to be done. There has to be a bringing to the same level of all the peoples of the world to approximately the same political viewpoint, so there's not big disparity in order to be able to justify the merger of all these countries together.
Well, who now is ruling the forces of the former Soviet Union? You have Yeltsin in now. Gorbachev supposedly went down, but we're not sure about that.
Well, let me tell you this. From the beginning, there was never any war between the United States and the Soviet Union. It was created by those at the top to fund the New World Order and the New World Order's police force. At the highest levels of all countries, they all belong to the same club. And we, the people, sit back and we watch this grand drama which is being played out for our benefit, not theirs. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even have to do any of this. But you see, they just can't come out and destroy all of us because they need slaves. They need people to make their shoes and make their cars and mine the ore. They need worker bees, and that's what we are. In the New World Order, we will be the worker bees, the slaves.
So the Orwellian view of the vision of the future wasn't too far off based on this scenario.
George Orwell was just like me. He was a low-level member of British intelligence who was appointed to a position high enough where he saw the same documents that I saw. And he tried to warn the world just like I'm trying to warn the world, only he wasn't willing to take the risk that I'm willing to take. So he wrote it in a book called 1984 and spelled out exactly what's coming as a warning to the people of the world, as a work of fiction. But you notice that that work of fiction really stirred people up because they knew that it wasn't fiction. In their heart of hearts, everyone who's read that book knows that it's coming.
It's a possibility.
Most people won't recognize it overtly or publicly, because then, if they recognize it, they have to be responsible to do something about it, and that's what every one of you have been resisting all your life, is being responsible to do something about it, to get involved. That's why you'll walk away from a girl being raped on the street by a gang of thugs rather than go and try to help her. And I'm not talking to all of you. I know there's some of you out there just like me, but most of you are just exactly what I've just described. Most people are no better than animals who do not have intelligence because they don't use their intelligence. And to these men who control things behind the scenes, you are stakes on the table by choice and consent, and will always be ruled and manipulated and enslaved by people who do use their brains.
As long as we're debunking some myths, because it's putting pieces of this puzzle together, I think, for a lot of people that may be watching. The hostage situation in Iran that got Carter out of office, is this another orchestration? And if so, how does it fit into the
October surprise is no myth. There was a deal made. There was a deal made at the highest levels to keep the hostages until after Reagan was elected. You really believe that it was an accident, that it was a coincidence, that 30 minutes after Ronald Reagan was sworn in, took his oath of office, the hostages were released?
Did they want Carter out?
Are you really that naive? I can't believe it.
Did they want Carter out?
Yes, they wanted Carter out. They wanted Carter out.
He wouldn't play by the rules? Or what?
I don't know why they wanted him out, but they wanted him out. Carter was ineffective. He did not have the support of all the American people. They need people who can manipulate the American people so that they have their support. My message is to you is don't support anybody unless they're doing what we know to be right. Don't believe them. Don't fall for the manipulation. Double check everything they say.
And that means you can't rely on the media as it is today either.
Oh, of course not. All the media in this country, radio, television, and print, is all owned by 5 corporations. All of these corporations that own the media are owned and controlled, and members of the Council on Foreign Relations sit on their board of directors.
Can you name those 5 corporations? Is that...
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I could try, but I don't want to take a chance on being inaccurate. But you can trace that yourself.
Okay.
Remember, if you go down and you trace the ownership of a station or a newspaper and you get to a corporation, remember that somebody owns that corporation, and it's usually another corporation. But when you trace the interlocking of all these things, when you get to the top, there's 5. And all journalists know that there's some things you don't write about and you don't talk about because you'll lose your job. And that's where the control is. And that's why they pay anchormen like Dan Rather $2 million a year, because he doesn't question them. He knows that if he goes against them, he's going to lose $2 million a year. Do you think a man that looks pretty and sits in front of a TV camera for the 6 o'clock news is worth $2 million a year? No way. I don't care how long he works, and I don't care what he does. There is no job worth $2 million a year. That's why they pay athletes these fantastic salaries. I was listening to the radio the other day. They just contracted to pay one player on one team $6 million a year. Can you believe this?
And why is that?
It's the Roman circus. What does the emperor do when the people become restive? And when the people are asking questions, and when the people don't like the policies of the emperor, he sends them to the circus. He creates a circus. He builds a giant coliseum. And he begins to throw the Christians to the lions. And he has great chariot races and football games and basketball games, all to keep the idiots preoccupied with things that don't mean anything in the scheme of the entire world, so that they don't have the time to learn what the truth is, so they don't ever get smart enough to learn how they're being manipulated, so they don't ever question the emperor. That's why they pay a player on a football team or a baseball team $1 million or $2 million or $3 million a year. It is the Roman circus. I know men who don't know anything in the world except who plays third base for the Mets. And they think that's a great accomplishment. And they meet and pat each other on the back and bond and go have cocktails and talk about what this guy that plays third base for the Mets did in last night's game. Sad. It's really sad.
Is there any room in a kind of society where these manipulations are not taking place for this type of entertainment or any type of entertainment at all?
If people understand that a game is a game, if people understand that nobody, no matter what they do, is worth paying $2 or $3 million a year for, people should be able to get rich if they want to, by the sweat of their individual labor. Okay? By going out and doing something for the world. Not by taking people's minds away from the emperor. It's a game. Football's a game. Football's a game. But let me tell you something. When 150 of the most powerful men and women in the world can meet in secret in Baden-Baden, Germany, and plot the fate of billions, and nobody even cares about it, but 6 football players go to lunch together, and it's in the headlines across the country, you have a reflection of the society in which that exists. And it is a sick society that is doomed to self-destruction.
So based on that scenario, there's some truth into what these men are looking at.
Absolutely, and that's what makes me so sick, is that I'm trying to wake up a people who on a daily basis are proving the ones that I'm warning them about to be right.
Well, so that even though a minority, there are people out there that you recognize are awake to this, if they don't do something about it, they will lose that ability to be free in that way.
That's correct.
Whether they might think, well, I don't need to worry about it because I know what I know and I'm fine.
That's
it doesn't work that way. There's a connection here to everything.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. A nation of people who are willing to send their sons and daughters that they profess that they love to a foreign country to die, and they use the excuse to themselves that they're sending them off to defend our country, and they know damn well that's a lie, are doomed.
It's funny, there's a parable, you said Ben Franklin earlier was even a part of this.
Yes.
A parable of Ben Franklin, I don't know if you're familiar with it. He paid too much for the whistle. He came up when he was a young boy. Are you familiar with that parable?
No, go ahead.
Where when he was a young boy, he was given an allowance. And, you know, it was a decent amount of allowance. And he was going to the store to get a toy. You know, he was very excited about that. And along the way, he met some boys who had this whistle. You know, and he saw that, and he saw the little boys blowing this whistle, and he thought, wow, the greatest whistle. This is the greatest toy. He really wanted this thing. So without asking, he gave all his money away, you know, to these boys for this whistle. And he went home, and sure enough, he got very bored with it, and he had no more money to buy something that was really, you know, worthwhile to him.
Sure.
And so from that point on, he had a saying that said, you know, don't pay too much for the whistle. And I think somehow that relates here.
He's also the one, when the Constitutional Convention was finished, when they wrote the Constitution and signed it, when it had been signed, he walked out the doors. Someone outside, I forget who it was, I believe it was a reporter for one of the newspapers in the 13 colonies, asked him, he said, "What have you wrought, Ben?" Ben looked at him and he said, "A republic, if you can keep it." He knew.
He did.
And that's a good place to end.
Yeah, I think so.
That's a great ending.
Wow.
Good job, guys.
All right, Bill. Yo.
Fantastic.
Good.
Thanks, Bill.
Where's your cow?
Right there.
About ready
These lights are roasting me.
Man.
I've already had my son. I'm ready for a bath.